This is going to be interesting. Good to see you, Jay Steele. Good to see you guys. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. We're going to try something new. We're going to see where it goes and see what happens with it. That's right. Let's go. Deconstruction with me. Good to see you. JT, good to see you. All right, I'm going to try to get the Facebook live stream open here. See if I can get it to work this time. We'll see what happens. I think the YouTube stream is open and running now, so we should have that ready to go. And I'm going to try to get the YouTube stream live. Yeah, love the new theme. It's going to be fun. Listen, we gotta have somebody to bite on it first. You know what I mean? So we're gonna try that, and we're gonna see what we can get, and we'll do what we can. All right, so give me 1 second, and I'm going to get the live stream opened. I think we're just about good to go. It says it's working. I don't know. Listen, streaming from Streamlabs to Facebook is a train wreck. I don't know why it's not working. It's never going to work. This should be interesting. I know, guys. This should be interesting. We should have some guests requesting here any minute now that the streams are getting open. I'm going to try and get the Facebook stream working. I don't know why Facebook never works. I tested it on like Saturday morning. I did like a trial run on Saturday morning, and it worked, but now it's not because Facebook is Facebook. So I don't know. Anyways, guys, thanks for being here. Thank you so much. I appreciate the hat, Mr. Curtis. I appreciate the dual hats. I appreciate that. So we're gonna try. We're gonna try to get Christian in the box. Hopefully, I'm still not in TikTok jail, and they'll push me out to the For You page so we can get some opposition in here. And we're gonna do what we can. You know what I mean? This should be fun for everybody involved. There shouldn't be any pressure. We're just going to come together and, we're going to read some Bible verses. You know what I mean? So nothing to worry about here. Should be a good time. Should be a great time. You got it on the FYP? That's a good sign, actually. That is a really good sign. Now we need a tippity tap, and we need to get some people in here. Good to see you, Bethers. We're trying to get somebody in here. So it looks like we've got some Christians already pouring in. Anyone who wants to serve God in truth, let them see Yosef Refugio Te Hoya. That means nothing to all of us. But Ian, you're welcome to get into the box. We're doing a game show here. There are prizes for the contestants. May or may not get them. And what we're doing, Dexter, thank you for the 5 subbies. What we're doing, everyone keeps telling me that, listen, I'm a bad guy because I have this script and I invite people on my live and I just kind of run this script against them. And you know what? I heard your criticism, CIA link. I appreciate the glasses. I heard the criticism. Just click the guest request down here. You'll be able to get on up. So I heard the criticism. All right. So what we're gonna do is I have filled a random ball picker with 70 different Bible verses. And what we're gonna do, rather than me, curating these Bible verses to trick the unsuspecting Christian, I will be picking Bible verses at random and reading them with the guests. That's what we'll be doing. I'll be reading Bible verses at random with the guest, and the guest will be rationalizing the Bible verse with me. And so that's the goal. That is the goal. So hopefully we can get some opposition here or get somebody in the box. This is a good opportunity for Christians who have the Holy Spirit to come and educate all of us heathens, because remember, we cannot read and understand the Bible without the Holy Spirit. Remember that. When we read the Bible, we just see words on a page, right? And we think to ourselves, hey, you know what? These words have meanings. But as we've learned from the Christians, it doesn't matter that words have meanings. The only thing that matters is that when you read the book, the Holy Spirit tells you what the words mean because they don't actually mean what they mean, right? So anyways, so what we're going to do is we're going to randomize our Bible readings, and we're going to get some Holy Spirit filled Christians up here to play this game, and they're going to tell us the meanings of these passages, since we're not capable of actually understanding the Bible just by reading it. That's the goal. So the only thing we need now, we've got the YouTube stream open, we've got the TikTok stream open, we've got the X stream open, and I don't know, whatever else we're streaming to. I don't know, Twitch? I think we're streaming to Twitch. I tried to get the Facebook stream working. Facebook's a pile of dog shit. It's never going to work. I'll get it to work in like 2026 or something. Who knows? But anyways, what we need now is a Christian with the power of the Holy Spirit to come up in the box and, kick things off. Listen, this is not a debate. It's not an argument, okay? I'm not here to argue with you about the meanings of these passages. I have questions, and I'm told that the Christians have answers to the questions, right? So, I mean, if I'm not capable of reading the passages and knowing what they mean because I don't have the Holy Spirit, then that only leaves me with literally one other option. The only option I have is to ask the Christians. All right. Give me a second. I don't know if that screwed up my audio when I took a guess, but we'll do what we can. I see one person in the queue, and we'll grab them. Hopefully it doesn't mess up my audio. We will test this out. Welcome, Apple user.
Welcome. Thank you.
Welcome in. Apple user, are you at least 18? You have to be 18 to ride all the rides here. And are you a believer?
I'm way past 18. I'm 18. I'm 60 years old.
Fantastic. You look great for 60. Okay, so what we're doing here is we are randomizing Bible verses. I've got a whole container full of Bible verses, and then we're just going to read them together. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay, so let me I'll get my internet browser set up so we can all see it, because you can see the screen as well. So I'll get that set up and make sure... give me a second. Yep, there we go. There's the browser. Browser works. All right, and then let's see. Round we go. We'll get the first one going. Oh, there we go. First one already out. It looks like what we've got here is Romans 9:19 through 23. Romans 9:19. All right, 9:19 through 23. Now it says, is the text readable for everybody? Is the text too small? I can make it bigger.
Yeah, I'm having a squint.
I got it. I'll make it bigger. There we go. It's a little bit bigger. Even bigger. There we go. And now we can probably all read it. Daniel and Kay, thank you so much for the super chats. I really appreciate that. You're saying there's an echo on the YouTube stream, is there? Give me 1 second.
I have to turn down my volume. Testing.
Okay, I turned my mic off for a second. Good. Okay. So I turned my mic off for a second just to see if my mic was echoing on YouTube. So it's just the guest. Let me do something real quick.
Testing.
Jeff, can you jump into the guest box for me real quick, and we'll double check real quick that it's not Apple. I think Jeff is in here. There we go. All right, Jeff.
Yo, testing.
Is Jeff echoing as well?
Yep, I got an echo.
Oh, shit. Of course it is. Hold on. Hold on. It's always something, isn't it? Okay, Jeff, try talking now. See if it still echoes.
Let's see what happens now. Oh, I think it's gone.
Jeff, you still with us?
Can you hear me? Oh, now all my audio is gone.
Oh, I see you're talking, but no one can hear you. Okay, 1 second.
I can hear.
1 second. All right. Did that take the echo away just for everyone else? Oh, that did take it took the echo away for you guys. All right, give me 1 second.
Now
then.
the chat can hear me, but you can't. Oh, here comes the echo again.
Good. Okay. No, perfect. No, I think I know how to fix it. Give me 1 second. Eventually we're going to get this thing fixed. Okay, now I think everyone can probably hear Jeff. Jeff, say something. I can't hear you yet, but that's fine. Can everyone else hear Jeff without the echo?
Can you guys hear me? How about you, Apple user? Can you hear me?
Nick,
yeah, I can hear
Nick,
you.
we will not be praying.
Okay, perfect. So
it's better now. Okay, yeah. I see the situation then. 1 second. We'll fix this up real quick. We will fix this up. At least I'm going to try to fix it up. We'll see what happens. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
They're praying to Doug. Let us all pray to Doug.
It's interesting. It's interesting that it's echoing for Jeff, but not for me, which is really weird. The weird thing is when Jeff talks, I've got an audio output set up to go directly to me. So give me 1 second to figure out why I can't hear Jeff. Because I should be able to hear Jeff.
Can you hear me? There's a...
Yeah, I can hear you right now because I had to turn you back on for a second. This is ridiculous. Eventually I'm going to figure out how we can make this damn thing work. Give me 1 second.
We need more people in the chat to pray to Doug.
Yeah, well, you know what? If everyone could pray to Doug, that would be great. Okay. Well, I can hear you right now. Can everyone hear Jeff echoing still?
They should, yeah. Because I can hear the echo.
Because you can hear the echo, of course. Give me 1 second. The background music is still... Maybe the background music's crushing us. 1 second. Sorry for the technical issues here, guys. I thought I had it worked out over the weekend. What about now? Is it Jeff echoing now?
Let's see. Nope, no echo.
Testing.
I think we're good. I think we're good to go.
And you can hear us?
I can hear you. Yep.
That's good.
Doug.
I can't hear me, but that's okay.
See, that is a proof of a miracle that Doug is the true God, because everybody prayed to Doug and it got fixed. And there you go. Amen. Hallelujah.
Amen. Praise Doug. Thank you so much, Jeff. I appreciate it. All right, guys, we are off to the races. I'm sorry for the delay here.
Wait, now they're saying there's an echo on the...
What do you mean there's still an echo? I thought we fixed it.
I think they're trolling. Let me check this on my other phone.
I'm logged in on my phone. Hold on. My audio's not even turned on.
Let me hear this echo.
Oh yeah, it is echoing.
Oh, that's different.
It is echoing. What a nuisance. Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's no good.
Why would it do you know what? Here's what we're going to do then. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I'm going to change something up here real quick. Okay. Is the echo gone now, Jeff? Can you talk for everyone?
Let me see. Any echo, people? Any echo on my end?
It sounds better right now.
It sounded better when I checked.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. I think we're going to have a barrier now. Like when you're talking, I don't think the guest over on YouTube will be able to hear you. But it's not the end of the world. It'll be the same thing like our last live. So we'll just continue between now and the next live. I'll tinker with it a little bit more and figure out what's going on. JT, right. Do not tell me that I'm echoing now. How in the world am I echoing?
Wait, is JT on YouTube?
JT is on, I don't know where JT is.
I was going to say, because on TikTok, you're fine.
I think it is. Yeah, I'm listening on TikTok. It seems okay. Okay.
All right. Well, I'm going to drop so that I can get my cold weather ice cream, and then I may be back later.
All right. Thanks. I appreciate it, Jeff. David, thank you for the YouTube comment. You know, if there was an option to do like a 10-minute private session before you hit go, so you can work all this stuff out while you're not live, that would be optimal. But neither TikTok nor YouTube allows you to do that. You cannot go live privately and then make it unprivate once you're ready to go. You just have to hit the go button and hope everything works. Okay, Apple, I'm sorry for the delay. We're back in here. We're going to read Romans chapter 9, verses 19 through 23. You ready?
Okay.
Fantastic. It says, you will say to me then, why then does he find fault? For who can resist his will? But who indeed are you, a human, to argue with God? Will what is molded say to the one who molds it, why have you made me like this? Has the potter no right over the clay to make out of the same lump one object for special use and another for ordinary use? What if God, desiring to show his wrath and to make known his power, has endured with much patience the objects of wrath that are made for destruction? And what if he has done so in order to make known the riches of his glory for the objects of mercy which he has prepared beforehand for glory? Are you familiar with Romans 9?
I've read it a few times.
Sure. So, what's Paul saying here?
This is actually a good scripture. There's a lot of debate about this scripture. My take is that because God is omniscient and he has the capacity to know beforehand who is not going to decide to have a relationship with him and who is. And with that knowledge, he can determine, okay, well, these people are going to be used as an example because they're not going to follow me anyway. So they, by de facto, not choosing to follow God, are objects of destruction.
Did God make them to be objects of destruction?
That's where it gets kind of paradoxical. Because of his foreknowledge, in a way you could say yes. Or somehow maybe he's looking at it and goes, well, okay, these people aren't going to follow me, so I'm going to use them for my good purposes.
Well, in the passage, what we see Jason, thank you for the $5 super chat. I agree. Praise Doug. He says, "Why will I'm sorry? You will say to me, then why then does he still find fault? For who can resist his will? Are we able to resist God's will?"
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, so Paul was asking a rhetorical question here, but the answer isn't actually that obvious because Paul is
And I
saying
think
it as though nobody can resist his will.
I think that's the argument. And it says some of you argue with God, or that's what some people are arguing. Well, if God is all powerful and he knows that the end from the beginning, who, and he causes all things, who can resist his will?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like if I choose to resist God's will, can I actually do that?
I believe so.
Okay.
But
So even though, yeah, does God
it's,
make me to be a particular way?
that's a tough one.
Because he does say, "Well, what is molded? Say to the one who molds it, why have you made me like this?" Right. So did God have a design in mind when I was made?
I believe so.
Sure. Okay, so God designed me, because according to the rest of the passage, right? It says, "What if God, desiring to show his wrath and to make known his power, has endured with much patience the objects of wrath that are made for destruction?" So I'm reading this as though some people were predestined, they were designed to be objects of wrath.
They were designed to be objects of wrath.
Yeah, kind of like Satan, right? Thank you, Mac.
That's a tough one because I don't. Satan. I. Ooh, well, that is very debatable. And some people could argue, well, God enabled Satan to, or did something, withdrew from Satan or withdrew from Lucifer, and that disconnection allowed him to become Satan. This is a tough one. I'm going to say what I haven't heard 99% of Christians ever say. I don't know.
That's listen. That is always a good answer. There's nothing wrong with saying I don't know. That's always going to be a winning answer. Want to do another one?
Yeah, I'll stab at another one.
All right, all right, all right. Round we go. Let's see what we get. Come on. There we go. We got one. Let's see what we got here. Now, the question is, can I read my own handwriting? We've got Job, chapter 1, 13 through 19. Let me pull it up. All right. It says, one day, when his sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in the eldest brother's house, a messenger came to Job and said, "The oxen were plowing, and the donkeys were feeding beside them, and the Sabaeans fell on them, and carried them off, and unalived the servants with the edge of the sword. I alone have escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, another came and said, "The fire of God fell from heaven, and burned up the sheep and the servants, and consumed them. I alone have escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, another came and said, "The Chaldeans formed 3 columns and made a raid on the camels and carried them off and unalived the servants with the edge of the sword. I alone have escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, another came and said, "Your sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in the eldest brother's house. And suddenly a great wind came across the desert, struck the 4 corners of the house, and it fell on the young people, and they are unalive. I alone have escaped to tell you." So I think we're a little bit familiar with the story of Job, right?
Yeah.
So what's happening here? Also, not to interrupt, KW, I saw your super chat. Thank you so much for the 1999 super chat. He says, "You have the patience of Job. Thanks for your Discord." A timely super chat indeed. All right, go ahead, Apple. What do you think?
Well, this is a really bad day for Job.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I think that Satan requested permission to somehow bring about these things, which is kind of unsettling to know that he actually can do these type of things or cause them or somehow instigate them to occur.
Right. And God allowed it, right? God shook his hand and said, bet, you got it.
God allowed it. He told Satan, do not harm Job. I think this was a demonstration. Well, one, I take from it is that the worst thing that can happen to a person is not physical death. So, I mean, Job's children, I believe, were devout. It said he prayed for them that if they committed a sin that they weren't even aware of, that they might be forgiven. So I'm guessing, I'm hoping that these were probably righteous children, and they're in the presence of God because of that, and that would give in eternity would give Job some solace, I would imagine. But at the end of all these,
the servants got alive by the sword. Like the Sabaeans came in and executed them via sword. That seems pretty painful. Why wouldn't God just take them? You know what I mean? Just painlessly take them.
Yeah, the servants didn't have anything to do with it. They were just there.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really tough.
Because God was involved. Remember, it said he sent fire from heaven. So if he was involved, he could have just snapped his fingers and took them. You know?
Well, I thought the devil was responsible for the fire coming from heaven.
Not from heaven. The devil's not sending fire from heaven, is he? How's he going to do that?
You got a point there. I haven't read the scripture in a while. Well, the end of the story, Job retains his faith remarkably, and doesn't curse God, as his wife encouraged him to do, and die, and ignores most of his friends who thought pretty much as he did that, well, if you sin, then bad things happen to you because of your sin. And Job was protesting, saying, no, I don't think so. I don't think I've done anything to deserve this.
Right. Yeah, he didn't do nothing.
And he turned out to be right, and he was, vindicated by God. But even Job realized that, he was a very religious man, and he did not know God like he ought to know God.
Right.
But yeah, that was incredibly harsh things. But which makes me think, like I said, the worst thing that can happen to you is not physical death. The worst thing that can happen to you is being separated from God forever.
So it's okay for God to harm the innocent because they theoretically go to heaven?
Well, if you're talking about Job's children,
right,
I would say yes.
Oh shoot. Well, Cyber, thank you for the $10 over Venmo. Cyber says Satan first asked God to stretch out God's hand. Instead, he just gave Satan permission. That is actually what happened, yeah. But it looks like it was a joint effort, right? Because Satan must have instigated some of this somehow because he went and did the thing. But God was involved too. God was sending the fire from heaven. So, but I guess the problem I have is like if we believe in a God that's all good and all loving, I guess I'm trying to figure out why he would execute people in such a harsh manner, having not done anything wrong. And if our lives here are completely worthless and meaningless because we're just going to be in heaven, why are we even here?
Well, I don't know, these other people who died, maybe perhaps that is taken all into consideration by God that, well, you know what, I kind of started this thing. So I'm going to let you guys come into heaven because, you were part of this thing that transpired, and it wasn't because of your sin. I'm sure he would take that all into consideration.
Sure. Would it be okay then for me to abort a baby since they go to heaven?
Well, we don't have the authority to take life like God does. When God takes somebody's life, when God makes a judgment, he has the right to do so.
What
If he's
What do you mean by judgment? I thought
well, I mean,
wasn't a judgment like when God is judging you for your behavior?
if God is judging sin, he has the right to require anyone's life because of that sin.
Okay, so what sin did these people commit?
I don't know. It doesn't really talk about the servants. It doesn't talk about his kids. I don't. You said innocent. I'm sure no one was innocent in this. No one in the scenario. Now his children, because of their relationship to God and their religious observance, perhaps they were righteous enough. I don't know. Well, righteous by faith, not by. Well, back then it's whatever.
Yeah. So I hear what you're saying, because Paul says in Romans, I think 3:23, that not one is righteous, no, not one. But that being the case, just not being perfect, I don't think is worthy of execution, because if that were the case, then God would have to execute every single human being on the planet, right? So the fact that he executed these people, but doesn't execute other people, to me, is now seeming pretty arbitrary.
Well, I think that's what's remarkable is that God doesn't just kill everyone. Like starting with Adam and Eve. Why are we even here? I think that goes to God's mercy, that he is so pure and so perfect and flawless love that can't tolerate any kind of sin or anything less than that.
He can't
That
tolerate sin in his presence?
not in his presence.
So how'd Satan get in there?
Well, he left pretty quickly after he declared that he wanted to be just like God.
But no. In the story of Job, it says Satan came with the other sons of God and presented themselves before the Lord. So
Yes.
Satan was in his presence, and he was a liar and a murderer from the beginning, according to Jesus.
Well, Satan entered his presence. It doesn't say Satan was hanging out
Well,
amongst the heavenly hosts. He came up and and presented himself. He
is there
wasn't hanging out there.
is there a time limit? Like, are you going to burn after 15 minutes, but not after 5 minutes?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So Satan was a sinner. So why was he in God's presence?
Yeah, because you said that God is so perfect, he can't have any sin in his presence. But if that's the case, I don't know what Satan's doing there.
That's a good point. That's a good. Well, let's see. And this goes to God's, omniscience, and Satan is always. It was instantly condemned when he made his decision. So apparently, I guess. Well, let's see. Well, that it must be. I guess Satan, in whatever state he's in, his condemnation is in the future, even though I guess God could tolerate him somehow. It doesn't say
Right.
what proximity. Doesn't say what proximity Satan was from God. I don't know.
Sure. Cyber, thank you for the $10 over Venmo. Cyber says 1 Samuel 16:14 states that God sent evil spirits to Saul. And I actually was just thinking about that yesterday, actually, Cyber. If God is sending evil spirits to Saul, does that mean that there are evil spirits in God's presence? And follow-up question, sorry for two, is God omnipresent?
Yeah, according to the Bible, God is omnipresent.
So then he's everywhere. He's everywhere where sin is. You can't get away from God's presence.
That's a good observation. Yeah, that's something I do not understand. I don't understand how he can be everywhere. It says his eyes range throughout the earth, so I
Yeah.
don't know how he can be everywhere and sin can be happening everywhere down here. I don't know how that works.
Right. Yeah. It does say that. It says that he sits enthroned in the heavens, and his eyes see the ends of the earth, all mankind. Yeah. I mean, but listen, if at the end of the day, the best answer to this Bible passage is I'm not sure. Again, that's a fair answer.
Yeah, I mean, only in light of eternity could anything that happened in this story make any kind of sense.
Yeah,
I
I would
mean,
have to say so.
there's got to be some kind of payoff in the other dimension, because it's definitely not a payoff in this realm.
Yeah. James, thank you so much for joining the Kraken crew on YouTube. I appreciate the membership. Big W for James. Yeah, I want to do another Bible passage, but I got another person in the queue, but you're welcome to do some more with me.
Well, just another thing about Job. After that, Job got remarried, had a bunch of more kids, got more cattle, and got more than he had before that whole episode occurred.
But like, do you have children? I've got children. Do you have children?
I have one.
Can your children be replaced?
Well, no, not. No, you always remember your kids.
I would mourn for my children for the rest of my life. Period. There wouldn't be a day that goes by I wouldn't mourn for my child.
He may have. He probably did.
Yeah. All right, let's do another one. This is fun. Okay. Let's see. I took 2 turns to get one last time. Let's see if it takes 2. Oh, there we go. First turn, we got one. All right. This time we've got Numbers 5:11 through 31. Numbers 5:11. All right. Numbers 5:11 through. This is a longer one. Sorry about that. A lot of these are actually pretty short, but this one's pretty long.
Oh man.
But most of us here probably know it. So it says, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, if any man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, if a man has had intercourse with her, but it is hidden from her husband, so that she is undetected, though she has defiled herself, and there is no witness against her, since she was not caught in the act, if a spirit of jealousy comes on him, and he is jealous of his wife who has defiled herself, or if a spirit of jealousy comes on him and he is jealous of his wife, though she has not defiled herself, then the man shall bring his wife to the priest, and he shall bring the offering required for her, 1/10 of an ephah of barley flour. He shall pour no oil on it, and put no frankincense on it, for it is a grain offering of jealousy, a grain offering of remembrance, bringing iniquity to remembrance. Then the priest shall bring her near and set her before the Lord. The priest shall take the holy water in an earthen vessel and take some of the dust that is on the floor of the tabernacle and put it into the water. The priest shall set the woman before the Lord, dishevel the woman's hair, and place her hands on the offering of remembrance, which is the grain offering of jealousy. In his own hand the priest shall have the water of bitterness that brings the curse. Then the priest shall make her take an oath, saying, if no man has lain with you, if you have not turned aside to uncleanliness while under your husband's authority, be immune to this water of bitterness that brings a curse. But if you have gone astray while under your husband's authority, if you have defiled yourself, and some man other than your husband has had intercourse with you, let the priest make the woman take the oath of the curse and say to the woman, the Lord make you an execration and an oath among the people when the Lord makes your uterus drop and your womb discharge. Now may this water that brings the curse enter your bowels and make your womb discharge and your uterus drop, and the woman shall say, Amen, amen. We can stop there. Okay, so this is the curse of the bitter waters. Are you familiar with this one?
Yeah, actually, I just was going over this about a couple hours ago on another live.
Right. So if the woman's unfaithful, is it safe to suggest here that the spirit of jealousy probably came upon the man because he saw a pregnant woman and thought, I didn't impregnate her?
Well, I mean, does it say how he knew she was or suspected that she was unfaithful?
It doesn't say at all how it came to be. It just says if the man becomes jealous and suspecting, then this is what to do about it, right? But I'm just thinking logically, like, what would cause a person to think that my wife has been unfaithful?
Yeah, it could be something going on in in the community maybe heard something,
Sure, yeah.
or
Is it
you know,
possible that some of these women would be pregnant and some of them would not be pregnant?
definitely possible that they would be pregnant.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's probably mixed, to be honest. I think it's just going to be a mix of people. Okay, so
Yeah.
now if the spirit of jealousy comes upon a man and he suspects that his wife has cheated, whether she did or not, she has to drink a bitter potion that's going to essentially curse her body. But in the event that she's being truthful, that she hasn't gone astray, then she'll actually survive the curse. But in the event that the child is not actually hers, or she hasn't cheated, or she has cheated, sorry. If the child is not his and she has cheated, then her womb will discharge, which means if she's pregnant, there will essentially be a miscarriage, right?
Right.
Okay. So,
Straight away.
yeah.
That seems really messed up.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
That seems incredibly messed up.
Yeah. Is there a similar ritual if a woman suspects that her husband has cheated?
Not that I'm aware of in the Bible.
Yeah, right. I don't know of any test for a man whether or not he cheated. It doesn't seem to be a big concern with the biblical authors.
Well, I mean, there's punishments for sexual morality.
If you're
If they,
caught, yeah,
yeah, both of them are caught, and they're, both were doing it volitionally.
right.
If no, this is really messed up. Honestly, I mean, the only positive side, if the woman is innocent, then apparently then she's fine. And I don't know how they work out the marriage after that accusation
That's
and that
my
whole ordeal.
yeah, that's my thought. That's not a good. You don't want. Imagine going home after that.
Yeah, no, that doesn't sound like a good time.
Yeah, have a good time, right? And remember, she's going to be sick. Like even if she survives the ordeal, she's going to be really sick, right?
Yeah.
There is a because she's eating dirt. She's drinking dirt from the floor.
No, that seems really messed up. The only thing that makes me call to memory is that scripture where God says, "My ways are not your ways."
Yeah. The goal here is to determine whether or not she actually was guilty. I think that's the goal of the ritual, right?
Right. Right.
Throughout the Bible, it says something really interesting. Like in the book of Numbers, in chapter 15, it talks about Moses inquiring of the Lord. Do you know how they usually do that? What the typical method is?
Inquiring, is that where he goes into the temple in front of the mercy seat, or was that before Moses? Wait.
Well, in the tabernacle, Moses sometimes would talk to the Lord face to face, it says. But it also, you had the Urim and the Thummim, the lots, and you would cast lots, and God would decide for you using the lots, right? So you could ask a yes or no question, and one lot would be
Right.
yes and one lot would be no, right? And so
Okay. Yeah.
we see David doing this a lot. For example, David at some point in when Abiathar and David are both on the run from Saul, David tells Abiathar the priest, bring me the Urim and the Thummim, and we will inquire of the Lord, right? And then he does this throughout
Right.
his career, saying, "Hey, let's ask the Lord if we should go into battle. Will He grant us victory?" Right? So
Right.
we have a method already established for God to determine if somebody is guilty. They could have just used the Urim and the Thummim. So to me, the whole charade of going and drinking a poisonous potion and potentially getting sick and having the uterus drop, it seems a little bit barbaric when we could just throw some lots on the ground and have God tell you yes or no.
Yeah, I agree. I don't really. I mean, apparently, I think in our modern mind, this seems incredibly harsh.
Right.
But on I guess we can't really understand God's justice, and I guess in God's mind, this is a very serious offense. I mean, adultery was a very big thing. You lose your life for committing adultery. amongst other sins. So
Right.
yeah, it's just that serious to God,
Right.
apparently.
Yeah. Thanks for the hat, Parker. And James, thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. So, what about the life of the child? Is the life of the child not important?
Well, I mean, since it's an unborn child, he's probably going straight into heaven. So
Sure.
it's.
So, do aborted babies all go to heaven?
I would imagine so.
Okay. Does God want as many people as possible to go to heaven?
He says he's not willing that any should perish.
Right. Yeah. He desires that none would perish. Yeah. We find a little bit that in John and in Second Peter. So, what would be wrong with aborting babies if we just send them straight to heaven?
Well, I guess it's because we don't have the authority to end an unborn life. If God decides, okay, this child's not going to be born, that's one thing. But if we do it, then we don't have that authority.
Yeah, but I'm willing to risk my eternal salvation to guarantee that the babies go to heaven. Like I do not want my child to risk going to hell. That seems like the worst possible outcome. If there's a way to guarantee as many children as possible go to heaven, I don't know why I wouldn't take that as a loving father. Like I'll go to hell for all the kids that I abort. I'm okay with that.
What are you saying? So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that if we really love our kids, the best thing we can do for them is, cut them off early.
That's what I thought you were saying.
I mean,
Yeah, but, well, I mean, yeah, like, but again, we don't have that authority. We don't have authority to take life. God has authority to take life. We
Well-
don't have authority to take life.
well, maybe. Well, can I lay a case for this? You want to hear it?
Sure.
Okay. In John 15, good to see you, Sarah. In John 15, 12 through 14, it says, "This is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. And no one has greater love than this, to lay down one's life for a friend." So would we assume that it's a good thing to sacrifice our own lives for somebody else?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay. And then in Matthew 16:25, he says, "Those who want to save their life will lose it, and those who lose their life for my sake will find it." So I'm actually willing to lose not just my mortal life, but my eternal life to guarantee all the babies will end up in heaven, which, according to the New Testament, would mean that I'm actually making a worthy sacrifice.
Interesting. Actually, I doubt that. I doubt that. I doubt that. You said all the babies?
All of them, like on day one, just take the pill, get them out.
No, so no, I mean, like, again, we don't have authority to take life. He
Well-
doesn't give us that latitude.
Well, he kind of does. Have you read Deuteronomy 21?
Refresh me. It's been a while.
Yeah. Let me grab Deuteronomy 21 real quick. It's like a little more than halfway down in the chapter. I always forget which verse it starts at. It's like down near like verse 20 or 21 or there we go. Verse 18 is what we're looking for. Kay, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. And Kay, thank you so much for being a member on YouTube. Kay says, "Is there anything in the Bible that would suggest that aborted children do go to hell?" There's not really, no. In fact, I've compiled the list previously of good reasons to believe that aborted babies actually go to heaven. The Bible seems to indicate that the innocent don't go to hell, but then that presents a couple problems because Paul says that nobody is innocent, and that God says in Genesis chapter 8 that the inclination of the human heart is evil from youth, right? So we've got some serious questions about how children or aborted babies end up in heaven, but that neither here nor there. I think the evidence still weighs that they would go to heaven. Okay, so Deuteronomy 21:18 says, "If someone has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey his father and mother, who does not heed them when they discipline him, then his father and his mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of his town at the gate of the at the gate of the place." The screen's so far away from me I can barely see it. Let's see. They shall say to the elders of the town, this son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of the town shall stone him to unalivement. And so you shall purge the evil from your midst. So he does give you authority to take the life of your children. Like if they curse you, if they hit you, if they strike you, or if they're just stubborn and rebellious, right? So,
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
If that prescription comes from God, and then they have the warrant to do so. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Although that stuff seems also incredibly harsh. It on the face, it seems incredibly harsh.
Yeah, it does.
And honestly, I don't understand it. I cannot imagine what it was like to live in that time. But at the same time, there was an awareness that, okay, look, God is here amongst us, and this is what God requires.
Right.
It's not like he's far off somewhere. He's actually in our midst, and for us to have a relationship, these are the new requirements.
Sure. Yeah, I hear you. Okay. Well, listen, Apple, it's been really good to talk to you. You've been very kind. We love when we have kind guests. So we appreciate your cordialness and you're willing to engage in the text with us.
Hey, thank you.
All right.
That
Cheers.
was interesting.
Have a great one, brother.
All right.
Cheers. We pressed him pretty good, and he took it well. Sarah, good to see you. All right, we've got Auntie coming in next. Before we do that, we've got an announcement from Joyful. Also, not that Dan Brown. Thank you so much for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew on YouTube. Our membership is growing. I think we're getting closer and closer to 30 members over on YouTube. Thank you for everyone who's a member. Just like the membership on TikTok, there is a link behind the membership that goes to my deconstruction cheat sheet, which I literally update every single week. I add more data to it. So if you want access to that, become a member on either TikTok or on YouTube of your preference. Joyful, good to see you, brother.
Good to see you as always. Hey, I just wanted to let people know that on my YouTube, I have started a series, and I've sent it to Justin, my video so far. We have the first episode out today, and it's about what the Bible says about homosexuality without dogma or apologetics. It's just pure scripture reading and going through the data of scripture. And then next time is going to be abortion. So if you like these topics and you want more information about all the different Bible verses that speak on these topics, I am doing a series where I'm literally going through piece by piece and putting it all together and then talking about the apologetics on top of it at the end and kind of going through why that all falls apart.
Right. Yeah, I can't wait for that. I'm excited. Guys, it's going to be on his YouTube channel. Make sure, most of you already follow Joyful, but make sure you click on his profile, drop him a follow on his YouTube channel. Let's build up each other's YouTube following. Sarah has a YouTube that's live now. Make sure you're following Sarah's YouTube as well. If you're following mine, you need to be following Sarah's. It's Leaving Faith, all one word. And Joyful, yours is still under Joyful Apostate as well, right?
Yeah, it's the same name.
Perfect. That's what I thought. Yeah,
Appreciate
guys.
you, Justin. Thank you for letting me make that announcement because I'm trying to get my YouTube built up to kind of get it out there a little bit.
Yeah,
so I
because
appreciate
TikTok might be here in 2 months, so we got to do what we can.
that, and they are restricting me hard. So it's
Right.
kind of I'm losing will to put much effort here
Right.
at this point.
I get it. I know. We're all feeling the burn. Yeah.
Have a good one, Justin.
right.
Love you, man.
Cheers. Love you, Joyful. All right. We've got Auntie in the house. Auntie, how you doing?
Okay, and yourself?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Auntie, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm much more than 18.
That's okay. You don't have to tell us how old. Boop and
And I
Boom,
am a
thank you
believer.
for the subscription. I appreciate that. Also, I saw your subscription as well, Chapter. Thank you so much for your subscription. So, Auntie, you are a believer, correct?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So what we're doing here, we got a little game show going, and we've got a whole wheel full of Bible verses, and we're picking them at random, and then we're having Christians explain them to us atheists. That make sense?
Yes.
All right, so we'll do the first one. There we go. Let's see what we got here. 2 Samuel 12, 11 through 12. I'll pull it up. Can you see the screen if I put a Bible verse on it?
Yes.
Okay. 2 Samuel 12, 11 through 12. Also, for everyone watching over on YouTube, there is a link in the description of the video and in the description of my profile. If you want to join the conversation, you can join. You don't have to be on TikTok to join, but there is a link to join through TikTok as well. Ellie, thank you so much for becoming a 5-month subscriber on TikTok. Big W, Ellie. I appreciate that. And thank you so much, Joshua, for the hat. So the Bible verse reads, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house." This is God talking to David, by the way. It says, "I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight, for you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight." Do you know what's happening here?
To me, it's talking about a nation.
About what?
A nation.
A nation?
Yes.
Can you be more... I'm not sure I follow. What nation?
Whatever. David was fighting against somebody at the time.
Well, this is not during war. This is when he had Uriah the Hittite executed, so that he could take Bathsheba without being found out that he committed adultery, basically. So the prophet Nathan comes to deliver a punishment to David. Dugald, thank you so much for all the hats. Big W, Dugald. I appreciate that. So the punishment is twofold. The first part of the punishment is that the son of Bathsheba and David is going to get sick and die. And then the second punishment is what we just read, which is that God is going to take the wives of David and have them raped by somebody else. Thank you so much for all the hats and hand hearts, Dugald. I appreciate that. Does that make sense?
In a sense, yes, because he during the war he wanted Bathsheba so bad that he put one of his soldiers, the wife's husband,
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
in front line, so
Right.
that he could be killed.
Yep.
He could be killed.
Yep.
Okay, so what do you get from that?
Well, the punishment is what we're reading right now, and the punishment for David's behavior, because he consummated with somebody else's wife. I've got to be careful with my language, but
Okay.
because TikTok they police all your language in real time. But so he did the deed with somebody else's wife, and so God says, because you did this thing, I'm going to have your wives taken from you, and somebody else is going to sleep with your wives. So they're basically going to get raped to punish David.
Well, in that sense, well, God can do anything to show punishment.
Sure. What did the wives do to be punished so severely?
What did whose wife do?
Well, the wives that God is going to have raped, what did they do?
Well, the wives that he had, they were committing adultery anyway.
Okay, can you show me the text where it says that?
It's because you're only supposed to have one wife.
No, it didn't say that.
You're not supposed to have 5 or 6 wives.
No, that's not in the text.
Jesus told the men of old. In the beginning, God only meant for one wife, and they were taking on more than one wives.
Well, God didn't say that, though. In fact, God explicitly says in Deuteronomy 21 and Exodus 21 that you are going to have multiple wives.
Did God say that?
Yeah.
Did God say that, or did Moses say that? Because
God said it.
The books from Genesis is 5 or 6 books that Moses written.
Yeah, but all the laws came from God through Moses. It says, if he takes another wife to himself, he shall not diminish the food, clothing, or marital rights of his first wife. Then Deuteronomy 21 says, if a man has 2 wives, one of them loved and the other disliked, if both of the loved and the disliked have borne him sons, the firstborn being the son of the one who is disliked, then on the day when he wills his possession, so on and so forth. So God says, hey, if you have 2 wives, this is what you do with it. And then remember, there's also the law of levirate marriage, which means if your brother passes away, then you're required to take on your brother's wife as your own wife so that she can have a son. And if you already had a wife, it's irrelevant. Now you've got multiple wives. So there's no prohibition against having multiple wives.
There's a prohibition, yes.
Can you show me in the text where it says that?
Jesus came to correct it.
All right, but did Jesus come after David?
Jesus came after David.
Okay, so David never heard Jesus' words.
No.
Okay, so David only knew Moses' words.
David only knew the words of Moses.
Okay, so David never heard that it was wrong to have multiple wives, and on multiple occasions, God said, if you have multiple wives, here's what you do. But he never said that you can't have multiple wives.
Have you read the New Testament?
I've read all of it, yep.
Okay, the New Testament says that we are only supposed to have one wife and one husband, because that's the way
doesn't say that.
from the beginning with Adam and Eve.
It doesn't say that, though.
I have to get my Bible in front of me.
Mm-hmm. It not only doesn't say that, but it's also irrelevant, because Jesus lived after David. David can't be expected to follow Jesus' teachings no matter what you think his teachings were.
Like I said, those were the laws. Those were the laws of Moses.
Great, then show me in the law of Moses where it says that.
And when he went to the mount, Moses went to the mount, God gave the commandments, what should be done.
Right, and where in the law of Moses can I find that you can't have multiple wives? Woolite Mammoth, thank you so much for becoming a newest member of the Kraken crew. I really appreciate that, Woolite. There's no law in Moses about having more than one wife.
Moses didn't even have but one wife. Abraham had one.
Moses had multiple wives. Abraham had 3.
Moses had wives after his wife died.
Abraham had children with 3 women.
Abraham, because of his wife's not being able to have one, to have a child, she
did.
Ordered him. She ordered him to.
Yeah, so?
She ordered him to, not God.
So? Doesn't matter.
What you mean?
Nobody in the Old Testament was ever punished for having more than one wife, because there's no law against it. And Abraham lived before Moses anyways.
So in that verse, what do you get from that?
Which verse?
The verse that we were reading about David.
Oh, yeah. David was being punished by having his wives taken and raped. They didn't commit any sins. David did.
So you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, it's a terrible thing. Do you think that if I commit a sin that my significant other should be taken and raped?
No, it shouldn't.
Right, okay. So why is it cool when God does it?
Because God is God.
So God can do bad things?
God is the creator of all.
Okay, so God can do terrible things because he's the most powerful?
Wait a minute. Let me make this statement. If you created something, you didn't like the way it was going, you might tear it down.
Okay.
Try to do it.
Okay, so I can do that to my child then? If I don't like the way my child's going, I can just execute him?
No, you can't. Because he said thou shalt not kill.
Oh, okay. So God can So God can kill and
He
pillage
can
and
kill.
commit genocide and commit rape, and it's
Right,
cool
he
when
can
God does
kill
it?
because he's God.
Okay, so God can do anything he wants to, right?
He's the creator of us all, so he's apt to do anything he feel like doing.
Okay, so it's good then when God has women punished for crimes they never committed.
We don't know the purpose why he did it,
Well, we know why he did it. He says it. It's because of David's sin.
and because he sinned, then he got punished for his sins.
Well, he didn't get punished. The wives did.
The wives got punished, but you don't know why.
Why would God punish the women for the sin of David?
Like I said, we don't know why he did what he did.
I know
Because
why.
we cannot take on what God.
He tells you why. He's doing it because of David's sin. He tells you in the passage why he's doing it. So you think it's good that 10 of David's wives got raped because David committed a bad act? That's a good thing?
To us, it's a bad thing.
Yeah, exactly. To us, it is a bad thing. So how is it that what is good to how is it that's what's good to you is different than what's good to God?
Because God has a different nature than us.
Okay, so morals are not objective?
Morals are not objective. Some morals are.
Only some of them are.
Like someone.
How do you know?
Like someone,
How do you
like
know
a-
which
like a
ones are
human-
objective?
Like a human wants to destroy their children, unalive their children. That's totally immoral.
How do you know?
Because I know.
Well,
something-
how would you know that that's immoral? Because God
It's
says
something
in
that
Deuteronomy
belongs to
21 that you can do it.
Excuse me. It's something that belongs to you. It's a part of you.
Yeah, I know. So I can execute it. I know.
That seed that came from you, projected into a woman, grow you a human being. You should be happy.
I would. I love humanity, which is why I would never have 10 women raped for somebody else's crime.
You are not God.
Okay.
You are not God.
Okay, so you think it's bad. You think it's bad if we did it, but it's good if God does it.
Like I said, to say good or bad
Is
why God did it.
is anything that
It's
God
not-
does
it's not
automatically
for me-
good?
It's not for me to say whether it was good or bad.
Is anything God does automatically good?
Waking you up every day.
Is anything God
Waking you up everything.
Auntie, I need you to focus here. Does
I'm
everything God, if God does something, does it automatically mean that the something is good?
Not necessarily, because God said he created good and evil.
Okay, so God does evil.
He created evil and good.
But does God do evil?
In the sense that you just said, yes.
Okay.
About David, that
Great.
was something evil.
Okay,
To
so
me,
then
it was
how,
evil.
okay,
To
so
me, it was
yes, what he
evil,
did
but
to
I
David
don't
was
know
evil,
what-
wasn't it?
To me, I don't know. I don't know what his reasons for why he was doing that to David. Was that to make him a better person?
I don't think so. It was to punish the
But he
women
woke
for
up after
David's
that.
crime.
He woke up after that, though.
I'm sure he did. Amir, thank
He
you for the
woke up after
$6.66 over Venmo. Amir says, defending a book written by misogynistic old ASS holes treating women like slaves. That's exactly what's happening. People are defending a God who thinks that women are property. That's exactly what happened here. Because the women, as it turns out, are being treated just like property. Basically, God is saying, listen, you took somebody else's wife and slept with her. So I'm gonna treat your wives the same way. They're being treated just like they're cattle.
So, what would we say about men that he did?
He didn't do anything to David. What
Men that
what
he-
punishment did
men
David
that he-
receive?
Men that he unalive.
What punishment did David receive?
He got the punishment of losing his wives.
No, he doesn't lose them. They still live. They lived through it. Have you read the rest of the story?
Yeah, but no, that's what I say. I need
They
to read the whole.
they
story
lived
to
through
know
it.
why.
They
I need
lived
to
through
read
the
whole
ordeal,
story.
and then in chapter 20, David takes them out of the house and gives them a different place to live, away from him, so that because he can't sleep with anymore. They've been defiled, which is he would be breaking Deuteronomy chapter 24. You're not supposed to go back into a woman after she's been defiled by somebody else, which is
Okay. So in that
which
story,
is pretty wild because he actually breaks that law with his wife McCall. I don't know if you know the story of McCall, but he broke that rule with McCall, but he didn't break it with these 10 wives.
I still think that we should look at things not in out the way that we would look at it. That we should let God be who He is.
How do we know? How do we
not
know if
question-
something God is doing is good or evil?
But no, but what I'm saying to you is, you know the good, the good and the bad. You know that.
Right, but
He
how
gave
do
us-
you
He gave
you
us that much.
how
He
do
gave
you
us that
know
much
if
to
God
know
is doing something
what
good or
is
evil?
good and
Because
what
you've
is-
already
what
said
is
that
bad.
God does evil sometimes.
He said, "I create evil and I
Right,
create
right.
good."
I know. I'm following up on that. If God does evil sometimes, then how do you know if what God is doing is good or evil?
Because, like I said, we already know what's good and what's bad.
Okay,
That's how we know.
so this
That's how
is
we
an
know.
instance of God doing something evil then.
Like I said, we as human beings, we can look at it as being evil, something being evil.
Yeah,
But we
I
don't
know.
We don't know what caused him to react that way or to do what he did.
No, we know why he did it. He told you.
Because we don't have the mind. If I go out here and I did something to somebody, you don't know why I did that something to that person.
But God
Oh, you know what
but
you
God
heard.
told you why he did it. In the chapter, it's a response to David taking Bathsheba. What am I missing here? He tells you why he did it.
Well, I still wouldn't question why God did it.
But he told you why he did it.
And because he told me why he did it, I'm supposed to look at him as being evil.
Well, you said that sometimes God does something evil, so it's a really easy question. If sometimes God does something that's evil, then it seems like this is one of those cases where God is doing something evil.
So let's say I did something evil, and knew me as a person as being good, but I did something evil. Would that make me altogether a bad person?
I never said that it would.
No, but I'm asking you that question. Would that make me still a bad person?
Well, it depends on what you did, to be honest.
Question for Christians.
Yeah, because I'm told by Christians that the reason why God has to send us to hell is because we're imperfect. If we've even committed one sin, we're guilty of the hellfire. So according to Christian logic, if you even commit one sin, you're evil. So
Yeah, but
it sounds like God's all evil then.
he sent us somebody to shed his blood so that we can
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about whether or not one sin makes somebody evil. So if one sin makes somebody evil, then God doing one evil thing makes God evil.
Well, that's the question I asked. If you knew me and you knew me as a good person, but I went and did something evil, do you think that altogether I'm an evil person?
No, I never said that. What I'm saying is your doctrine teaches that, not
I'm just
mine.
giving an example.
Auntie, follow me. Just follow me for 5 seconds. Your doctrine teaches that if you commit one wrong act, that you're bad. Not mine. I'm an atheist. I don't believe that stuff. I think that good people do bad things sometimes. It's your doctrine that says that we're evil if we've only committed even just one sin. So by the same logic, if God commits evil, then he's all evil.
We were born in sin. When we came into this world,
I didn't ask for that. I didn't ask to be born in sin.
You didn't ask to, but you were here.
Well, who decided that I was going to be born in sin?
Your mother and father.
Who decided that being born
Your
is a
mother and
sin?
Excuse me?
Who decided that being born is going to be a sin?
I said you were born into sin. I
Who
didn't say you were
decided
born sin,
that
but
being
you were
born
into sin.
is going to be a sin?
Because of Adam and Eve.
Auntie, listen to my question. Who decided what sins are?
God.
Okay, so me being born into sin wasn't my decision. God made up what the sins were. He decided that every time a human being is born, they're going to be born in sin. That was his decision.
No. when Adam and Eve went against what he proposed to them, then that's when sin came in.
I know.
They
Yeah.
didn't obey.
But how could they? They didn't know right from wrong. Did they know that disobedience was wrong?
They were born with choices.
Did they know that disobedience was
They
wrong?
were created with choices.
Auntie, I need you to listen to my actual question.
Listen, let
Did
me
they
ask you
know
this.
that disobedience was wrong?
Did they know this? I can't say whether they did or not.
Well, they couldn't have. They didn't know right from wrong yet. They didn't know right from wrong until they ate from the tree.
They didn't know that they were going to fall into sin.
That's not my question. My question is whether or not
No,
they
but I'm
knew
saying to you, they didn't know
that
they were gonna
disobedience.
fall into- Like, when you have your
Auntie,
children-
slow down.
Let me
Just,
say this.
you're not saying
say-
anything. I need you to
If
focus.
you have your children,
Auntie, you're not going to make another pivot. I need a yes or no from you. Did they know that disobedience was wrong before they ate the fruit? She's probably still talking. I had to mute her so I can ask her the question for the 10th time. That's right, Josie. I like her too. I just wish she would actually answer a question. Yeah, everyone in the chat already knows the answer. The answer is no. If the tree gave them the knowledge of good and evil, then they didn't know what good and evil was until they ate from the tree, which means God destined them to eat from the tree. Which means if me being born into sin was a product of Adam and Eve, then God destined that to be the case. This wasn't a surprise. Nobody was caught off guard here. That's why Ephesians chapter 1 says that we were chosen in Jesus Christ before the foundation of the world. Same thing in the book of Revelation, I think chapter 13 says Christ was slain before the foundation of the world, and everyone's names were written in the book of the Lamb. Auntie has no idea how to unmute herself, apparently. Auntie! I sent her an unmute request. Send her another one.
Poor Auntie.
you're laughing at me, right?
No, we're definitely not.
You're laughing at me. Okay.
We're laughing with you. Okay, so it was an easy yes or no. Did Adam and Eve know what right and wrong were before they ate from the fruit?
They know obedience.
But that's not an answer to my question. Do they know what right and wrong is?
They knew obedience. So
Do they know what right and wrong is? I will ask you 100 times until you answer the question.
Listen, they knew.
Knew what? What did they know?
They knew. The tree that they ate from.
All right, Auntie, since you can't be honest with me, I've got to move on to the next guest. But thank you so much for playing, okay? All right. We've got some people waiting to get in. Burns was next in line, and then Isaac, and then Cassidy, and then Joycey, and then Dan. That's the order I've got. If the queue gets any bigger, I'll probably lose track. So Burns, you're up.
I'm excited.
It's going to be fantastic. Burns was waiting in the queue for a little bit. Hopefully they're still here. If not, we'll move over to Isaac. Pem, thank you so much for sending out 5 subscriptions. I really appreciate that, Pem. Big W for Pem. At least that's what I read on the screen. It said...
There's lots of them, I think.
It looks like 5 new people got subscriptions. Big thank you for that. We've got another person in the guest queue. Burns is not connecting. I can only assume Burns is not actually here anymore. So Burns, if you're here and just don't have your phone on you, you're welcome to come back. We're going to get Isaac up in here next. Isaac, welcome in. Isaac? Maybe he can't hear. Isaac, are you with us?
I'm not sure if it's set up right.
Isaac, I can hear a lot.
I can't hear anything.
One second. It's up to you. I'll have to do something else.
Yeah, his thing's all jacked up. Hold on, let me disconnect Isaac. Something's going on with his connection. It was just a complete full-on background noise. Did anyone in the chat hear Isaac? Yeah, you said it was super muffled? Yeah, it was muffled pretty bad. I don't know what's going on there. All right, we got Dan coming in next. Welcome in, Dan.
Oh, you have a person.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can everyone hear Dan? Sounds like he was on the ISS. Yeah, it did sound like that. Kay, thank you so much for the $2 super chat on YouTube. Kay says, is there something in the New Testament that is anti-polygamy? There's only one potential passage in the New Testament that's anti-polygamy, and it is
can you hear me?
in one of the pastoral epistles, but it's not clear that it's about having multiple wives.
I have like 2 loops going right now.
Oh, really? One second.
Like you're talking. You just said, thank you so much for the $2 on super chat. There's something in the New Testament that is anti-something.
You can hear me twice, huh?
Anti-polygamy?
I can't hear the guest at all, but that might just be me.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Could it be my end somehow?
It might be. What about now? Can you hear me now?
No, I hear myself.
I don't know if I count. I hear you, but I don't hear him. So
Yeah, that's weird. You can hear all three. The TikTok audience can hear everybody, but for some reason Dan can't hear me, which is weird. Jaden, thank you for the $5 super chat. Jaden says, y'all here for fun. I'm here to see if I'm going to place called hell or not. We are not the same. I
can hear you, but I still hear a second voice.
Let me see one second real quick. If there's a microphone setting. That's whack.
you're too old to say whack.
I know. You know, well, that word was popular back when I was a particular age.
Back in the day. I can't talk. I'm literally sitting here knitting.
What about now? Is the double talk gone?
Still hear double talk. Wait a minute. I think you
now
got
I can't even hear him, of course.
Oh, no.
I hate Streamlabs so much. I have no idea why it refuses to operate appropriately. Give me 1 second. I know why I can't hear him now. I just can't seem to figure out how to get everything working all at once.
Nope, it's still there.
Anyways, Dan, I do not know why you're hearing me twice. I legitimately tested this before. Let me look at one thing first real quick. Okay, what about now? Is it better? Now you can't hear me at all, can you? I don't know why you can't hear me. My microphone is turned on. Everyone can hear me but the guest. Dan, I'm talking, but no one can hear me. I don't know what to do. All right, we'll go on to Burns. Sorry, Dan, I gotta cut you. We'll figure this out later. Burns came back, and Dan, Jacob came back. Maybe Jacob's technical stuff is working. For now, we'll get Burns in here, and we'll try to keep on moving. Eventually, we'll figure out how to make this work properly. Welcome in, Burns.
Hello.
Burns, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I am over 18, yes, and I'm not a believer, but I have faith, though.
Faith in what?
Well, I have faith in a higher power.
Which one?
My own one.
Your what?
My own one. I don't follow a religion. Like, I was baptized a Christian and all that. My father's Catholic and all that, but I don't follow any of that.
Okay.
Basically.
All right, then. So you're not a Christian?
Well, I am a Christian, but not a practicing one. I believe in my own
Okay.
way. If
Do you
get
believe
me.
in Jesus?
I believe that he probably did exist, but yeah,
Okay. All
that's
right.
about as far as it goes.
Do you believe that he's God?
Um, I believe that he portrayed himself as the Son of God. Do you know?
Okay, so you don't
But
believe,
like,
so you're definitely not a Christian. Okay, that's all I need. Well, we're just talking to Christians tonight, okay?
okay, no bother.
All right, cheers. Good to hear from you, Burns. All right, Dan came back. Dan, let's test your equipment again, see if it works. Dan,
Hello,
is it
can you hear
working this
me?
time?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I cannot hear Dan. Can anyone hear Dan?
Hello,
I
anyone
can't
hear
hear
me?
Dan. Wait 1
Nobody.
second. Dan, I cannot hear you, and I don't know if anyone else can. I can hear you
Can
now if
you
I
hear
turn
me? Can
that.
you hear me?
I can hear you now,
Can you hear
yeah.
me? You can?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sarah, you can't
I
hear
can.
him, but I can hear him.
Yeah, it looks like the chat can't either. Oh, wait, now they can. Ignore me.
All
Can
right.
you hear me?
Well, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You can.
All right, I think we're good.
And I think last time the problem was I had the browser opened in another tab.
That could be. That is a possibility, yep.
Yep.
All right, so what we're doing here is a little bit of game, and I've randomized 70 Bible verses, and I'm rotating the cage, drawing one out bingo style, and then reading it with the guest, and then having a dialogue about the passage with the guest.
Okay.
Now, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I am 18 and I am kind of deconstructing a little bit, but mostly a believer.
Okay, fair enough. All right, Bella, thank you for becoming a 6-month subscriber. I appreciate that. Big W, Bella. All right, so first passage then, we'll get going. Oops, sorry. There we go. I really need 3 hands here. All right, Deuteronomy 22:28. Deuteronomy 22 for the win. Lots of gems in Deuteronomy 22. All right, so I'll put it on the screen, but you probably can't see the screen, but everyone else can see it. I'll read it. It says, if a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered. It looks like I need verse 29 as well. There we go. The man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife, because he has violated her. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. Have you read this one before?
I have, I think so.
That's a tough one, right? What's the punishment for committing adultery in the Bible?
Murder.
Yeah, basically, right? If you commit adultery and you're found out, you get executed. Okay, but as it turns out, if the woman is not married, if she's a virgin but she's unbetrothed, in that particular case, you don't get executed. You're just forced to marry her, and she'll be your wife forever. Do you think that's like the appropriate punishment for this crime?
No, I don't. I think that's pretty wrong.
Right, yeah, that's a tough one. That's not the reaction I was hoping for. It's also interesting. It says that the 50 shekels of silver will go to the young woman's father, because the crime is technically against him, not against her.
Well, that's good. Who doesn't like money?
She doesn't get anything out of this.
I brought her into this world. I'm getting something. I'm just kidding.
You're not too far off. You're pretty close to the head of that nail, actually.
I'm just going off of what my God's telling me.
I get
should
it.
rejoice for the shekels.
Right, yeah. Yep, just watch out for the shekel shot. Okay, so this passage can't seem good. The problem that we have with the passage is that all the laws in Deuteronomy were given by God.
Right.
Right. So what does that mean for Deuteronomy? Does it mean that God is barbaric, or does it mean that possibly Deuteronomy isn't actually speaking for God?
Speaking for God.
That's the better of the two choices, right?
Mm-hmm.
That leads us down a difficult path, and you're already deconstructing, so you already know where this goes, which is if we can kind of like take different parts of the Bible and say, well, God didn't really say that. You know, what's our measuring stick? What's our tool for determining what actually is from God?
Our tool would be, if God is real, how do we prove that he's real first?
Well, I'm going to grant you that he is for now.
Okay.
Right. So
then,
if he's real, but some of the Bible is inspired by God and some of it's not, if some of it's true and some of it's false, how could I know what parts are true or false?
You just have to compare text and see if they line up.
Sure. Well, I know some Christians who would say that the Torah are the most solid foundation of the Old Testament. And then they might say, well, maybe the prophets didn't speak for God, but we know God for sure spoke to Moses, right? What would we tell my friend? They're Messianic. They go to a Messianic church.
So I'm thinking like I've been taught to think. And we say that the Bible says that God has a certain people, right? And he talks about that people and their qualities of how they are, like united and worshiping together and stuff like that. And I would pick which religion does that the most, or which one has the best fruitage, and go off of that.
Yeah, it sounds to me like what you're suggesting is that you're determining what parts of the Bible are true based on the parts of it essentially that you more or less like and will fit into your conception of God.
Yes. Fuck.
Right? Because if you believe in a God that's good, that wouldn't do horrible things, then we'd have to throw some of it out, right?
Yes.
But I've got a friend. Actually, I don't know if he's a friend. He's a guy who spends a lot of time talking about me here on TikTok, who claims that God is not all good. That there's is clear evidence from the scripture that he is good, but sometimes he does things that are not good. Would that be a rational way of looking at it? Can God still be? Yeah. Can he still be God if he's not all good?
I don't know. I don't know if it says anywhere that he can't be bad.
Right.
So I would say he can. He's like, if we were made in his image, we get pissed off and do stupid shit. He should be able to get pissed off and do stupid shit times a million.
And he does. He almost wipes out all of Israel in like Exodus chapter 32. And Moses has to talk him off the ledge. It's like, no, don't. You brought him all the way out here. Don't execute him now, you know. So he does. He's got a bit of a temper.
So, like, when somebody does something bad, like, I don't know, somebody steals something or has a problem with stealing. I think about why do they have this problem, right? What causes them to be this way? Something made them that way, right? Mm-hmm. Something happened in their life, the way they were raised, that they had to steal to survive or whatever. And when you figure that out, you have more sympathy for these people. What if like I do that with people, try to understand them and have sympathy. What if we should have that for God? Like, what if he got pissed off sometime and he's just acting out of rage, and we're like, why are you doing this, fucker? He's like, you fucking pissed me off. I said don't eat on the couch. And he's like, just how many times do the Israelites screw up? And I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like if you believe in a God that is like capricious and angry and hostile, to me, that strikes me as a
like
God.
My father growing up.
Right. Yes, that strikes me as a God that was invented by mankind, not a God that told us the way he was. Because it's hard for me to imagine if there is a God that literally created everything, just spoke it all into existence. Nothing could surprise him. Nothing could upset him. He knows the beginning from the end, right? So when I read about the God of the book, I think to myself, this is clearly a God that somebody invented. You know?
That's true.
Is it possible that God exists, but it's just not the God of the Bible?
Yes, that is where I'm feeling.
That's what I'm seeing too. Yeah. Listen, there's a lot of people that deconstruct that still believe in God, but they just realize that Christianity isn't really the way to go. And I think that's a perfectly honest position to be in. I know some people turn out to be like atheists like me, but not everyone does that. Some people still believe in God once they leave the faith, you know?
So what about, I know some people who talk about spirits and they're like able to communicate with spirits. Like I feel if spirits are real, then, or ghosts even, because some like people that I know, they say they've seen ghosts. Like if ghosts are real, to me that means demons are real, and if demons are real, that means God's real and angels are real.
Well,
that's why I've never seen a ghost or witnessed anything like that, and I think like if I did, I would shit my pants, have a heart attack. And if I survived that, like I would become a full-on believer and start preaching whatever religion it got. I'd like say, tell me what you want from me. And I would go fucking do it. Right. Unless it was like murder and making abortions.
Yeah, I get that. And so, okay. So the thing is, if it happens to be that God is real, it could also be true, right, that we'll say spirits or ghosts or other type of entities, like spiritual entities, it's perfectly plausible that other entities exist as well. But it doesn't mean that it needs to be the Christian God. There could still be a spirit world, there could still be God, and it could still not be the God of the Bible. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because in every religion, you've got spirits. You've got in Islam, you've got the jinn. Something very similar exists in Hinduism. I'm glad that you're exploring the options on the table rather than just marrying yourself to the tradition that you probably grew up in. But I would say that maybe now is a good time to dump the book. Just dump the book and start thinking to yourself, if God does exist, what would I expect the God to be like? Because he can't be the God of this book. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I am on that path, but I'm also preparing myself for how to respond when I do come out and say that.
You don't have to tell anyone, family. By the way. Like,
that's true.
You don't owe anybody anything. Like, I was a stone cold atheist for years before I told anyone. You don't have to worry about what people think about you. You don't even have to tell them. I've got family members that are no longer believers, and nobody knows it except for me, because they can tell me I'm open about it, right? So like, when you're ready, and you'll know when you're ready. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. I'm good.
Well, I gave you lots to think about, Dan.
I'm sorry I didn't debate you much, but
That's okay. Don't worry. That happens. We're here to help too.
all right, thank you.
All right, cheers. Great to hear from you, Dan. You get some big W's for Dan. Deconstructing's hard. A lot of us already went through it. Sorry, Sarah, that you can't hear it. Everyone can hear it but you, apparently.
Listening to this side of it, he sounded lovely, though.
He was delightful. He had a slight, ever so slight, either like Canadian or Minnesotan accent. But anyways, Godly Entertainment Live. Thank you for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate it. Godly Entertainment says, if the Bible claimed God is capable of both good and evil and is capable of making mistakes, but is trying its best, making adjustments as time goes on, then we would actually have a more consistent God. I agree, right? So if we didn't have, Taylor Tom, thank you so much for the paint. If we didn't have some conceptions of God in the Bible that paint him as like this omni-deity, then he would be a much more believable deity. But being that he, at some point after the exile, he takes on these omni characteristics, to me, is a lot less believable. But the question that you would ask next is like, okay, well, if God is learning and making mistakes and, doesn't actually know all things, just has special knowledge, then like, I don't know, what makes us think that we should worship this thing? I don't know. And why would we think that it even wants to be worshipped? If it's more like us, then I'm inclined to believe that the God wouldn't want or need worship for anything. Is he insecure? What's going on?
He does seem to be jealous.
He does get jealous. Yeah. Welcome in, Isaac. How you doing?
Is my sound quality better?
We're good now. Yes, everyone can hear you crisp and clear.
Okay. I'm over 18, and yes, I'm a believer.
Fantastic. So you've been watching for a little bit, so I don't have to explain the rules to you. We'll go right away and we'll select at random our next Bible passage. There we go. I need a bigger desk so I can just keep this on the desk, but my desk is tiny. I need one of those mahogany desks that curve around. I will never get one because I'm cheap. But this is going to be 2 Samuel 21, verses 1 through 9. 2 Samuel 21, verses 1 through 9.
Okay.
And you can't see the screen, but for everyone who can, I will put it on the screen, and I'll read it, of course. Okay. Yeah. It says, now there was famine in the days of David for 3 years, year after year. And David inquired of the Lord. The Lord said, there is blood guilt on Saul and on his house, because he has put the Gibeonites to death. So the king called the Gibeonites and spoke to them. Now the Gibeonites were not the people of Israel, but of the remnant of the Amorites. Although the people of Israel had sworn to spare them, Saul had tried to wipe them out in his zeal for the people of Israel and Judah. And we can read more if we need to later, but basically what's happened here is when Saul was still king, Saul tried to wipe out the Gibeonites, which he shouldn't have done because the Israelites swore to protect them. Because of that, God was upset that Saul did that, so he sent a famine in Israel. So basically what we're reading here is that because Saul committed a sin, God is punishing all of Israel with a famine, including the Gibeonites, by the way. The Gibeonites are part of the famine because they're living in Israel. So why is God punishing everybody for Saul's sin?
Why is God punishing everybody for Saul's sin?
Yeah.
I mean, it will come up or there's some consistency to say how do I put this? Like recently I saw a police car driving down my alleyway with its lights off, and the people just a small context. And the people that are living there probably would have wanted to know.
Can you speak up a little bit better? Some of the people in the chat are having trouble hearing you.
There was recently a police car that was driving down an alleyway.
Much better.
Next to next to some people that would have wanted to know late at night whether or not there was a police car driving in their alleyway with the lights off. And I saw it, but I didn't know whether seems like I was put in a weird position where if I didn't tell somebody that there was police cars driving up, then it seems like I agree with the police, or if I don't do it, then it seems like I agree with the other people, or something like that. So by some casual event, I was put in a position that I didn't want to be in, which is that I had to take a side, kind of. And for the Lord to rule and to not do something, to do something or not do something, he is often accused either way. If he didn't punish Saul, then people would say God does not do anything. If he did punish Saul, or if he did correct, then it's known where I myself would have said that the Lord either doesn't correct or he does correct. And the Lord's in a weird position as far as having to engage with people that are rebellious, which is like, how do you walk the line of,
who committed the sin?
Saul. Saul. Well, okay. Saul didn't commit the sin by himself. Saul represents Saul, the armies had to agree to take Saul's orders, right?
So Saul gave command to the army, and his military officer would have been Abner. So Abner would have given commands to the military, and then the military would have executed the commands. So that's the chain of command. So at most, what we have here is we've got guilt of Saul, Abner, and the army. But famines affect everybody. A famine affects the child that was just born yesterday, the widow, the nursing mother. It affects everybody. So is there a reason why God had to punish everybody for this sin?
It's like the Amalekites, even. Like the soldiers of Amalek, they're the ones that did the error, right? But instead God whooped out all of the Amalekites.
Yeah, that's right. And when did he do it?
Saul was told to, right?
Yeah, Saul was. It was 400 years after the sin. So 400 years after Amalek did the thing that God didn't like, then God said, go wipe them out. Amalek didn't have anything to do with that. Their ancestors had been long gone.
So, it comes up, it'll come up, the two wrong choice kind of position I was trying to bring up earlier, which is, somebody else doing something, you are part of it by agreeing. Sometimes you're in an unfortunate position where you have to agree or disagree with something, right? And doing one or the other, both of them are kind of a position you have to take, unfortunately, that not doing something is about as much, right? A culpability. You're about as culpable to not do something, and you're not doing something than doing something.
Is God capable of punishing only the guilty people?
Well, so here's, I'm talking about the guilt of agreement, or the guilt of expedition, or not standing up against something that the Lord would not have had happen.
Right, but the famine affects everybody in the land. Every single person in the land. So I'm figuring out if the only guilty parties are Saul, and then by consequence the army, right? Could God have punished Saul and the army without punishing all of Israel?
Well, all of Israel when it comes to war, I want to say that all of Israel could be culpable to the activity. All of Israel had to, all of Israel could have overthrown Saul, right? Saul could have, perhaps, right?
So
they could have not fed the armies, or they could have asked the Lord.
Because the Israelite nursing mothers didn't stop the army from doing what the army does, they're on the hook for it?
Well, you're going to talk about individuals. Individuals are not necessarily broadly described as culpable to famine. Individuals might have had a store against the famine. An individual that was keen for the Lord might have told them to take up wheat. He's taking a famine, right? We're talking, generally speaking, Israel could be described as generally culpable. And generally speaking, the famine is general as well. A general famine doesn't
mean... Is my
that
mom guilty for the crimes committed in Vietnam?
So there is an aspect of transgression called, or complacency. The Lord would have me account for not. Well, he said, "He is not with me, is against me." right? The Lord drew the line in the sand as far as the kind of things that you might be described as having blood in your hands concerning.
I know you're trying to explain this away, but I just asked a yes or no question. Is my
I don't know.
mom responsible for what happened in Vietnam?
Well, I'm not the judge. Right? The Lord would be the judge. I don't exactly know what kind of metrics he uses here.
I'm using the same metric you did. The metric was that the Israelites didn't stop the Israelite army from doing what the Israelite army did, and therefore the guilt is placed upon all of Israel. So does that mean all of America, even my own mother, is guilty for what happened during Vietnam?
What would she say?
My mom would say, hell no, of course not. My mom had nothing to do with Vietnam.
Does she agree with what happened in Vietnam?
My mom is neutral on the stance.
My
dad was against Vietnam. My mom was neutral.
There's a question of neutrality is a real position, right?
I'm just asking you, is my mom guilty for what happened in Vietnam?
Is your mom guilty for what happened in Vietnam? I mean, there are concerns to be had, right? Like, you bring up a point that neutrality, like, people will say they're neutral when you might say that neutrality doesn't exist.
No, neutrality does exist. My mom didn't follow politics and war back then. She had no idea really what was happening.
So I'm not talking specifically about Vietnam, right? Like, Vietnam is an event with an event that spanned time, right? Time still. All right, we still pay reparations to certain countries. Does she pay reparations? Does she not? You know what I mean? Like, neutrality is hardly. You're gonna have to agree with or denounce.
I do not know what you mean. I'm just simply put: should my mom be punished for the crimes committed by the U.S. military?
I'm not the judge. The question is rather whether or not the Lord would.
But it is. When we read the Bible, you're okay saying that all of these people, it's okay them being punished because they didn't step in and stop the invading army. But when I apply it to a real life situation that affects real people that we actually know, all of a sudden you get real sheepish. I'm just trying to figure out if these people are all guilty of the crime of Saul's army, then are all of us guilty of the crimes of our army? Like, am I guilty for what we did in Afghanistan?
Okay, well, when it comes to judgment, there's an aspect of judgment that deals with the breadth of report.
I don't know why you can't say yes or no.
No, it matters. Why yes or no, right? Can I say neutral, or I don't necessarily agree with your? I don't necessarily.
You can say I don't know, but just mumbling about a different topic isn't an answer.
Not necessarily a yes or no question. It's a question of judgment. You're asking me if I think so, right? You're asking if I think so.
I'm asking you your opinion. I'm hoping for a yes, no, or a maybe, or an I don't know. Miles, thank you for the subscription. And Deepers, thank you for the $2 super chat. Deepers wants to know where we can get Doug gear. You can find Doug gear in the shop in our Discord. Go to my link tree, follow the link all the way down to our Discord. You'll find a merchandise shop in there. And there should be some Doug gear in their merchandise shop. So, according to you...
I don't know. I'll say I don't know.
Okay, I don't know is fair. Okay, so then how come you know it when we're talking about the biblical passage?
Well, I'm saying I don't know there too. You're saying...
Okay, because you sounded like you did know when we talked about it prior. You said that the reason why the famine came was because they're all guilty.
Well, the Lord didn't make exposition on that specific judgment. I mean, again, assuming, right? Like, his exposition on his judgment or his metrics on his judgment may have been great, and I can't say why the Lord would act this way here and perhaps a different way there, not knowing the full exposition of his judgment, right?
Sure.
And it matters, right? Would you speak on something you don't know about?
No, I wouldn't. And I don't know is always a fair answer. Hollywood, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that.
The Lord would be described as being in a position to know the full description, the full thing that he's judging, whereas my scope is not great enough to have judgments, right? So just by means of his vantage, he would be described as having a full scope on the thing he judges. And unless he exposits his position to me, I can't say I agree or know exactly why he judged the way he judged unless he tells me.
Sure. Well, let's read the rest of the passage because there's more to it, actually. So what happened was they called the Gibeonites in and said, hey, listen, the Gibeonites, because God told them the blood guilt is because of what Saul did to the Gibeonites. And you know what blood guilt is? When someone has blood guilt, you're required to respond by executing somebody from the other side. So it says that let 7 sons be handed over to us that we may impale them before the Lord at Gibeon on the mountain of the Lord. The king said, I will hand them over. But the king spared Mephibosheth, the son of Saul's son Jonathan, because of the oath of the Lord that was between David and Jonathan, son of Saul. And the king took 2 of the sons of Rizpah, daughter of Ai, whom she bore to Saul. So and they selected 7 of them. Then it says, the 7 of them perished together. They were put to death on the first day of the harvest, at the beginning of the harvest. In fact, in verse 9 it even says, on the mountain of the Lord. He gave them over to the hands of the Gibeonites, and they impaled them on the mountain before the Lord. And then, what does God do? God says, great, you executed 7 of Saul's random family members. Now I will end the famine. So God was appeased by a seemingly impaling of 7 random family members of Saul. Some of them would have been little children at the time that the crime happened.
And my response.
Mm-hmm.
And my response is I don't find it necessarily inconsistent with the testimony at large for the mourning of young children or when children are put to death, since the testimony includes the fact that he'll resurrect the dead. So pretty much all judgment or all mourning is ultimately reconciled with the death before judgment rather than the death before in the flesh. So it's almost a non-issue.
It's a non-issue. So because people go to the afterlife after they die, it's okay to execute people at random.
They're going to die anyway, right?
Everyone's going to die. So you're pro-abortion then?
I'm not. That's how to put this? That's not a necessary stance. I don't see.
Do you have a problem with it? I mean, everyone's going to die.
I don't see why I have to talk about some other description more than the one at hand. Or, I mean, unless
you said that everybody's going to die, so it's okay that they were executed at random. So, if everyone's going to die, then why are we saving anyone's life? Why do we have doctors trying to save people's lives from cancer and heart attacks? If they're all going to die, just let them die.
No, people will die, but ultimately, the testimony suggests testimony says that all death ultimately will be a death of judgment, right? Not a death of trauma or casualty, but the death of judgment, righteous judgment. So
where does it say that?
The judgment of the Lord, that the second death and so on.
The second death has nothing to do with how we die on the earth. The second death is Revelation 21:8, where you get thrown into the lake of fire after you're already dead the first time.
Okay.
Right. So if everyone's going to die anyways, that doesn't mean that we can execute people randomly. But listen, we beat this horse pretty dead. Want to do another one?
It's not as difficult a thing to engage with, right? Like they're going to die, right?
Okay, yeah. So you're
what's the implication? Like what's do you have an implication about it being wrong to do? Why shouldn't they?
Do you think human life is valuable?
Yes.
Okay. So does God think human life is valuable?
Yes.
So it's okay to kill valuable human life randomly?
Well, as it says, if for it is appointed for man to die once, and after that is the judgment. Man's concerns about the value of human life is concerning everlasting life, right?
No. Does our human life here have value?
Oh, it has this life is for coming to the Lord, effectively.
Does it have value? Does our human existence on this planet right now have value?
It has the sole value of the Lord's salvation.
Okay, so then the only thing that matters is that people end up in heaven after.
Yes.
Okay, so then you're pro-abortion.
Pro or not pro, I'm pro-Lord, right?
I'm sure you are. All right, let's do another Bible verse. This is fun. Round and round she goes. Where she stops, only Yahweh knows. All right, the next one we've got. Oh, this is a fun one. It is Numbers 15, 32 through 36. Numbers 15. I'll pull it up and get it on the screen. All right. When the Israelites were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. Those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses, Aaron, and the whole congregation. They put him in custody because it was not clear what should be done to him. Then the Lord said to Moses, "The man shall be put to unalivement. All the congregation shall stone him outside of the camp." The whole congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him till he was unalive, just as the Lord commanded Moses. So we've got a man in Numbers 15 who accidentally violated the Sabbath. And rather than saying, hey, you can't actually pick up sticks on the Sabbath, don't do it again, God said, nah, execute him. That's a good thing?
So accident, I don't remember saying accidentally.
Yeah, I'll read it again. Keith, thank you for the $5 super chat. Keith says, similarly, as Santa was a real person who turned into a mythical figure, we shouldn't forget about Vlad the Impaler turning into Dracula we know today. That's a good one, Keith. I appreciate that. I'm going to use that in the future. So in the passage, I'll pull it up. It says that they put him into custody because it was not clear what should be done to him, right? And then what did they do? They sought the advice of God. That's why God then jumped in and said, execute him.
Okay. But right. As far as him picking them up accidentally or breaking the Sabbath accidentally?
Yeah, because we already know that breaking the Sabbath is a death penalty. There's no question about that. The question here is whether or not picking up sticks is actually a violation of the Sabbath rule.
Yeah, I mean, as far as, like, I tend to think, which is not, this is not necessarily, this is just, I tend to wonder at least if, I don't really ask about it, if he was picking up sticks to make a fire with, though I suppose you can't assume that from him picking up sticks. Anyway, it says they asked the Lord, right? So I suppose the Lord knew, again, concerning, like, within his scope, what the judgment was.
Yeah, the Lord knew, but nobody else knew, right? So we've got this case that's clearly on the fringe, where this guy who doesn't actually know if he's violating the Sabbath, nobody knows, not even Moses.
Oh, but the Lord did. I mean, the Lord would have.
Of course, yeah, God obviously would have, right? So you think it was okay to execute this guy who didn't actually know he was breaking the Sabbath?
Well, it doesn't say he didn't know that necessarily, right?
It didn't say that they knew. That's why they had to inquire of the Lord.
Right. So who did know or would have known that?
Only God did. That's why they inquired of the Lord.
Okay, so the Lord's judgment was the stoning. So
obviously,
would that allude to the fact that he did know he was breaking the Sabbath?
No.
For example, it says later, like, if any man's, how's it going? Something about if a man sin unto himself, it's a sin unto himself or something like that. For example, if he didn't know he was breaking the Sabbath, but he said, even if it was, I'm going to pick them up or something like that, right? That kind of dialogue the Lord would have been familiar with as far as his own personal intent to break the Sabbath.
But nobody knew he was breaking the Sabbath. That's my point.
Well, we don't know.
Not even Moses knew he was breaking the Sabbath. That's why Moses had to inquire.
Okay, but there's such a thing as breaking the law intentionally, intentionally breaking the law as you perceive the law to be enforced or whatever.
But you can still break the law. How does this guy know he's breaking the law when Moses doesn't even know he's breaking law?
Like, I know stealing from the store is not illegal. I know stealing from the store is illegal, but I don't know what statute. I don't know exactly what statute that is. Right. But I do know it's wrong.
How does this guy know that picking up sticks is a violation of the Sabbath if Moses doesn't even know?
How do I put this? You can still choose to do wrong, not knowing you can still choose to do wrong, not necessarily. you're perhaps if whether or not he acted in a place of contrariness or a place of vagary that he thought
Contrary to what? Where'd he go, Isaac? The Lord took him. Well, while he's figuring out what's wrong with his audio, Godly Entertainment, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W, Godly. I appreciate that. Godly says, Abraham and Moses both challenged God on his decisions. They at least tried to reason with God before he commanded mass genocide. It disappoints me that other biblical characters and modern Christians don't do this. I agree. And, you know, if you read the Talmud and you read some of the Jewish literature, oh, he ran. He's gone. I don't know. Maybe he got a phone call, but he's gone now. If you read the other Jewish literature, it's pretty clear that they are quite willing to argue with God about God's morality and why God does anything. So, yeah, why don't more people do it? I don't know. And if the Jewish people were okay questioning God, and even Moses does, Abraham does, a bunch of people do, then why do we think that human beings no longer have a right? You know, I guess they're taking it from the book of Job, you know, because Job basically gets smacked down. God gives him the smackdown in like chapter 39 about, you know, who are you, O mortal, you know, to question God, gird your loins, because now I will question you, or something of that nature. But we've got Deconstruction 420 in the house from the YouTube stream. Welcome in, Deconstruction 420.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. Yeah, hey, so I just wanted to start out with the thanks. Your stream has been pretty awesome. I consider it kind of like deconversion therapy almost for myself.
Thanks.
Yeah, I don't want to ramble on, but basically I'd say I'm pretty much like 99% deconstructed at this point. And I have like probably like 1% in me that's still like kind of lingering there in my mind. So
Sure.
I had some questions to run by you. It's not exactly like debate format or anything, but
Sure. Yeah.
That's cool with you.
I would also recommend jumping into my link tree when you get a chance and joining our Discord community. It's a Discord full of people deconstructing. We're getting bigger and bigger every day. I think we're going to hit 1,000 people before the end of the year. So it's a good place for people to be. And not everyone in there are atheists like me. There's a lot of people that are still believers, or they're on the fence, or they're into paganism, you name it.
Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out.
Sure. So
Awesome.
what's in your mind?
Yeah, so I have a few questions.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is, so is it possible that, like the original true real Bible is somehow still out there, and the only copies we have are basically just like corrupted, mangled, copies of copies? And if that's the case, should we still like pursue and try to find that like true Bible? Because like we know the one we have is clearly just full of contradictions and historical bullcrap. So
yeah, I agree. So when it comes to the actual historical text, I don't think we're going to find a lot of books. Like, we're not going to find any historical originals of the first 5 books. Theoretically, when those would have been written, that they would have been written on theoretically tablets, and they would have been clay tablets. And here's the weird thing. So at the time that these books were written, if they were writing on clay tablets, they would have needed like thousands of them, because they wouldn't have been writing in cuneiform. They would have been writing in Proto-Sinaitic script, or even Proto-Phoenician script, something similar to the Moabites, but even a precursor to that. And it takes a lot of space, actually, to make that script. It's not like writing on a sheet of paper, right? So that's why we don't really have any of these texts, is because realistically they weren't written down, because it would have been impractical to write all that on tablets. But people could write it on parchment, on papyrus, which was popular in Egypt. If they wrote it on papyrus, then that would be more practical, but it wouldn't survive the test of time. Papyrus is very fragile. And so I would not expect that the first 5 books of Moses exist anywhere on papyrus. almost the only papyrus that's ever been preserved from that time period has been like encased on like a mummy's mask between layers of paper mache, so that they've been basically sealed and preserved, or that they've been put in like burial tombs that have been shut off to the elements and to the outside world, so they didn't really deteriorate. So it, you know, if something was ever written on papyrus for the first 5 books of Moses, I just don't expect to ever find them. But what we do have is some texts that are written on vellum, leather. And to be fair, the script that is being used, that is written from this time period, matches the time period of the materials. And to be quite honest, I wouldn't expect to find manuscripts that go back anywhere prior to the 7th century. I don't think we're ever going to discover any biblical manuscripts older than the 7th century. The oldest thing we have is 2 little silver amulets called the Ketef Hinnom scrolls, and somebody etched out a tiny little blessing from the book of Numbers on these silver amulets. And the only reason why we have them today is because metal weathers much better than like parchment and whatnot. So I don't expect to find anything for the Old Testament. The New Testament, we might be able to find something. Like we have found quite a few manuscripts that are within like 100 to 150 years of Jesus. So it's possible that one day we'll discover a manuscript that dates roughly to his lifetime. I don't know, if it'll match what's in the manuscripts we have now, but that is a possibility. We might find some manuscripts that date to the time of Jesus. I just don't know what the likelihood of it is.
Got it. Yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah. Joanne, Dr. Joe, thank you so much for the $5 over Venmo. Dr. Joe says, I don't mind a heated debate, but I am totally enjoying this format and vibe. Keep up the great work. I appreciate that, Dr. Joe. Yeah, this is kind of a fun vibe for the night. But listen, if there's Christians in the stream, either on YouTube or TikTok, get in the box. We need some Christians to read the Bible passages with us. That's the whole point, is we can read these Bible passages. So right now we don't have any Christians in the queue. I can only assume that means that the Holy Spirit is weak right now. We need to get that Holy Spirit Wi-Fi pumped back up.
So someone just started busting out in tongues or something.
Yeah, that's what we need. Listen, if someone can speak in tongues, we can really get this thing going. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh, bro, you have no idea the stories I can tell you, man.
I used to go to a Pentecostal church. It gets pretty crazy.
Yeah. So that kind of actually segues into another question I had. So, I kind of fell into fundamentalism, I guess you could call it. I didn't know that's what it was called at the time, but I basically was just like, okay, if this is the truth, then I'm going to take it at face value. I'm going to literally take what's written in this book and run with it, right? Like, and so I was wondering, I was watching some sort of lecture, and they were saying that, oh, well, fundamentalism is actually like a very new concept, and that like historically that wasn't even really the way the Bible was interpreted or read, or like the faith was actually enacted. So
that's not really true. I know the talking point pretty well, actually, but that's not really true. The history of interpretation has been quite varied, right? So, for example, even during the Reformation, John Calvin was like executing heretics over in Geneva because they had a different doctrine. Same thing with the Catholic Church, right? They were executing heretics. In fact, Theodosius II, as early as like 380, I believe, was executing heretics, people who didn't believe in the Trinity, right? So we've seen fundamentalism rear its ugly head throughout history, but we've also seen liberalism spread as well. And so we've definitely had pockets within history and within different territories of both liberalism and fundamentalism. It just happens to be that, if you live in our time period, you can actually look back a couple hundred years and find a period in which liberalism was more prevalent and it gave way to fundamentalism. And so it might feel as though fundamentalism is new, but it's not really new. It's like cyclical, you know. It's just like I had a civics professor in high school who was amazing, and we were talking about the liberal versus conservative pendulum, and she says, you know, it doesn't matter who's in office. There's always a swing. Sometimes the swing is 10, 15, 20 years, but if you get somebody in liberal office too long, eventually it'll swing back towards Republican. And if it's too Republican, eventually it'll swing back. And religion has kind of been the same way. It swings back and forth between, you know, very dogmatic people, very dogmatic traditions, and then less dogmatic traditions.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I think just looking at like Old Testament all the way to the New, I can start to see sort of like evolutions and like, you know, sort of like different cadences of the beliefs at the time and how they evolved. Like I'm starting to see that now that I'm like kind of looking at it from the outside in.
Right.
Do you think Judaism historically had that same sort of pendulum swinging of like, you know, literal, figurative, or was it pretty much like literal? Like when they were writing this stuff down, was it like, this is literally history, this is like take it at face value? That's what it seems like.
Yeah, so some of it is yes and some of it's no. If you read the writings in the Talmud, and I recommend it, if you want to know anything about Judaism, I recommend reading the Talmud. You'll find a myriad of voices. You'll find some that were real sticklers for following the law of Moses, and some not so much. Some that thought the law of Moses were guidelines. And then you've got some that believe heavily in the oral law, the oral tradition, and some who don't. And you even had some, like the Sadducees, that didn't even believe in the prophets. They believed that the law of Moses was binding, but the law, everything from the prophets wasn't actually from God. And that's why the Sadducees, that's why they were so sad, you see, was because they didn't believe in the prophets. And the prophets were the only one that ever spoke about an afterlife. So the Sadducees didn't believe in a resurrection because they didn't believe in the prophets. And that's why they were so sad. And so there was a lot of diversity within Judaism, even in the first century. And I would say the people over in Qumran, where we found the Dead Sea Scrolls, they were really religious zealots. They were the most fundamentalist people you've ever met. Like they were bathing, 5-6 times a day in mikvahs. So it's definitely a variable a variable scale as to how people treated Judaism in terms of their interpretations. You know what I mean?
Got it. Yeah, that makes total sense.
But listen, I think Isaac came back. He must have got a phone call. I'm going to move back to Isaac and see if we can bring up another Bible passage with him.
Yeah. Sorry, I know this is not really like
no worries.
I appreciate you taking the time.
We had a break. Don't worry.
Yeah.
All
right. Thanks so much, man. Appreciate it.
Big W for Deconstruction 420. Big W for 420 too. I don't know where y'all live, but where I live, they finally figured it out and legalized the electric lettuce. So, we are taking the Lord's broccoli. I'm seeing the devil's broccoli now. All right, Isaac, welcome back. You must have got disconnected on us.
My phone died, dude.
Yeah, that happens. Hell, my phone's died in the middle of a live before. I used to stream my lives from my phone, which is a terrible idea. But I've had my live go down right in the middle of it because my phone was dead. But want to do another Bible passage?
Yes.
Cool. All right.
Okay. Pick up if you want.
There we go. Let's see what we got here. Remember, we got 70 verses to pick from, guys. Lots of variety. All right, this is a fun one. Revelation 21:8.
You just talked about that, huh?
I know, right? Where did I talk about that one? Revelation 21:8 says... Excuse me, I got a burp. All right. Get on the screen. It says, the cowardly, unbelieving, abominable, murderers, sexually immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burns with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. Question. When it says that the unbelieving will burned in the lake of fire. Yeah, I do hear an echo. Am I on speakerphone right now?
No.
It's
an echo. You shouldn't have an echo.
Yeah, I
It's
can
not for
hear
me, I don't
myself
think.
talking in your phone coming back to me.
I don't see why that would be me. I'm on the in-ear microphone. My microphone's. I'm not using any audio except for my ear.
You're using Bluetooth?
I'm using. I'm using a. Yeah, well, not Bluetooth, but I'm using a earpiece.
Yeah, can you
There's no audio.
Can you disconnect the earpiece for us?
It's not gonna. That was the old microphone. That's not gonna work. I already know about that. Let me see. 1 second.
I think it's the earpiece. Sometimes Bluetooth will do that to you. It wasn't terrible, Solo. I know it was minor.
Is it the same issue?
Yeah, it's better right now.
Okay.
Okay. So
I don't hear myself. Sorry.
Right. So if I, right, let me ask you a question. Who is the most best example of a Christian right now?
Well,
maybe like Paul Washer or something. I don't know.
Oh, a Christian right now?
Yeah.
Well, that's not really for me to say. I mean,
well, just somebody you like, someone you respect.
I like Young Bro. I like this musician called Young Bro.
Okay. Imagine for a second that I live an identical life to Young Bro. Is that his name, Young Bro?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's his handle.
Sure. The only difference is that I don't believe in Jesus and he does. Means that I go to the lake of fire. I go to the wailing and the gnashing of teeth, right? What I don't understand is why thought crimes need to be punished with torture.
So the new covenant of the Lord speaks to the Lord's inhabitation of the temple. That we should have a sufficiency in Christ concerning justification. We ourselves are not worthy of having so
what?
maintenance or a sufficiency or
sufficiency of what?
Judgment. Sufficiency concerning judgment and justification.
Right, but
power. For his power to be our sufficiency, for him to take responsibility for our justification, that we can possibly be holy forever, right? Where we are not worthy of that, but he is. Like his worthiness shall be our sufficiency unto eternal life. So
why?
As far as believing in the Lord, huh?
Why? Why is that dependent on me being convinced of something?
Well, it's not just so the conviction or the conviction is unto the purchase of the Lord, that you might be born again within his covenant, that by his grace in your life his power would be your sufficiency for justification. So it's not that, for example, if the Lord's auction was for me to give somebody $20 in the covenant, it's not I give somebody $20 according to my own standard, but because the Lord is with me, that he tells me to do this or he'll tell me to do that, and his auctions are suffice for my life.
Why do I need to believe in something for God to not torture me?
We can't enter into the covenant. You can't live forever without you couldn't live forever without the Lord, huh?
Why not? Why can't we live forever without the Lord?
Do you think rebellion should be an eternal quality that somebody should have?
Yeah. I'm not in rebellion. I just don't believe what you believe. How am I rebelling by not believing the same thing you believe? Are you rebelling against Islam?
So the Lord, right? Against the Lord, right? So is rebellion against the Lord an eternal quality that a person should be able to have?
Again, it's a faulty premise. I'm not rebelling against anyone. I just don't believe that this thing exists. You can't rebel against something you don't believe exists.
Here's the question about here's the doctrine, or here's the whatever about being a liar and so on, right? Which is that, for example, so if you could bear with me here, okay, because I'm a sinner. For example, the one talks about seared conscience. How could you submit yourself into the hands of the Lord?
Did you hear my question?
If you could just bear with me for a moment. How could you submit yourself into the hands of the Lord, knowing of your own rebellion, right? Knowing that if it's
I didn't rebel against anyone. I don't know why you keep telling me that.
Okay, If knowing
If
the
you
Lord
keep
is
saying
tantamount
that
to
I'm
knowing,
in rebellion, I'm just going to start calling you a murderer. Are you a murderer?
no longer, thanks to the Lord.
Oh, so you are a murderer. How many lives have you taken?
So when I came to the Lord, one of his forgiveness was concerning the blood of the damned even. So as far as being a murderer, I'm even more egregious than that, which is I had the blood of the damned on my hands, right? Which
So
is more egregious.
you're worse than a murderer, even though you've never murdered anyone.
Well, I mean, that's murder. Right? That's still murder.
So you're guilty of every sin, even though you haven't committed it.
So here's the.
That's some messed up bullshit right there.
So I do have a bit that I say, which is my Thanksgiving of the Lord is I can race to the bottom concerning my Thanksgiving of the Lord, and there's a bottom to be had as far as sin goes, right? And I can race to the bottom as far as my Thanksgiving to the Lord goes. Now, as far as him being responsible, I don't want to say I don't know. The Lord forgave me. So his forgiveness.
Listen, I know the gospel. You don't have to explain it. Everybody watching right now, or we're all ex-Christians. We've heard every sermon ever preached. I'm trying to figure out why it's logically consistent for me to be punished by hellfire for not believing in something.
So right. So if the Lord would convict you personally and you deny the Lord personally,
but he hasn't.
Right. That conversation's between you and him, right?
But he hasn't.
Like, for example, you could tell me he hasn't.
You keep dreaming up scenarios.
You could tell me he hasn't.
He hasn't.
Between you and the Lord.
So now I'm a liar?
Well,
you see how toxic your religion is? Your toxic religion requires you to believe that I'm a terrible person that's lying right now. Because you can't believe that a rational human being read the same book as you and came to the conclusion that it's false.
What if I ask? So if I ask the Lord, who I'm supposed to believe, right? I'm supposed to believe the Lord, right? Yes.
No, I don't think you should. I think the book's a lie. Also, David, thank you for the $2 super chat. David says that was my pastor's excuse. I like him young, bro. I don't think that he was talking about the artist. Carry on.
It's consistent for me to say I have to listen to the Lord. For me to say that.
I've never heard the Lord.
It's expected of me at least, right? Okay. So if I ask the Lord and he says you're a liar, I would have to believe him, right?
Has the Lord called me a liar? Has the Lord told you that I'm a liar?
I haven't asked him so far.
Okay, well, I'm not. The only word you have is mine.
You telling me you're not a liar?
I'm not a liar about believing if God spoke to me.
Okay. I suppose that's a vague space that I've known the Lord to be patient concerning.
It's not a vague space. It's very easy. I'm just simply asking why, if I don't believe something, I don't believe in this Jesus mythology, that I need to be tortured. Why?
Okay. Well, imputing myself on the schema of the testimony, right? As far as eternal life goes, would it be expected of the Lord to have rebellion and the eternal quality?
Again, I haven't rebelled. I don't know why you keep going back to this broken talking point.
Okay, so
I've not rebelled against anybody. I have no belief that the thing exists.
Okay.
You have to believe that it exists and is communicating to you before you can rebel against it.
Concerning within the scheme of the testimony, in the new earth, it says that he will reign on earth, right? That he will be evident on earth, right? His glory shall be on earth. He shall live in a temple, or in the city of New Jerusalem. Right? And in that case, let's say that the Lord would be evident in that case, right?
Yeah, because he's here on the earth. Yeah.
All right, but in that
is
case,
he here now? Can I see him? Can I have the evidence now?
So yes.
Cool. What's the evidence?
By grace. His grace.
That's not evidence.
It is. That's the only ordinance of reconciliation. That's the only ordinance that the Lord has in place for your reconciliation.
Why do I need grace for anything? Why am I going to hell to begin with? Why does hell even exist? See, this is the whole problem here that you're still not catching. Hell doesn't actually need to exist. God doesn't need to send anybody to hell.
Why is that?
Why does he need to? Why is God required to send anybody to conscious torment?
Yeah, so I suppose I don't necessarily know his thoughts concerning destruction. Why not leave the dead as dead, or why not raise the living and leave the dead as non-existent?
Well, how about you raise all of the dead, and the ones that didn't believe in you, you can just send to a different planet. They can chill without you. Why do they need tortured?
Eternal life without the Lord. It says, as for God, only His way is eternal. To have an eternal life without the Lord, He retains the eternity into Himself. Right? It's a nonsense to ask.
What would be the difference between an eternal life with the Lord and what we're experiencing right now? There's no evidence whatsoever that He's here. As far as I can tell, if there was an afterlife without Him, it would look just like what we have now.
So there is one difference between this life and that one, which is that we haven't consented to this life necessarily, right? But the new earth, all the creatures that live on the new earth, they will be described having consented to their own earth, right? So there is at least that difference as far as the everlasting life goes. All creatures will have consented in that case to creation, rather than just that they've all chosen life at that point. They were able to choose life.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Cyber, thank you so much for the $6.66 over Venmo. Cyber says, Justin's legal savings for taking God to court for slander and defamation. Big W, Deconstruction. I appreciate that, Cyber. Yeah, so I'm going to give you an analogy, okay? Do you have any sisters?
Yes.
Okay. If I approach your sister and I say, listen, I'm going to lock you in my basement and light it on fire, but if you promise to date me, then I won't lock you in the basement. Am I good?
It's not the same for you to say it and for the Lord to say it.
I asked,
you are not good.
Am I good in the analogy? It's yes or no.
You couldn't be.
Why?
You're not. The Lord is good. God is good.
No, why am I not good based on the reasonable definition of good in the English language in this analogy?
Well, I'm saying you wouldn't describe this good regardless of the analogy. It says only God is good, right?
Listen, stop doing Bible babble. You know what the word good means. In the analogy that I gave to you, am I behaving in a way that is good?
Well, what does good mean? What definition of good are you trying to have me?
Good is always the path that is preferable and should be taken.
I can't engage with that. I don't see.
You cannot engage with the analogy? You don't know if I'm good if I tell your sister I'm going to lock her in my basement unless she goes on a date with me. You don't know if I'm good? This is why Christianity rots your brain.
No.
Christianity literally is brain rot. You can't know if a person who's going to lock your sister up in the basement and light it on fire is good or bad.
I know the Lord's doctrines are contrary to that. Which says thou shalt not murder. Right?
All right. Well, listen. I think I've cooked you enough. I'm going to move on to the next one. Okay.
Is that believable?
That is believable. All right. He didn't bring anything to the table other than word salad. And I've already had dinner. I'm not hungry. I don't need any more word salad. We don't have anybody in our TikTok queue, but we've got some people waiting in the YouTube queue. So we'll move through the YouTube queue. AZ Mike, thank you so much for the 10-month subscription. Big W, AZ Mike. I really appreciate that 10-month subby. That's huge. All right, we're going to get Joshua in here next, and then John, and then whoever, I can't see their full name, A Christian. There's somebody in here named A Christian, and they're going to be up here in a minute. We did get somebody pop in on the TikTok stream for just a second, then disappeared. But Joshua, welcome in.
Hi there. I am charging a Bluetooth headphone right now. I don't know if mine is going to be super echoey, but I kind of plugged in my Bluetooth as soon as I heard the echoing from the last guy. So If we need to like mess with that, or I can wait till the next guy my headphone can charge, then we can do it then. But how's everything sounding right now?
It sounds good. I can hear you pretty crisp. Can everyone hear him? I can hear him. I think you're okay, and there's no echo.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I don't know necessarily where you want to start. You gave that last guy a pretty good ribbing. I don't think you want to start way down there. So
no, we'll start with a new verse. All right. So we're selecting verses at random. So we'll spin the wheel. Oh, we got that one. Came fast. Okay. And let's see what we got here. We've got Deuteronomy 23, verse 2. Deuteronomy 23:2. Let me grab that. I'll put it on the screen, although you can't see it, unfortunately, but everyone else can. I'll read it, though, of course. All right. This is a short one. And it says, "One of illegitimate birth shall not enter the assembly of the Lord, even to the 10th generation. None of his descendants shall enter the assembly of the Lord." Have you read this instruction before?
I know of verses that are definitely like this, and I might be more prepared to fight those ones. This one in particular seems to be one of the deepest ones that you could probably find in the Bible. So I actually kind of appreciate you bringing this up, since my ability to fight those other ones, it would put me still on tenuous footing when this one came up. I mean, it's a great starting point if you're going to try to actually do something real.
That's why I'm just picking them at random. I mean, no one has any control here over what's happening.
This one's intense. Are you kidding me? I could have done almost any other one like this, but for 10 generations, just because you're born of illegitimate birth. Okay, so there are a few ways that I can kind of attack the idea. However, unfortunately, I don't think I can step away enough from the fact that we are living in more modern times, and I don't want to say that God's word changes, but if you look at the fact that he required more than one verse, more than one chapter, more than one book, just to write down what he wanted to say, I think we can see that the Bible adapts over time. God's word for us changes. He does have more modern versions for us to look at and for us to understand and delve into. And so one thing I really want to hit at is that these were the Israelites who had come out of Egypt, that they were founding their own people, and that beyond that too, that they were being the first of all nations to be offered a position among the heavens, which almost no one else would be perhaps considered able to be offered. I mean, we had even their patriarchs like, I think only one of them went up to heaven, Elijah, but we have all the other ones who are apparently standing really close to God in heaven, even in the New Testament, looking down upon hell with God himself and asking about water, and can I give him water, and all this kind of stuff. And so what I would say is that we are only looking at a very temporary period. So you might say that if you were looking at the original Hebrew, you wouldn't see a permanent tense in this situation. You would see a temporary tense, which is actually how they wrote Hebrew back then. Yeah. They were intending to tell you whether or not it was supposed to be a permanent solution or a temporary solution.
Do you speak Hebrew?
I only know a little bit about syntax and grammar. I don't actually speak Hebrew now.
Yeah, speaking it's hard. Reading is much easier. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I'm not suggesting this was a permanent situation for the descendants. It says it's until the 10th generation. Also, Declan James, thank you so much for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew Elite over on YouTube. You now have access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet. I hope you enjoy it. So up to the 10th generation, which means there are 10 generations that are being punished for the crimes of potentially the mother or the father, but I'm assuming it's technically the mother for having children outside of wedlock, right? So what would be the need for God to punish 10 generations of people for the sin of one person, a sin that they didn't commit?
So there's a few different ways that I can measure that, and I would say the simplest way, the easiest, the shortest way to say it is just to be that there needs to be some amount of rule and regulation. There needs to be some of the first ones set up that determine whether, like, whose progeny goes on to become the heirs and the successors, because there will be people who stand directly next to God, and then there will be people who, let's say, guard the gates. And so everyone in Israel is being offered the promise of being in heaven. That's already been granted to you permanently. However, where it is that you stand individually now is the argument. And so what I want to ask you is it really that much of an argument that, yes, I'll let you into the most heavenly estate in all of existence, but unfortunately you're going to have to guard the gates?
Yeah, so it doesn't say anything about guarding the gates. It just means that they're not allowed in the assembly of the Lord, which means they can't do offerings or sacrifices or participate in the cultic rituals, which were required. You couldn't do a sin sacrifice either. But let's talk for a second here, because what you're suggesting is that like what's happening here is that they're not like really being punished, but they are being punished. They didn't commit a sin. Right?
For one neighbor to another, you would consider that a punishment. If you found out your buddy Joe wasn't allowed to go into the temple because his great grandpa committed a sin, yes, you would be rather upset about that. But the thing is that that's still your buddy Joe, and he's still going to go to all the same other places with you, and he's still your friend. In fact, you're telling me literally that because these people sinned, they don't have to go in there and what? Give up their stuff that they otherwise now get to keep for themselves?
But they can't.
Is that really a punishment?
In the sacrificial
I'm telling
system,
you don't have to tithe, though.
That's the goal. The goal of the sacrificial system is for the purgation of sin. Also, Dawn, thank you so much for the resubscription. I appreciate that. And Declan, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. He says, I'm already loving the cheat sheet. I hope you do. I add to it every single week. It's always growing. So the fact of the matter is, could God have punished just the person who committed the sin?
Well, so the argument here is that it's not a punishment, and I'll one quick statement, yes, and I'll stop, and you can kind of respond in full. If I told you that because you sinned, you no longer have to pay me and sacrifice to me, would you consider that a punishment?
But the payment and the sacrifice is so you can get the forgiveness of your sins. Are you telling me that God can forgive you without the sacrifices?
Well, I'm telling you that he didn't attach any other punishment to it.
No, can God forgive you without the sin sacrifices?
So I think that in the Old Testament, we're talking about Deuteronomy. They didn't really have the same concept of forgiveness that we have. They weren't being forgiven necessarily to actually go to heaven. I think their forgiveness was almost
talking about going to heaven.
Right.
Okay, so the way that you communed with the Lord was through the temple tabernacle services. That was the method. And God goes through great lengths to keep people out, people that he deemed are from like a bad progeny. And this is one of those cases. Like if somebody's from an illegitimate birth, they're from a bad progeny, I'm going to keep them out for 10 generations. This is clearly a punishment. Now you might say to yourself, well, it doesn't seem like a punishment because you don't actually have to like tithe anymore. But most likely you would lose out on seeing your friends and your family and participating in the rituals. So for example, I had a good friend who was divorced in the 80s. And this was when divorce was still a bit of a no-no. They kicked her out of the church. It took her years to recover from that. She lost her lifeline to people that cared about her. She felt deeply hurt by the church. It was like 10 years before she even found another church to go to, before she felt comfortable going to church. So like being kicked out of your religious community is a pretty big deal. Especially when you didn't do anything wrong, remember? They didn't do anything wrong.
I don't necessarily want to disagree with you that because I do agree with you about the effect that it can have. But I do want to point out that if you are an individual who does not wish to participate, and we have a lot of atheists, and I can't help but think that this conversation in part is due to your desire to be an atheist in a Christian community without being really pushed to do all this kind of stuff. And so if the only...
What kind of stuff?
Like participate in ritual sacrifice and actually go to a place where a bunch of people are what might be considered devil worshipping among certain societies.
Are you crazy? I go to a barbecue every day of the week.
I had a feeling that this was like against Christianity.
I have no problem with animal sacrifice. Listen, I'll sacrifice a chicken every day of the week. I love barbecue.
Well, so what I'm getting at is that when you're saying that the only quote punishment, there's so much echoing going on.
I don't hear an echo. Anyone else hear an echo?
All the echoing just went away. There was a ton of echoing on my side.
Yeah, I think
okay.
I think you just had a bad connection for a moment.
Okay, so no, yeah, as far as I can tell, I'm trying to look at the autonomy that people are allowed to have inside of the community. So I know that there's a lot of communities where if you are really strictly religious and you don't participate, then that feeling happens that you described, where all of your friends and your family are in this religion. But there's also the opposite ability where you want to get out of the religious community, and if you do anything that is considered a sin, then you could potentially get stoned to death. But the only punishment here is literally nobody suggests that they come in. How is that really much of a punishment?
If it's not a punishment, why did God do it?
To allow people, so that there's in writing, if people do not wish to be a part of this, all they have to do is commit one of these sins here, and they're no longer a part of it. You can't beg them back into it. You can't force them to. It is legally illegal for you to ask them to come back in if they commit one of these sins. That's a choice for you to leave.
So this is the pretzel you want to turn yourself into, that God gave this law as a loophole for people who didn't want to be participating in the congregation.
Well, so if I took away the generational thing and I said, okay, but then the very next generation, they get to come back in, well, then that generation has to commit a sin.
I'm just asking you, yes or no? Is this the pretzel you want to turn yourself into, that this was a loophole God gave him?
I think, like I said, this is the simplest one. The first answer I actually gave was the answer where you need to have some kind of rule system, and coming out of Israel, and when you have a group of people, you're trying to find the holiest of the holiest, then you set up a few rules and you start kicking people out. That was my first statement.
Yeah, okay, so the first statement we didn't actually get around to, but we should address it. Honey, thank you for subscribing for the first time, and Shelly, thank you for being a 1-month subscriber. I really appreciate that, guys. Big W for Honey and Shelly. Okay, so first things first. The reason why God is doing this is obviously because he's hell-bent on purity within the assembly, right?
I'm not going to say there's not a degree of that.
Yeah, obviously, right? But why does he need to eliminate to the 10th generation? Because we have no reason to believe that they would be impure.
Because it's not very long in the overall scheme of things. It's impactful for us as individuals. As an individual, it's impactful because my entire life, my kid's life, my grandparents' life, all of that will have been inside of that. But overall, 2,000 years later, 10 generations has happened 10 times.
Yeah, that's a long time.
And that creates
between 200. That's between 200 and 400 years.
Right, but it's up to you how tight you winnow it.
Would you want your children to be punished for 200 years after the crime you committed?
I want my children to be past the point of punishment.
Oh, why? Why shouldn't they be punished for crimes you committed?
Because to a degree, we should just have a better society every single year.
Okay, so children shouldn't be punished for the crimes of the parent?
The Bible set up things for their time, and that's, like I said, a temporary tense, not a permanent tense. So we are in a system where there are still going to be punishments that a kid will undertake because of what it is that their parents have, but it's not going to be based on the illegitimacy of their birth.
Well, Moses said to follow the law forever. Have you read Deuteronomy?
Yes.
Okay, God said to follow the law forever.
The closest that I'm getting to a stable argument with that is that there are different doctrines inside of the law of Moses.
Yeah, and we're reading one right now, yeah. And the doctrine is if somebody has an illegitimate child, then you're going to cut them off from the congregation up to 10 generations. And,
right, but we're going to have, like, for instance...
And you're trying to say that this is not actually a punishment, it's a blessing.
I'm saying that we can't look at anything in black and white, and that if you're going to look at something in historical context, we can start with the idea that this was never intended to be in permanent form, even if the law of Moses is a law.
Deuteronomy tells you over and over again that God wants you to do this forever. For example, Deuteronomy verse 5:29, if only they had such a mind as this, to fear me and to keep all of my commandments forever, so that it might go well with them and with their children forever. So God wants his laws to be followed forever.
This is actually my first time ever calling you anywhere like this and talking. Normally, when you're the one talking to other people, I rip on this so hard, and this is my first time being in a position where I don't want to say things because then it sounds off, and I'm realizing how difficult this is.
It's always difficult to talk in front of a bunch of people. It sounds really easy when you're watching, but the minute you get put on the hot seat, it's much more difficult. Imagine being the host and having to deal with every single argument. You have no idea what they're going to come up with, but they're going to invent a new argument every time you go live.
Well, for some reason, the problem is I'm not coming up with any verses right now. Like when I'm listening to other speakers or other callers, I'm able to do basically the same thing you are. I feel like the host, but now that I'm on the spot, I'm like, it's not like your points don't have merit, but the point is that I'm supposed to make a point, not just tell you you're right.
Right. Yeah. I got you.
So, I mean, to a degree, it definitely is not supposed to be like, for instance, there are the first 5 books, but then all of the other books, which is what got fulfilled in later, which is why I talked about present and permanent tense, because we have the updates to the law. We have every single book to a degree is an update to it. That's why we have the later prophets. We wouldn't have prophets if you're only supposed to listen to the law. You need to listen to further updates to the law. And so one of those, for instance, comes in the form of Micah, where they tell you that you're supposed to have forgiveness for people as well. And so even if somebody potentially breaks the law, you're supposed to have the insight into their life. Okay, so their ancestor broke the law, but they're living it well. Can we give it to them? You might start from the position of these are lawbreakers, but then we can move into, with intelligent insight, the idea that this is an individual who has redeemed themselves.
Right, but none of those negate the law of Moses. At most, they would add to the law of Moses, or they would take the law of Moses and they would extrapolate from the law of Moses. That's why in Deuteronomy 4, God says, you must neither add anything to what I am commanding you, nor take anything away from it, but keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I am giving charge to you.
But so, if you look at that too directly, then it seems to run up against the prophets themselves, because the prophets show up and they give light to God's word along the way. And so that almost sounds like we should be ignoring them, because if we're not just reading the Bible, then we're doing it wrong.
I disagree. I don't think the prophets contradict Moses.
At what point?
The only part that contradicts Moses is when Ezekiel misinterprets Exodus. There's a passage in Exodus that if you read it sideways, it sounds like God is asking for a child sacrifice. And Ezekiel interpreted it as child sacrifice and even wrote about it. But other than that, the prophets don't actually contradict the law of Moses.
But that's only in direct relation to when they're talking about the law of Moses. There's plenty of times when the prophets are actually just giving direct guidance about what it is that they should do, or predicting the future, like when is the next famine going to come, or why is it that these armies are coming against us. They don't quote the law of Moses in regards to why it is these things are happening.
Yeah,
they consult the Lord directly and tell you. Nope. They consult the Lord directly. They have visions. They have.
God speaks through the prophets like 100 different times, and says that they're going to be punished because they didn't follow the law. And God himself says, if you don't follow the law to a T, you will be punished. Leviticus 26:46 says, these are the decrees, the laws, and the regulations that the Lord established at Mount Sinai between himself and between the Israelites and through Moses. And then what does he do in chapter 26? If you do not follow these commands, he says in 26:14-16, if you will not listen to me and carry out all of these commands, and if you reject my decrees and abhor my laws and fail to carry out all of my commands and so violate my covenant, then I will do this to you. I will bring on you sudden terror, wasting disease, fever that will destroy your sight and sap your strength. You will plant seed in vain because your enemies will eat it. And then he says, even you'll be so destitute that you'll eat the bodies of your sons and daughters, all because you didn't follow to a T this law. God wants you to follow the law.
Okay, so let's back up then. Let's reread the verse. What's the verse again?
Which one?
Deuteronomy.
All right, we're in Deuteronomy 23:2. And it says, one of illegitimate birth shall not enter the assembly of the Lord, even to the 10th generation. None of his descendants shall enter the assembly of the Lord.
And what is your question or prognostication about this?
Well, quite easy. God is okay with punishing people who didn't actually commit the sin, but the ancestors of the people. And this is in keeping with Yahweh. Exodus 34:7, he tells you this is what he does. He says, I will visit the iniquity of the father upon the children and the children's children into the 3rd and the 4th generation. And when we read the Bible, he does it a dozen times. He punishes children and children's children for the crimes of their parents. Also, Josh, thank you for the $5 super chat. Josh
I know what's going on here.
Josh says Josh says these 0-calorie pretzels this caller is serving up are bland. Oh boy. All right, so What's your response?
Okay, so I think the only real issue here is the linguistic pattern that we're running into, where we are assimilating this with the punishment. I think I'm gonna have to go back to that one. So while technically speaking it is a punishment, the problem is that the term punishment is a general term, and it's a very specific consequence. And so there's a difference between what is occurring when there's a specific consequence and a general consequence. For instance, and I know this is kind of going back on myself again, I'm going to repeat myself again. If you are going to be among the people who will reign for all of eternity, and they will be blessed beyond any other in the land, and they will carry with them victory beyond what any other carries, and all these other things that the children of Israel will have, just being a part of their community should be gift enough. The idea that you can't be one of the 0.1% of the 0.1% going into the tabernacle should not be a deal breaker.
No, all of Israel participated in the system. The assembly of the Lord was the gathering of Israel for the sacrifices, for the festivals, for the feasts, so on and so forth. To be cut off from the congregation means that you don't get to participate in any of the cultural aspects.
Right? But you still are a part of the culture. If their society is going to face attack, you'll be saved with them, even if you don't have to go to the tabernacle, right?
Well, we're not talking about the consequences of the afterlife. That has nothing to do with this. We're talking
about
why
I mean
God
literally
is okay with punishing people who didn't actually commit a crime.
But you didn't displace them from the community, actually, which means that when they get food and when they get welfare and when they get, respite from whatever evil, terrible thing is happening in the land, even the people who are cut off from the tabernacle still get these gifts. They are not actually being turned out of the community. They simply can't visit one particular place.
Or participate
that's a great place to visit.
In any of the sacrifices or the festivals or any of the rituals.
Okay, so that's a little bit broader than I was talking about, but that still doesn't that you are still shielded from outside communities. You're not going to have to be like among the road people who are going to stab you and kill you for your goods. You're
missing the point. Listen, you're missing the point. You're just saying the punishment isn't that bad. It doesn't matter how bad the punishment. The problem is that people who didn't do anything wrong are receiving a punishment.
Well, no. So that's not the problem. That is not the problem here at all. So okay, actually, we can probably get done with this pretty quickly, because if you answer this question either yes or no, that'll tell me exactly what I need to know. Let's say I created a set of rules because I'm a world leader. Everyone that has over $1 billion, if you break any one of these rules, you have to give me $100 million, and each one of your descendants out 10 generations will have to give me $100 million. Now, statistically, you're going to grow your wealth 10 times in your life and pass on $1 billion to each of your kids. Is this a real punishment, or is it like a slap on the wrist?
Doesn't matter. If you're doing something to somebody who didn't do anything wrong, then it's still unjust. See, the whole point of justice is that the person that does the thing wrong receives the punishment.
But so in order to qualify as a punishment, it should actually take away from your ability to take care of yourself.
No, there's lots of punishments that don't inhibit your ability to take care of yourself.
So, but that just flies in the face of people, where every little punishment saps their ability to take care of themselves, and you're complaining because, you took away my favorite toy.
Is community service a punishment?
It may take away from your ability to care for your kids, so yes.
No, it doesn't.
There are people who are single mothers who have to go to community service and they have to pay for a babysitter. That wasn't free.
So then any inconvenience is technically a punishment?
To poor people, yes.
Okay, then Deuteronomy 23, verse 2 is an inconvenience. Therefore, it's a punishment.
We're talking about the richest people of the land.
They weren't rich.
They are the chosen ones of God. They will be, and they are assured of that.
But they're not, and they never were.
Numbers beyond the grains of sand on the beach.
God actually said there will always be poor among you.
Which is probably why they're supposed to look after them and treat them respectfully.
Right. Yeah, so they weren't all rich. That's nonsense. He says there will always be poor among you.
But it doesn't draw away from the analogy, though.
Yeah,
these are the God's most blessed ones, and they are only being what it might be as close to a slap on the wrist to them.
Yeah, but they didn't do anything wrong. Even a slap on the wrist is nonsense if you didn't do anything wrong.
Well, rules are intended to be able to say that we have a progeny. Without rules, there is no progeny.
Rules have nothing to do with whether or not I have children.
No, not just the children themselves, but the legacy of that. I mean, I could have just said kids and
why should my
grandkids,
children be punished if I do something wrong?
just to create that differential. So the rule actually does something.
What does it do?
It creates a winnowing, a differential system. It's exactly like if you try to
winnowing of what?
Of people who perform at the highest level and people who don't.
How do you know if my 10 ancestors are going to perform at the highest level?
You won't, which is why when their kids are born,
yeah, you won't. Okay, and how do you know? How do you know that the other Israelites will perform? Because everything we read in the Bible about the Israelites is that they were a wicked and perverse generation that underperformed in every generation. So
absolutely,
if God was winnowing out the underperformers, He should have winnowed out the entire nation.
He winnowed out entire parts of the nation at times, and in fact, we see at one point there was only one family left with a few members.
Yeah. So God's okay with indiscriminately then winnowing out people that never did anything wrong?
It's not indiscriminately winnowing out people that did anything wrong. So it's like saying that you were raised under a rebellious father and you don't think that you absorbed any of that sin.
What are you talking about? Just because you have a rebellious father doesn't mean you're going to be rebellious. My sister, I have a sister who's an alcoholic. Does that mean that her son's going to be an alcoholic?
No, but now they'll have specific reactions in regard to that.
Should my nephew, should he have to pay for the alcoholism of his mother?
The point is that he is paying.
He's not. No, I'm saying
it's not good for him. He has a more
we're not talking
life
about
because his mother is an alcoholic.
We're not talking about consequences that are naturalistically happening as cause and effect. We're talking about somebody making a decision to punish a person, to make a decision about their life. So if my sister got into a hit and run when she was drunk, should my nephew have to go to prison for her?
No, but every single person in the community should realize that person has had familial issues that has caused them to fall behind, even if we want to pretend that they haven't.
Listen, you're just being evasive. You already said no. That's all you need to say. Okay, so why shouldn't my nephew be punished for the crimes of my sister?
You're differentiating something that shouldn't be differentiated.
No, why should my nephew not be punished for the crimes of my sister?
I already said that the original thing wasn't a punishment. I said that the original problem is that you're calling this a punishment.
You're going to go back to that pretzel.
Solution. I've been saying this straight the whole time.
A solution to what?
So the thing is that it's not a punishment. It's meant to alert the community that there's a problem in this family.
Incorrect. There's not a problem in the family. There's a problem with one individual.
Not when it's a parental unit like that.
No,
you will not be punished because your cousin did something wrong. You will not be punished because your uncle did something wrong.
My mother had illegitimate children. Does that mean I'm going to have them?
That's not even what the verse is saying.
Greenwich, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that.
The verse is implying that you're going to repeat your parents' punishment.
I need you to actually listen to me and respond to what I'm saying and stop spazzing out, okay?
Okay.
You said that this was to single out a family that had problems.
Yes.
My mother has problems. Does that mean I'm going to have her problems?
That's not what I said. I didn't say to single out that you will have those problems.
Then retract your statement. What's happening in Deuteronomy 23 is not that God is singling out families who are going to have problems.
No, not that the families will have problems. That families did have problems.
Who did?
It's literally saying that if your dad or mom had issues, that the family needs to take special notice of you and every other child that comes from this family.
I know, by removing you from the congregation, I know.
How else would you know that there had been problems if they don't do something?
It doesn't matter. There's only a problem with one or two individuals. There's not a problem with their children.
So the idea is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if let's say my dad went to prison, right? But my dad then gets out of prison. My community wants to make sure that I'm not going to be affected by that. And so what they're going to do is take special notice of me. They're not saying there's anything wrong with me, but by having this differentiation, they're able to go out of their way to make sure that they know that there's something wrong. My dad went to prison, and we need to look out for this guy.
This law is so that people of Israel know to look out for these people. You're being removed from the congregation of Israel. God is telling you that your family is now anathema. And you're interpreting this to mean that, no, God is actually singling out these families so that they can get special treatment?
That's what the other prophets are doing. That's why we have Micah telling
that they
people
have
about
to
forgiveness.
twist themselves into here is wild. Are you getting dizzy from turning in circles right now?
Absolutely.
Just
and I even hear somebody else like echoing. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I don't think you do either. All right, listen, thanks for talking to me. I'm going to move on to the next guest, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, cheers. Wow, the many pretzels that you have to twist yourself into. Wow. All right, listen, guys. We're going to bring in John next in the queue. I got to use the restroom. I apologize. I gotta relieve myself, but I'll be right back. We'll get John in here, and then we'll keep all the balls rolling. There we go. Get the mic turned on. We've got John with us now. Welcome in, John.
Hi, is my sound okay?
Yeah, it sounds good. Your video is a little bit choppy, but we can hear you nice.
Okay. I'm at least 18. I'm not theist. I'm atheist.
Oh shit. Well, we're just looking to debate atheists right now, my man.
Theist, you mean, right?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant. Thank you.
Well, I was thinking maybe I might pioneer an idea to have like maybe brief atheist interludes between the Christian debate calls for, you know what I mean? Maybe just a little bit of humor or something. I don't know. Maybe it's an idea, but if you say no, of course, I understand everybody really, wants to debate, and you debate very well, so people really learn from you. I'm sure of that. And because I know I hear debates where it just doesn't seem productive, really, even though but you present it very well. And the only thing I want to bring up, though, if I can just very briefly, is because theists often say, us atheists, well, you're only telling us what you don't believe. And so what philosophy do you live by? So I've been learning a lot about humanism. So I wonder if you have as well, and if you'd ever want to even do a whole night about humanism, because that question comes up a lot, and it seems from theists to us that it would be very good to address that, at least, occasionally, what we do follow, which philosophies is it. It's mainly humanism, right? But it could be other things, could be Buddhism. So if you just comment a bit on that.
Yeah, sure. So when it comes to humanism, this usually gets pigeonholed into our discussion on whether or not God is good. So I run a topic basically insisting that God is not good. And the inevitable result of all of this is at least half of the callers are going to say that I have no standard of good. I have no a way to know what is good and what is right, which then leads into a discussion of secular humanism and what it means to develop secular morality and things like that. So sometimes I actually do get to talk about it. but it kind of depends on what topic I'm running for the night. You know what I mean? This is kind of a potpourri topic night because I've just got a bin, full of like 70 different Bible verses and I'm picking them at random. It's possible that one of them will pop up and we can talk about morals, because a lot of what we're reading right now from the book is God doing bad things. So it's only a matter of time before a Christian gets in here and says, well, you can't judge God, you don't have any morals, and then I get to have the secular morality discussion with them, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yes. I was just having a little problem there with the mute button. So then I guess the clearest way to ask what I mean is, but what do you think about having a night just talking to people, atheists, and how they live, just for maybe one night?
Yeah, I'd love it. So I'm trying to do one, at least 1 or 2 weekends, like on a Saturday or a Sunday, in our Discord, where we go live in the Discord, and it's just atheists and people deconstructing. We don't debate anyone. We just have live discussions about these topics. People come up and ask questions. We discuss the questions and we give advice and sometimes therapy. We've got a therapist here named Dr. Joe that participates. And so we do participate that. We don't do it as much as we do debates. For some reason, debates are more entertaining. But we do engage in some of that. If you're not a member of our Discord, I definitely recommend you joining and participate in some of those discussions. The schedule is going to be kind of choppy in December because everyone's got holiday stuff going on. But once January rolls around, I would expect to see a lot more like non-Christian, non-religious Discord sessions happening,
Okay. So last thing, like I said, I should be keeping it brief. Who have you read in the humanist philosophy? I've read quite a few. Like, do you have a favorite or anything like that?
I really don't. So I haven't read philosophy since I was in college, and I'm 40, if that helps out. So it's been a long time. I had to read some samplings of different philosophers when I was in ethics, because I had to take ethics when I was in college too, and also in seminary. But to be honest, I don't really remember half of what I read. Like, I know I read some of these people's works, but it's been so long and it was like tertiary to what I was actually taking my classes for that I don't remember much of it. So if you've got book recommendations, I would love to have them. In fact, if you send me a DM with some books or join the Discord and DM me or put it in the main part of the Discord, I bet there's a lot of people that would love to check out the books that you're recommending.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm going to check out the Discord. So the last thing I'll do before I go, I'll just mention some authors for American user. Sorry, I'm having that problem now. American Humanism. It's Paul Kurtz.
Okay,
Dr. Paul Kurtz.
Okay.
And for me, my favorite from the British humanists is A.C. Grayling. So
I know about Grayling.
He's very good. So I'll end on that note and say thanks, Justin, so you can move on to the debate.
Absolutely. It's great to hear from you, John. I appreciate you, man. Let's get some W's for John up in here. There was a book I actually nearly bought from Grayling just this week. They sell his stuff at the Barnes & Nobles. But I'm torn. There's lots of stuff I want to read first before I start reading philosophy books. But Cyber, thank you for the 666. Cyber Deconstruction says, I've eaten challah bread with less knots than the last op. Yeah, he was in a lot of knots. I think the funny thing is it's obvious to everybody watching when they're really tying themselves into knots. It's weird that the guests themselves can't see it while it's happening, Anyways, how you doing, a Christian?
Hey man, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. My name's not A Christian, by the way.
I figured.
I just thought that because you made a comment saying that there's no Christian, so I figured I'll throw the name in as a Christian.
Yeah, for sure, man. Thanks for jumping in. All right, so what should we call you?
You can call me Raul.
Raul, fantastic. Strong name. Okay. Have you been watching? You know how this works?
Yeah, it looks like you have a little lottery ball, pulls up a verse.
Yep. All right, let's see what we got. The next one. All right, from Doug's Magic Wheel. We've got a lot of Deuteronomy happening tonight. Holy smokes. I didn't have a lot from Deuteronomy in there, but they're all coming up. Deuteronomy 22, 13 through 21. All right. And as always, I'll put it on the screen and read it, but unfortunately, the way our setup works is you can't see my screen over on the Streamlabs invite link. If there's a way to share my screen with you, I don't know how to do it. Let's say it that way. But
Gotcha.
I'll read it out loud, okay?
Okay, what was it again though? 13 what?
Yeah, Deuteronomy 22, 13 through 21, I believe. Yeah.
Go for it.
All right, it says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. The elders of that town shall take the man and punish him. They shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, which they shall give to the young woman's father, because he has slandered a virgin in Israel. She shall remain his wife, and he shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. If, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her until she is unalive, because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. So basically, we've got a virginity test. If you go into your wife on your wedding night and she doesn't bleed on the sheet, then you're like, hey, she lied about being a virgin, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, if he lies, if he says that she wasn't a virgin, but it turned out that she was, what's his punishment?
That he, because that was a couple of verses, so it was that he remains married to her for the rest of his life, right?
That's right. He pays a fine to the woman's father, and then he has to marry her forever. Now, what happens if she's lying?
Shoot, I already forgot. What did it say?
She gets taken to her father's doorstep and gets stoned by all the men in the town because she was not a virgin. Now, we've got one other wrinkle in the story, which is that only about 50%, actually less than 50%, about 45% of women actually bleed their first time, which means about half of the people that would have been executed under this law would have been innocent.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying.
Right.
So from modern knowledge that we have is that not every woman bleeds at their first intercourse.
Yeah. The ancients wrote about it too. In fact, the ancient Greeks wrote about it. And eventually the Jewish people figured it out too. If you read portions of the Talmud, they figured it out eventually as well. And so they developed further tests that you could determine if somebody is a virgin. And some people would even do a visual inspection. They would inspect the young woman to see if her hymen was intact before the marriage. But that didn't develop for like another couple hundred years after the laws were given.
Okay. And then so is the main concern, why is it so unjust for the woman?
Yeah.
I mean, I would say it's due to like how we just kind of talked about is their culture and understanding. As you spoke with the people in the past, the woman was seen as property. So I know that it's easy to hold them. I mean, it's always easy to look back in history and wonder why, people or the culture was doing certain things, because we've learned so much from the time. So we have, a lot that we've gone through, and we built line upon line, precept upon precept, and we have, our morals that we have today, which I would argue that, really took a sharp turn when Christ came. And so,
but these laws were given by God. I would expect God to be more moral than the people of the time period.
So you are correct. They were given by God, but they were given by God to people whose understanding was what they understood at the time. So we don't have any knowledge of saying. So what I mean is the culture at the time was seeing women as property.
Did God see women as property?
What was that?
Did God see women as property?
No, of course not.
Did God have a requirement to give laws that were beholden to the culture of the time period? Or did he give laws that transcend time?
Well, we're looking at the laws of the Israelites at the time of when, they were written. So we're looking at the first 4 books here, Deuteronomy being the book about the laws for the Israelites. And so if we're looking at what their laws were for their time being, I'm going to expect to see something that's putting a limit or a bound on what they understood at the time.
Did they understand that women bleed?
Did they understand that?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's why they asked for the sheet. Okay. But like how you just told me too, though, that
is it possible
the Israelites realized after a couple hundred years that not every woman bleeds at their first,
But did God know that? Did God know that not all women bleed?
I would say yes. He knows. He knows everything about us, but that doesn't mean that
God
whenever he speaks to
innocent women would be executed then?
Well, that's not to say that God told. So I guess one of the things I'm kind of curious is if we're looking at this as like a literal sense of like Deuteronomy was written by Moses, right? That's our understanding.
No, that's not my understanding, but that's what people believe.
Okay. Well, I want to find the common ground first before we go and start saying things. So what would you say your understanding of Deuteronomy is? Like, well, who wrote Deuteronomy?
The common ground is that God gave laws to Moses to give to Israel, and this is one of those laws. So, if God knows that women, only half of them will actually bleed the first time they do the deed, and says if they don't bleed, you get to execute them, then that means God knowingly told them to execute innocent women.
Well, I wouldn't. So let me see. So the argument is God knows not every woman bleeds, but or I guess from my point of view, God knows everything already. Correct, because he's all-knowing. So then why did God tell Moses, make this law that's going to execute women, and then even some of those women who are innocent, because not every woman bleeds?
Yep.
I wouldn't say that that's what God told him to do, but I would say that that's, from their understanding, is that they didn't, like you just said, is the Israelites found out maybe a couple hundred years later that not every woman bleeds. But so at that time, when they received that...
Did God not give the laws in Deuteronomy?
He gives the law in the sense that he inspires the prophets that gave the passages down.
Moses said that he did deliver the law. For example, Deuteronomy 4:2 says, you must neither add anything to what I am commanding you, nor take anything away from it, but keep the commands of the Lord your God, which I am charging you. Moses says these are the commands of the Lord.
So let me see.
And then in the very next chapter, chapter 5, Yahweh says that he desires that his people would follow these commandments forever. Dexter, thank you for being a member on YouTube. I see your $5 super chat. I was just waiting for a break. Dexter says, I like the game show format. One of these days you should do the same thing, but with prophecies. Oh my gosh, Dexter, that's a winning idea. We are definitely going to do another version of the game show format with the prophecies. Big win on that one. All right, so the laws come from God, according to Deuteronomy. God said he wants them to follow the laws forever. The law says that if a woman doesn't bleed on her wedding night, that she should be stoned. So here's why we do this.
I mean, to backtrack Deuteronomy 5:29, it just says that God is pleased if you follow them because
for how long?
Which version are we reading here? Because if depending on which verse, or I guess which translation, we can do the King James version, but it just says that they would fear me and keep all my commandments always.
Yeah, it says, if only they had such a mind as this, to fear me and to keep all of my commandments always, so that it might go well with them and with their children forever. Go and say to them, return to your tents, but you stand here by me, and I will tell you all of the commandments, the statutes, and the ordinances that you shall teach them, so that they may do them in the land that I am giving them to possess. And he says it on like 4 or 5 different occasions. He says it again in Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 24. The Lord commanded us to observe all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God for our lasting good, as to keep us alive. And this is the future children generation of Israel delivering this. And then it says in Deuteronomy 8:1, this entire commandment that I am commanding you today, you must diligently observe, so that you may live and increase and go in and occupy the land. So he's talking about what to do in the future. He never says that this is temporary. And then he says it again, 11:1, you will love the Lord your God, therefore, and keep his charge, his decrees, his ordinances, and his commandments always. Deuteronomy 12:1, these are the statutes and ordinances that you must diligently observe in the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, have given you to occupy all the days that you live on the earth. So all the days that you live on the earth.
But we're going, from jumping from different verses, you're going from commandments that would say commandments that lead to, salvation and eternal life, from commandments regarding, or I guess statutes and ordinances, like you just said, like that last verse said, which are more of like how to conduct yourself in the culture. But I wouldn't say that statutes and ordinances are always going to be things that are detrimental to I'm not going to say that they're not going to be detrimental for like eternal salvation, because everything that he gives us as far as like guidance is to draw us near to God.
Who said anything about salvation?
Well, that's what the whole scriptures are about. Regarding
not even close. We're talking about whether or not we should be executing women that don't bleed. Innocent women, by the way. Even if the command was literally only there for 10 years, it's still a bullshit command. I don't care.
Oh, hold up. You kind of got me a little lost. So, because I'm thinking when we're talking about commandments, the easiest way to, we can always look at the laws or the statutes that the Israelites had at the time, because we're talking 2000 BC. Which era are we talking about?
Well, theoretically, these laws would have been given in the middle of the 1400s, maybe even near. Actually, this would have been near the turn of the millennium. This would have been right at the very end of the 1400s.
Okay. So we're looking at a statue that the Israelites had. So
yep.
Their culture decided to put this rule in place.
Oh, no, God did.
Yeah. So they were inspired by God.
No, they weren't inspired by God. God spoke it to Moses.
Oh, we can... Okay, yeah. To keep it simple, is God spoke to Moses.
Okay. Yep.
And gave him the commandments for their civilization, their culture at the time, to govern themselves.
Okay, so at that time, it was good to kill innocent women.
At that time, what do you mean at that time it was good to kill innocent? At that time, they were killing innocent children. Like neighboring cultures were doing the same, even worse.
Who cares what the neighboring cultures were doing? We're talking about what Israel should do. Was it good to execute innocent women?
No, no, it wasn't good to execute innocent women.
Okay, well, there you go. So then this is a bullshit command. Just say it.
Well, I mean, if we're looking at it from our lens of 2024, then yeah, that's a bullshit command in the sense of we're not at the turn of the century, 1000 BC.
So it used to be a good thing to kill innocent people?
It's never a good thing to kill innocent people, but I understand that the Israelites at the time, the Israelites didn't have the full knowledge that I would say you or me have.
It doesn't matter. God did. God gave the command. Their culture is irrelevant, by the way. It doesn't matter.
What do you mean culture is irrelevant? So
their culture is irrelevant because God was the one who gave the command. God was the one that said to execute innocent women.
I mean, if you're going to look at it that way, yeah, I guess. I see the point that you're coming from.
The book says it. The book says God gave the laws to Moses, and the law says to execute innocent women. It's not hard. Why are you doing all these backflips to say the book doesn't say what it says?
Well, no, the book does say what that says, but you also have to remember that the book is remnants of what we've, like how I think two people ago you were talking with someone about regarding what original text we have, with the oldest being a couple metal pendants with some inscriptions.
Okay.
But I understand that.
So you want to throw this text out? It's not part of the original Bible. It's not inspired by God.
No, I wouldn't say throw this text out, but there's a lot of precious things that are also been removed at the time. That doesn't mean that throw the whole book out just because I'm looking at it the lens from 2024.
So did God
regarding
not give
how
this
the
commandment?
Israelites govern themselves?
Did God not give this commandment?
I would say God did give this commandment in the sense.
There you go.
That it came from Moses, but
yeah. Jonathan, Bella, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate that. Guys, thank you so much for being here. It's been a wild night so far. I think we're having a lot of fun. Okay, so I don't know why this is so hard. You've already admitted that the law wasn't good. We've already admitted that it came from God. So what I don't understand is why you can't just utter out of your mouth, God gave a law that was not good. Just own it. Just say it.
Well, no, because I look, backtrack it. So I would say this. I would say that the law is actually good because in absence of that law, what was there before?
Oh, in the other cultures, they had a dozen.
No, like you said, the other cultures don't matter in this point. I'm talking about the Israelites.
Did God know that there were other ways to check for virginity?
Yeah, God did, but the Israelites at the time didn't.
Could God have communicated to them what the other methods were?
For all we know, he did. But if at the time if they didn't listen or they didn't understand, then they're not going to understand.
You don't need to understand anything. Listen, if God said, listen, it turns out that only half of women actually bleed the first time they have sex, so that you can't actually execute them based on their blood. You have to do a visual inspection beforehand. You telling me they couldn't understand that? They were too dense for that? They were already doing calculus. Like the ancient Greeks already invented calculus.
Oh, okay. What does math have to do with the human body and how it works?
But saying somebody is not going to bleed doesn't require a high IQ. Also, Ben, thank you for the $5 super chat. Ben says, Christians act like ancient people were all deviant and having orgies before the arrival of Jesus. I know. I don't know why they do that. They weren't, but... the Greeks were. The Greeks were out of hand. But listen, this is very simple. God knows all things. You don't need a master's degree for someone to explain to you that merely doing the deed with somebody isn't going to cause them to bleed. It's not hard.
But it actually, yeah, people, if they don't understand in the sense of like reproduction or like the human body, they actually won't know. There's still nowadays reports of, there's still nowadays, if you don't teach, like, for example, children.
They don't need to know any of that. They don't need to know anything about anatomy. The only thing God needs to tell them is that women don't always bleed their first times. Therefore, there needs to be a different test of their virginity. Also, you could just believe them. They don't need to be tested because, as it turns out, if a man lies about his virginity, there's no punishment. No one cares.
Well, I mean, if the argument is why God didn't tell him everything at once, I would argue that I believe he did tell humanity from the beginning of time, from Adam and Eve, that what exactly they have to do, but because we have the free agency and
That's
everyone,
huge, because it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about why God told them to do something that is demonstrably unjustifiable.
I believe God told them in what understanding and knowledge that they had at that time how to conduct themselves.
But it doesn't. It says, if you suspect that she's not a virgin, you go and you bring the marital sheet to the elders of the town. That is the proof. And if that sheet isn't presented, then she's going to be executed. That's what the law says. And you better believe that if somebody in ancient Israel accused their wife of not bleeding, somebody was going to bring a sheet, and she was either going to be exonerated or executed.
Exactly. So how rudimentary is it for them to be talking about a sheet to prove whether you're a virgin or not virgin?
Easy, because they believed that all virgins would bleed their first time. As it turns out, they don't bleed their first time. But whoever wrote Deuteronomy 22 didn't know that, which is why either God is incompetent or this didn't come from God.
Or that humans are incompetent.
No, God gave the command according to your worldview.
God gave the command, but the human understood what he understood at the time, which was show me this sheet because that's how I know if this woman's a virgin or not.
No, you're lying to yourself. You don't.
I'm not lying to myself. You're lying.
You don't need special knowledge to someone say women don't always bleed. Is that hard? Do I need a high IQ to hear the words women don't always bleed?
I think you as a man, and I can also attest to myself as a man.
That was a yes or no.
The fact that a woman bleeds. I don't.
That was a yes or a no question. Do I need a high IQ to understand the phrase "not all women bleed"?
Yeah. No. You're right. You're right. If someone says a woman bleeds or a woman doesn't bleed.
Could God have said, not all women bleed their first time, therefore you need to visually inspect them before the wedding? Could they have understood that?
Could God have said that? Yes, he could have.
And could they have understood it?
I believe, yes, they could have understood it.
Okay,
but did they understand
so
it?
then God,
I'm going to say with no then. But you don't get to say.
So then God chose the route that led to suffering and innocent people dying. Thank you for admitting it. Curtis, thank you for the $6.66 super chat. Big W, Curtis. I appreciate that. Curtis says, can we do a Christian bingo for the heathens? Write 9 common talking points we think each guest will say. Yes, actually. If you go to my link tree in my profile, there is a link to an atheist Christian bingo card. Up to 100 people can play at once. And all you got to do is click on the website and go to the atheist bingo card. It's already in there. Okay, so this is so easy, which is why people get frustrated talking to Christians, because you will do anything other than be honest with what the book says. The book says that if a woman doesn't bleed, she's going to be executed if her husband wants her to be. That is not good evidence. That's faulty evidence. The book says that this was the standard that was set by God. The only logical conclusion to this is that God set a dog shit standard.
I mean, my argument would be that that's not the only logical conclusion. But if you want to, pigeonhole it to that, then I'm not gonna. I guess it doesn't matter really what I say at that point, though, because if you're gonna say logical conclusion is only that, then you're fixated on that. It is.
That's just the truth of the matter. Did anyone else give the command other than God?
The answer is no.
Okay,
We're going to
so
believe that the
so
commandment came from God.
so
But that doesn't make the commandment.
I don't know why you keep talking. The commandment came from God. You said yes. Point number 2, is the commandment good?
Yes.
What's good about it?
That it's, well, from the information that we have from the commandment is that it eliminates, first off, just blatant execution, because I'm going to believe that the commandment is in place because prior to that, they were just executing the woman if the man says that she's not a virgin.
They're making that shit
And so
up.
this brings the option
so now
to.
you're just lying. The book doesn't say that. You're just making stuff up to justify this horrible law.
What do you mean? I'm making. I mean, the whole book is made up.
There are no laws in ancient Israel or the ancient Near East that have ever been passed down that says a woman get executed just because her husband accused her of not bleeding.
So then why have this law then?
Because the people who wrote this at the time period they wrote it didn't know how the female body works, because it didn't come from God. It came from a bunch of idiot men.
So they created a law that said if you believe your woman was not a virgin, then bring her to the to the priest, and then the parents will have an option, or the option to bring the cloth or prove that she is a virgin.
It says they will bring the cloth. Henry Blake, thank you for the 13-month subscription. Big W, Henry. I really appreciate the full year plus a month subscription. That's a big W. I really appreciate all that support. That's huge. Okay, so the text says that if in fact she is accused, that the father and the mother must bring the sheet as the evidence. That's it. And if she didn't bleed on the sheet, then she's going to get stoned. In fact, it says that you must stone her. You must purge the evil from your midst.
Okay, but the argument, I mean, the conversation was, why have this commandment put in place?
Because
what were they doing before then?
Lying about your virginity is a grave sin, according to these people. Virginity was highly praised in this culture because they believed a woman, if she had sex outside of marriage, was defiled. Which is why in Deuteronomy 24, if you divorce your wife and she goes to somebody else, you can't remarry her later because she's been defiled by another man. Which is why when David's wives were raped, David never went into those wives again. He separated those wives from his other wives because they were defiled. Did they do anything wrong? No, but they were defiled.
Okay, but we're talking about this one commandment, though. And the argument that you said was, this is a stupid commandment because they were executing innocent women.
Yeah.
Or I just executing, even if I'm going to go as far as this, executing a woman who was not a virgin is also not good.
I agree. Yes, executing any of these women is horseshit. The fact that they're executing innocent women makes it especially bad. I don't know why this is so hard. Also, Roger, thank you for the $2.79 Canadian super chat. Thank you from the Great White North. If God imposes, men disposes on a sheet. That's a great saying. Thank you, Carissa, for the face paint. I appreciate that. Okay, so I don't know why we have to pull teeth for you to just admit the obvious. The law is clearly it's biased against women. It's clearly not good because it's saying that innocent people need to be unalived for it. Also, Yolanda, thank you so much for the 666. Yolanda says, Christians lie like they're lying Jesus. And I agree. Without lies, Christianity dies. Thank you, Yolanda. I appreciate that. So, will you just be honest and say this is a bad command and God gave it?
But that's not the way I see it.
So it's a good command.
For those people at the time, it was better than what they had before.
What did they have before?
Well, if we have to put a commandment in place, I'm going to say it's something worse than that, because you don't put a commandment, or I guess we're talking about a law. We're talking about a law.
How do you know what they had before?
I'm playing your game of we don't have a pre-Deuteronomy book.
We do,
right?
Got lots of.
Okay, what was it?
We know what the laws in ancient Egypt were. We know what the laws in ancient Canaan and the rest of ancient Near East were. If you suspected somebody was unfaithful to you, you had the test of the sheet, which is identical to what you have here, or you had the river ordeal. And they would do this both in Egypt and also in Babylon and Assyria, the two nations where they had very large running rivers. The river could be dangerous at certain parts. And so they believed that by throwing somebody in the river, the God would either allow them to survive or not survive to determine their guilt. Most people survived, by the way. Very few people were ever executed in a river ordeal. But the fact of the matter was, the bloody sheet, it's not a step up from anything. It's something that people were already doing in that time period. They just adopted it. That's why God doesn't say that when you have your wedding night, you need to put a sheet underneath of you. He doesn't explain to them what they need to do. They already know what they need to do. They already have the ritual of the sheet. There was no explanation needed. Almost all of the cultures at this time period practiced the ritual of the bloody sheet. Some cultures today still practice it.
Okay. So that goes to show that they are living in their culture that was at that time.
Yeah, but is God bound by culture of the time? Or should he give commands that are better than the culture of the time?
It's not that he's bound. See, that's the thing is you're putting it as bound for God at the time, but when...
What was stopping him from giving a good command?
Nothing. He gave the good commands, but if humans...
So he gave a dog shit command and nobody made him do it. He made a conscious decision to do it. I don't know why you keep bending yourself into pretzels over this. Just say that God gave a bad command. Let it leave your lips.
But that, so look, you're putting it in that. Like, look, I'm not going to do it because that's not what it is, though.
Okay, was the command good?
What would you? Okay, so let's back it up.
Was the command good?
Was that command good for the Israelites in 1000 BC?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why? Why was it good to execute innocent women?
Well, they didn't know they were doing that.
It didn't matter if they know they were doing it. God knew they were doing it. So again, why is it good to execute innocent women?
Well, it's not good.
Oh, okay. So was the command good then?
It was good in the sense of that it gave the woman a chance to prove that she is a virgin.
But the proof is irrelevant. The proof is faulty. Half of the people would have been executed whether they were innocent or not. So the proof is irrelevant. Cyber Deconstruction, thank you so much for the 666. Cyber says, guest was probably surprised to learn not all women bleed the first time tonight. Yeah, most people actually don't know that. It's not a statistic that a lot of men know. But it's certainly true. So again, God gave the command. God could have given any number of commands. God could have told them anything. He could have said, listen, some women don't bleed their first time, so you give them a visual inspection rather than waiting for the blood. Could he have said that?
Yeah, he could have. I mean, he could have said that.
Would that have been better?
Yes, from our knowledge that we have, yes, it would have been better. That is correct.
Exactly, it would have been better. I appreciate that. Okay, so it would have been better to said to them that you need to visually inspect them rather than just seeing if they bleed. But God didn't do that. God didn't do the better thing. He did the worst thing. Neurospicy Cat Lady, thank you so much for the 7-month subscription. Big W for becoming a subscriber. And Grim, thank you for the $10 super chat. Grim says, the Christian worldview puts you in a hostile hostage situation, born into a world you have no choice in, being forced to take blame for crimes you did not commit or being tortured forever. I agree. That's not just true of the Old Testament. That's true of the New Testament, which we'll probably get to eventually here tonight. So what does it take to get you to just be honest? To say God gave a command that was bad. He could have given another command that wouldn't have been bad, but he gave the command that was in fact bad.
What? So your question is, what would it take for me to say that?
Yeah, what does it take for you just to say something honest and say, this is a bad commandment, God gave it, and he didn't have to give it?
It would take me knowing that at the time, whoever is writing the words that...
Nope.
No? Okay. Go ahead. Can you tell me then what it is?
The right answer is that it was a bad command, and it doesn't matter who wrote it. God was the one who gave it. It was a bad command. Guitar Dog, thank you for the $10 super chat. One of my favorite quotations, dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Mark 32:15. Indeed. So, again, just say something honest. We'll start easy. Is the commandment good? Number one.
That's such a vague question, to be 100% honest. Is the commandment good? Good in the sense of what? Good in the sense of us knowing whether you should be doing that?
A better
Good in the sense
commandment
of...
that God could have given that didn't result in innocent people dying?
From our understanding, yes.
That's all we have. All we have is human understanding. Okay, so there is an alternative to what God could have said, and the alternative wouldn't have resulted in innocent women dying. Now, you already said that nothing was preventing God from giving that better commandment. So again...
Well, no, I never said that. What was preventing that is their understanding. I already told you that multiple times. I don't know why that's so...
Well, you lied
can't just
multiple
overlook
times.
the fact that...
I didn't overlook it. So I'll address this for the last time. Then I got to move on since you can't be honest. There is nothing that prevented them from understanding the phrase, some women do not bleed. And you know why I know that? Because only 200 to 300 years later, they wrote about it in their own fucking books. The Jewish people wrote about it, said, listen, sometimes the women don't bleed. There was one case in which a woman, in fact, started bleeding because she was walking up stairs on a daily basis and it caused her hymen to rupture. Thank you so much, Twitch of Scripture, for the galaxy. I appreciate that. Big W, Twitch of Scripture. They were writing about it. They knew about it. So don't tell me that they weren't capable of understanding that sometimes women don't bleed. All right.
Okay.
I've had enough with this dishonest guest. This is what you have to put up with Christianity. This is all they have. That's right. Horseback riding, donkey riding would do it. Riding a donkey could do it for sure. Lifting all the watering vessels, which they had to do, could do it. Listen, without lies, Christianity dies. And that guest was a perfect example. He would do anything other than be honest with what the text says. And this is why people get frustrated talking to Christians, because you can't be honest. All right, we'll get Dan in here. How you doing, Dan?
Doing good. I'm back.
I thought I recognized the name Dan.
Yep. So John 20 talks about John 20 verse 1.
Wait, what are we talking about? We haven't talked about John 20 today.
No, we didn't.
Oh.
But I just had a random thing I wanted to throw at you.
Okay, sure.
Because I feel like Christians believe that, well, I even believe like Mark, Luke, John, and Matthew were witnesses to these things. Like they were eyewitnesses, supposedly, right?
No.
They're not.
But they
not actually.
All right. Well, let me just pause. Cyber, thank you for the 666. Big W, Cyber. I appreciate the 666. Hail Satan. It says, given that we have a much more luxurious life today, the number of innocent women was probably higher. I agree, because they had a harder life back then. They had to work. Some of them working in the fields. But think about this. The proportion of women that would have been executed, even though they were innocent, would have been higher than 50%. Because statistically, the women who got drugged before the court were definitely women who would have been accused of not bleeding. And since half of them, less than half of them, actually would have bled, that means they are the most likely candidate to be brought up, because there are some women who bleed even a tiny, tiny bit, and that's enough to give them the vindication. So it's much more likely that like 70% of these women would have been executed innocently. But the Gospels. Okay, listen, John. We have no evidence that John wrote John. Mark was written probably in the 60s, maybe even the 70s, by John Mark, the cousin of Barnabas. We know that Matthew and Luke came after that because both of them copied directly from Mark, so they couldn't have been eyewitnesses to anything unless you think that Matthew lived for like 90 years. But even Matthew doesn't make sense. None of their names are given in the Gospels as actual authors. The closest you're going to get is the Gospel of John, but even whoever wrote the Gospel of John tells you that John isn't the one writing the Gospel. There are multiple authors in the Gospel of John, and they are recording both John's testimony and other people's testimonies into one book.
I know that now from listening to you, but
Okay.
do Christians
No.
believe that they were eyewitnesses?
Yeah, they have no idea what to think. They think
Because
Matthew,
I
Mark, Luke,
wondered
and
if
John actually wrote those Gospels and were eyewitnesses. Even though
Yeah,
Luke wasn't a disciple, by the way. Neither Mark nor Luke were disciples.
I was going to explain this to my mom and say, if they were actually witnesses, right, then how come John, when he's saying that he sees Mary at the tomb, didn't say, oh yeah, and I saw Luke standing over there, and I saw Mark standing over there with his pen and notepad writing, and I saw the other guy standing over there. There's 3 other dudes standing there with notepads because they were eyewitnesses too.
Right.
The other guys don't write that they saw John.
Right. Yeah, there's no evidence that any of his disciples wrote anything, even though like the likelihood that they could write was slim, but they could have given the testimony to somebody else who could have wrote. That's something they definitely could have done, especially because during the course of their ministry, they had enough money to do it. They had money to take care of all the widows and orphans that were in their community. People were literally donating their entire estates. Remember, that's how Ananias and Sapphira got executed right in front of Peter. So people were donating their entire inheritance to the early church. You telling me they couldn't put a little money forward to have their testimony written down for the posterity of all of Christendom? That's unheard of. Of course they could have.
Yeah. All right. Well, I feel like I got a lot of layers of crazy glue on me, and you're like busting each little layer with each of these little balls that you're doing tonight.
We'll get them.
Let me try one.
Wait, are you a Christian?
I am, but I'm like waking up here.
All right. Well, we'll see what we come up with, guys. Round and round we go. Where we land, nobody knows. But we'll see what we get. All right. I've got... this is a good one. Okay.
I'm going to pretend I'm my mom, like, going at me.
Sure, for sure enough. All right, this is going to be a little more obscure, guys. We're going to Amos chapter 9, around verse 4. And Cascade Community Watch. Thank you, holy smokes, for the $50 super chat. Big W to Cascade Community. Says Christian here. I appreciate it's your approach and biting commentary, giving me pause, although I've got some major hurdles to get over before I'll be willing to deconstruct. Perhaps I'll call, but here's $50 to tide you over. I appreciate that, Cascade. Big W for being open. I was once a diehard Christian apologist, like many out there today, and I am no longer such. And it was the overwhelming evidence of reading the Bible and studying history that led me to this position. And I wholeheartedly believe that if everybody reads the Bible, they'll probably end up in the same position. But so the passage we have, I'm going to put it on the screen for everyone, and I'll read it to you. Dan, here we go. Says, now this is Yahweh dealing out punishments to the Israelites prior to the Assyrian captivity. That's what Amos is writing about. Says, and though they go into captivity in front of their enemies, there I will command the sword and it shall kill them, and I will fix my eyes on them for harm and not for good. So immediately here, we've got a little bit of a problem, because God is literally saying, because they've disobeyed me, Frank, thank you for the 3-month subscription. Because they've disobeyed me, I'm now going to harm them. I'm going to actively harm them. Even after I send them into captivity, I'm going to chase them by the sword, even into their captivity, and purposely do harm to them. Do you think that's something we would expect from a loving father?
What was going on here?
Yeah. So what's happening is the prophet Amos is writing right at the tail end of his prophetic ministry, and he's basically giving the punishment to the nation of Israel, specifically the northern tribes. And so what he's saying here is that, listen, it's going to be quite terrible. Actually, this might be the Judean tribe at this point. I have to look at chapter 9 again. But either way, he's sending his people into captivity for their disobedience. And part of this is he's not just sending them into captivity. He is purposely turning his face against them to do harm to them. He says, I will fix my eyes on them for harm and not good, which means it's not good enough that they're going to get punished with exile. God's going to chase them down and actively harm them.
So, coming at this from my mother, what did these people do? Why would God want to do this to them?
Yeah, so some of the accusations that are given in the book of Amos is basically being hypocritical, saying that they practice the law, but they don't actually practice the law. Some of the northern tribes are accused of sexual sins. Some of the northern tribes are accused of violent crimes. But these are like individual manifestations. It's not like the days of Noah when they said every human being is evil and they all need to be wiped out, right? But nevertheless, because of the individual sins of these people living in these people groups, God says, no, I'm going to send all of y'all over into exile. But let's imagine for a second that they did actually do the sins. The exile and the punishment to the Israelites, it's indiscriminate. It's just the whole nation is going to be punished. The Assyrians are going to come in. They're going to bring their swords and their chariots and their archers, and they're going to utterly annihilate you. And then they're going to carry you into captivity. And then while you're in captivity, I'm going to indiscriminately come after you. I'm going to send the swords of the conquering nations after you, even after you've been exiled. I'm going to cause this. You see the problem here?
Yes.
Right. It'd be different if he just punished the people that sinned, right? If a bunch of people sinned and God clicked his fingers and said, okay, all you people that sinned, you're toast. I just vaporized you. Poof, you're gone, right? He didn't do that. Mm-hmm. He sent a whole invading army to come in and grape and pillage and execute and dash babies' heads against stones. And then he said, even after that, even after all that happens, I will set my face against you. I will do it to harm you intentionally.
Wow.
Make sense? Pretty rough. Astronova, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Astronova says, please clarify for the previous guest that these were not adult women sleeping around that were stoned. These were children and adolescents who were sold and bought by them. Big W, Astronova. That's 100% true. These women were treated like cattle. They were bought and sold as though they were cattle. And then the punishment was because they were lied to about the goods that they purchased. That's why if the man is lying, he pays a fine to the woman's father. He doesn't pay a fine to the woman's property. Mm-hmm. All right, but that's for the last guest. Damon, thank you so much for being a member of the Kraken crew and joining the Kraken crew. We really appreciate that, Damon. And Roger, thank you so much for the Canadian super chat. Big W, Roger. So, Dan, do you see the problem with this passage? Like, even if you think that Israel did something bad and deserved to be punished, why is it that God is
extreme?
He's wiping out the innocent. Right. And we would expect that God didn't have to do that. Because remember in Genesis chapter 18, when Abraham talks to God before he wipes out Sodom and Gomorrah, and Abraham says, certainly you wouldn't wipe away the righteous along with the wicked, right? Far be it from you to do such a thing. And then every time we read about people in the Old Testament, God's wiping away righteous people right along with the wicked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And God's all powerful, remember? He could just click his fingers and all the evil people could disappear.
Yes. That kind of reminds me of my mom told me that she prayed for this microwave. And the next day, down in her apartment building, there was this microwave sitting there by the laundry machines. So she believed that God sent her this microwave with her whole heart. Like, she believes it. And I'm like, okay, Mom, so you're telling me God is giving you microwaves?
That sounds like theft.
When right now, there's kids out there getting graped and nobody is doing a thing about it, but he's sending you microwaves.
Oh, holy shit, such a good point. Thank you so much for bringing this up, because we talk about this a lot, especially in LG Gray's Live. If God is so intimately involved in your life that he's going to help you get to your business meeting on time, or give you a parking space, or help you find your keys. Yeah. But there are starving children praying to him every minute. Nah, that's a bullshit God. That's not a God that's rational. Johnny, thank you for becoming a subscriber. I just see it come through. Big W for Johnny Barrios Tattoo. Big W, Johnny. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm glad you recognize the problem here.
I'm out again. Thank you, sir.
Cheers. Good to hear from you, Dan. All right, we'll move on to the next caller. We don't have any Christian. Oh, Apple came through again. Apple, I've got one other caller from YouTube to come in, then I'll grab you again, Apple. Since there's no other Christian in here that's got the power of the Holy Spirit. Apple is the only Holy Spirit-filled Christian in the TikTok string. There are 500 people here. He's the only Holy Spirit-filled TikToker. Welcome in, Teo. Teo?
Yeah.
You with us?
Hello. Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yep.
Okay. How are you?
Good. How are you doing? Is there any chance that you can get some Wi-Fi? Because your connection's breaking up.
Yeah. Now?
Not really.
Yeah. You hear me?
It's breaking up, my man.
Is it better?
It's not.
It should be better now.
Mm-hmm.
Is it better?
Nope. All right, go find some Wi-Fi coming back, okay? All right. Next up, we've got David, and then I'll bring Apple in. Sorry, Apple, I'm trying to prioritize people who haven't been up in the box yet. But I'll grab you if no one's back when David's done. I'll add you up again, Apple. I appreciate your kindness for hanging out with us, though, man. That's really great of you. Most people don't spend that much time with a bunch of atheists, you know. Welcome in, David.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Doing pretty well. Do you remember me from, when was it? I think Wednesday?
It's hard to tell. I talk to anywhere between 25 and 50 people a night, you know?
Yeah, we were talking about, that day was about God condones slavery in the Bible.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I'm hearing an echo. I don't know whether. Hello?
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was hearing an echo, and I guess it's YouTube. Okay, so what are we doing today?
Well, all right. So right now, we're doing a game show. So I'm gonna pick. I've got a bucket full of 70 Bible verses. We're picking them at random. And we'll spin the wheel, round and round it goes. Where it stops, we don't know, but we're about to find out, hopefully. And we'll see what our Bible verse for today is. Also, Cyber, thank you so much for the 666. And Johnny, thank you for the 666. And Sean, thank you for the $5 as well. I appreciate that, Sean.
I'm sorry, I'm new here. Is that like a joke, like an inside joke kind of thing, like 666?
Yeah, we like Nero here. Do you like Nero?
I don't know. I don't know anything about Nero, honestly, other than like the common, I guess, knowledge out there.
Yeah, that's what 666 is. It's a reference to Nero Caesar. All right.
Yeah, I remember we talked about that.
Yeah.
When I joined last time. But yeah, what's I have my notebook here. I'm ready to take notes. So.
Oh, perfect. All right, so we're gonna do two things. Let me read a super chat, and then we'll read our next verse. Super chat Lee, thank you so much, Lee, here for the $5 super chat. Lee says, "Why is it only women's virginity God is interested in?" I agree. Throughout the Bible, God never mentions male virginity. In fact, the word for a male virgin, which would have been Bethulim or Bethulut, I'd have to actually see. Probably Bethulim if it was plural, Bethulot if it's feminine and plural. But Bethula, the feminine form, is the only form that ever shows up in the actual Bible. There's no male form of a virgin that shows up in the Bible anywhere because God isn't concerned about men's virginity. He's only concerned about women's virginity, although he does insist that they don't defile themselves with sex before they go out on war. You have to be pure. Or before you go to the temple. But that's neither here nor there. Let's read the next verse. It's Exodus 17... verse 8 through 13. All right, let's put it on the board. Exodus 17, 8 through 13. And as usual, everyone watching the stream can see it, but the guest on YouTube can't see it. You'll be able to see it because you're on TikTok, though, David.
Yep.
So it says, this is as they're leaving Egypt, by the way. This is while they're having recently crossed over into the sea. It says... okay. Then Amalek came and fought with Israel at Rephidim. Moses said to Joshua, "Choose some men for us and go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the staff of God in my hand." So Joshua did as Moses told him and fought with Amalek, while Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. Whenever Moses held up his hand, Israel prevailed, and whenever he lowered his hand, Amalek prevailed. But when Moses' hands grew heavy, let me start over. But Moses' hands grew heavy, so they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it. Okay, so the Bible verse here is pretty clear, and what they're saying is that during the war with the Amalekites, every time Moses' hands got too tired to keep them raised, God allowed the Amalekites to win in battle. And then when he put his hand back up, God gave victory to the Israelites. So why is it that God is letting the Israelites be slaughtered because Moses' arm is tired?
Moses, because you don't hit the gym, man.
It seems kind of a capricious move, isn't it?
I'm not sure. Can you just repeat your question again so I could write it down?
Yeah. Why is it that God is allowing the Israelites, his own people, to be slaughtered by the Amalekites just because Moses' arm gets tired?
Okay. It's a great question, and I'm not sure. Real quick, is your because I'm a Catholic, is your whole goal kind of with this to I guess convert people to atheism, or is it just kind of like, hey, look at this weird verse in the Bible?
No, my goal is to not convert people to atheism, but deconvert them from toxic religions. Like, I would do the same thing if I was talking to a Muslim, which we talk pretty often to a Muslim. I've done the same thing to people of other religions. It's just my belief that religion is not just unnecessary, but quite toxic at times. So, like if you leave Christianity, but you're like, listen, I still believe in a God. I get it. I totally get it. I did that for a long time. When I left Christianity, I didn't go right to atheism.
All right, that's cool.
Yeah.
So, geez, yeah, it's a very good question. Why would God do that?
Because that's his own people. Theoretically, those are the good guys. Right?
Interesting. All right, and okay, so makes me ponder. I would have to do more research on this.
Thank you, Taylor Tom,
I don't
for
know
the
if you
face
remember
paint.
last time.
Well, Sarah, what did you say? I'm not sure I heard it.
Oh, I said, sounds like witchcraft to me. Like this is a spell, and if you follow the right, order, it works, and if you don't, it doesn't work.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah. Taylor Tom, thank you so much for the face paint. I appreciate that. Yeah. Did you want to go over another verse, David?
I kind of wanted to go back to what kind of continue where we left off on the slavery thing.
Okay. Where did we leave off?
Well, it's kind of we went over some things, and I kind of was pondering some points you put out there.
Okay.
So hold on, I wrote this down. So you were saying, I guess my assumption, please correct me if I'm wrong, was that your whole point in that is, hey, look, God allows slavery here, therefore God is bad, or God is immoral. Is that about right?
Not really, no. So I don't believe in objective morals. I do believe in subjective morals. So I would say, I don't think slavery is ever good. Like, it never produced a benefit for mankind, especially not for the slaves. Neurospicy, thank you so much for all the face paint. I appreciate that. So, I try to avoid things like saying that something is immoral, because the next question out of the person I'm talking to is typically, well, what's your moral standard? Well, I'm a subjective moralist, right? So
that doesn't even convince me as a Catholic. Like that's such a kind of, that's what you use against other Christians. That's what you use for other Christians when you're talking about atheism. I don't think if you're gonna want to convert an atheist, you want to use that, because that's just like,
right.
I mean, so you don't believe in there's objective morality, is that right?
Certainly not, but I do believe that the subjective morality that we have for ourselves, we can measure using objective means. So, for example, we know when something is objectively not beneficial, right? Like, we know that me getting stabbed by a knife as I'm walking through a parking lot after work or something is not beneficial. There's no guesswork there. We know that's the case, right? So now we might debate whether or not it's ever okay to stab somebody with a knife. But the question of whether or not it's beneficial is pretty much a open and shut case, right? But that being said, moral frameworks from my point of view is just what are the things that we should and should not allow within a society. And they get molded, they get changed over time. Almost everybody thought that slavery was cool. It wasn't just the Bible. Almost everybody thought it was cool for thousands of years.
Right.
And to me, I feel like if the God of the Bible was real, I would expect that his laws would have transcended the culture, but all the laws that he gives are part and parcel, nearly almost identical to laws that I find in the ancient Near East. Every law code of Moses I can find in law codes from Babylon or Assyria or other nations at the time period, right?
Okay, and you kind of touched up on this, but I just wasn't sure. Are you agnostic, or are you like atheist and there's nothing, no higher power, nothing, above, beyond our realm?
Well, I'm an atheist. I used to be agnostic. After I left Christianity, I went to agnosticism because I was like, well, if the book is wrong, it doesn't mean there's no God. But through studying science, I kind of came to the realization that there's really no need for God. Like, the only reason why I was believing in God still was because I liked the idea. I wanted a God to be real. I wanted to believe in an afterlife. But when I examined the evidence just wasn't really, there wasn't really any good evidence to keep believing it. So I stopped believing it. It wasn't really a conscious decision that I made. It was just kind of something that happened. As I kept studying, the belief just started to fade, and I just gradually became more convinced that it doesn't really make sense to believe in this thing. But you know what I mean?
Okay. Please, I don't mean any like disrespect, but I feel like that your I guess your reason, your base to belief is kind of weak. That's what
You mean
just I believe
evidence?
because no. Like when you said that I wanted to for a God to be real. I don't I
Right.
For me it's like
When I was agnostic.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you when you said that, I feel like that's kind of weak. That's that's very easy to shake that belief. But I mean,
Yeah.
again, no disrespect to you, but
Which is why I
I'm
stopped. Yeah,
right.
because it dawned on me that I was only believing in the God because because I already believed in a God, right? You know what I mean? So like
Yeah.
when I left Christianity, I already believed in God, right? So
Okay.
leaving your religion doesn't mean that you automatically don't believe in a God. A lot of people leave their
Right.
religion and still believe in a God, right? So
Yep.
I didn't critically examine that right away. Like I left my religion, but I didn't critically examine whether or not there was a God at all. I just assumed that there was. It made sense to me. It was something I liked. It was something that made sense to me. But as I studied science, I became aware that there are better answers, and that a lot of the things I believed about the God were based more on either my own desires or the culture that I was brought up in, and not really on solid evidence.
Interesting. Your
Yeah.
own desires. Well, yeah, because for me, Christianity, I mean, from what I could see, I'm Christian, Catholic, whatever, because it kind of goes against my desires. It helps me, um, I guess I hold myself more accountable because I remember going through a period where I was in my rebellious phase. My mom is like super Catholic, so a teenager growing up, I rebellious, trying to go against that, and I kind of did a whole self-examination, and it kind of brought me towards Christianity. I looked up, I was researching everything from Protestantism to Islam to Hinduism to agnosticism to even atheism. And I'd like, for me, it's like I like to hear all sides of the arguments and before making, one
Sure.
my decision, which is why I'm here.
Yeah, but there's
So
a lot of people that they leave religion and they still believe in God. There's nothing wrong with that.
right.
Like everyone in the comments, put a 1 in the comments if you left your religion but you still believe in some type of higher power or some sort of spiritual force. Even in this live, you're going to see some people probably with a 1 in the comments. I don't know how many. Yeah, we got a couple going already. So like you don't have to be like, just because you deconstruct from your religion doesn't mean that you turn into a stone cold atheist. That's just the path that I took. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
But
Okay, sorry for this little side tangent, but I wanted to get back to the whole slavery thing.
right. Well,
So
let me read a super chat.
yeah.
Cascade Community Watch. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Cascade is asking, what is the call number or the link? Total noob here, and I can't find it on YouTube. If you go to the description of the live that you're watching right now, hit the description button, you will see a link to join the discussion, and then you'll be placed in a queue over on YouTube, and then we'll be able to get you into the discussion here. David, we haven't talked about slavery yet tonight, which is why I'm only going to allow it to derail the conversation, because I've got a whole bucket full of topics that we've been talking about at random, and slavery hasn't come up once yet. So what about the slavery? Like, what apology route are you going to go for slavery?
Not really an apology route. It's just pretty much based off a continuation of a conversation we had when I joined last time. So, well, first you asked me when I first joined. You asked me if I could show you slavery in the Bible, would you leave Christianity? And I told you yes.
I remember the discussion
lied.
now. Okay. Yeah.
I lied. I said yes, simply just to kind of,
I know.
move the conversation along. But I always knew that the Bible condones slavery. I just thought there was, a reason for it. And I was doing a little bit of research. I'm not an expert at anything. So, but you definitely listening to you is it motivating for me to kind of research more, study more. So So we could establish, or I guess your whole argument is, are you saying, I'm sorry, I kind of forgot my question here.
Mm-hmm.
So with slavery, just because the Bible condones slavery, what is your like spite against that? Was like um that's my first question. What was like why are you against that slavery in the Bible? And two, do you take into consideration, the cultural norms back then,
No,
which was
I
slavery
never
was like
I never take into consideration the cultural norms when the commands are coming from an all-knowing, all-powerful God that is not beholden to anybody's cultural norms. Because if that were the case, then he shouldn't have told them to do anything. He shouldn't have told them to stop eating pork. He shouldn't have told them to stop committing adultery. He shouldn't have told them to stop worshiping other gods if he's beholden to the culture of the time period. So we
And
can't.
to clarify, is David asking you to explain why you think slavery is a bad thing at all?
I think that was part of it. Yeah.
no, 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 no. Um, I'm saying like in the back then, slavery. Um, when we hear that term now, we think of, the chattel slavery, Atlantic slave trade kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you kind
I
of
mean,
consider that
I don't think of
the
the Atlantic slave trade when someone says slavery, by the way.
oh well, that's because you study a lot. You told me how like you have a master's degree in something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure but like for us common folks, we that's kind of the first thing we go to. But what about the slavery and the fact that for some people they had to kind of do that in order to even survive? Like,
Well, they didn't have to.
um,
The Israelites could have employed them. You want to know how I know that?
sure.
Yeah, if we go to Leviticus 25:39 through 44, it's pretty clear. And then elsewhere, we'll go. I'll show you elsewhere if we need to. So it says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. He's talking about fellow Israelites here. It says they shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority, and they shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property, for they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. And they shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but you shall fear your God. And then he says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you can acquire. So he says, of your own fellow Hebrews, don't make them slaves. Make them hired workers. Make them indentured servants. Set them free in the year Jubilee. God could have said that about the foreigners. He could have said, listen, if a foreigner is so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, make them serve for 6 years and set them free in the seventh. The same like you do with the Hebrews.
And what chapter was that?
Leviticus 25.
25.
Yep.
Great, man.
Mhm.
I appreciate it because you obviously studied this, and like I said, I like to hear counter arguments to challenge my faith.
Sure thing, man.
Okay, so one thing you said to me was when we were talking the first time was you gave me this kind of, you asked me if I had children, which I don't, but you said if you were a parent, would it be just for you to, I guess, punish your child for eternity, to give him
Right.
and yeah, that got me thinking a lot. So again, I'm not sure. I don't have children. I do have, younger siblings, toddlers, so I know, I have that love for children. Nothing weird, but yeah. So I was thinking about it, and I was kind of searching for like similar life experiences. And I kind of have a question for you now. Let's say you have do you have multiple children?
I've just got the one.
One? Okay, let's say you have multiple children. And let's say you have, just one child who is, you, of course, I assume that you are a great parent and you do anything for your children, protect
Yeah,
them, and raise them right, of
of course.
course. So unfortunately, you can't protect them from everything. So let's say this one child gets, influenced outside of your control, and they pick up a substance abuse issue.
Mhm.
I don't know if you know where I'm going with this.
Not yet.
Okay, so let's say, what would your punishment be then if you had like or what would you do in that case if one of your children had a substance abuse issue and you discovered it for the first time?
I would take him to a rehab. I've got substance abuse among my siblings. I've already been through this rodeo multiple times. You can't punish substance abuse out of somebody. You have to take them to rehab. They've got a detox, and then they need
Right.
deep psychological counseling. They need therapy. They need help. There's a reason why they're on the illicit medication.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't mean punishment like as in discipline.
I
I kind of
wouldn't.
separate those two. Punishment, I guess, punishment is punishment for them because you're taking what they want, what they desire, in those substances, right?
I
That's kind of
mean,
what I
you
mean.
might view taking their substance away as punishment. I wouldn't. I would say that's saving their life.
No, for sure. No, yeah, for us, us looking outside, but like if let's put ourselves in that person's shoes who is doing those substances. For them, it would be punishment to take that away. They don't see that, and that you're trying to help them out. They're just focused on, uh, getting their next high or whatever, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
That makes
Especially
sense?
if they're young, like if they're very young
Yeah.
teenagers and they got into it when they're like 12 or 13. Yeah, when you take it away, it might feel unjust. Why can't I do it, right? But the fact of the matter is, as a parent, I'm doing the thing that is best for them. I'm doing the thing that is good for them.
Yeah, I like that you said that. I like that you said that. Okay, cool. So what if now let's move along. You do what you said, but they're so lost in the substances abuse that no matter what you do for them, you can't, you know, they continue using it. What's the next step for you?
The next step, if they're under 18, is rehab. Once they're 18, I
Oh,
can't make them go to rehab. I can't detox them.
okay.
To be clear, there's no amount of illicit medications that my child could take that I would actually punish them for it. Again, I've already been to this rodeo. I've had to take siblings to detox a dozen times. You do it
Yeah, I'm
again,
sorry about that.
and you do it again, and then you do it again, and you do it again, and every time you do it, you hope that that's the last time you have to do it. And when you do it again, you give them a hug and tell them you love them, and you do it again, and then you do it again. That's it. You don't punish
Okay.
them, you don't hurt them, you don't harm them.
Right. No, I perfectly agree with you. Okay. So you said if they turn 18, you can't do that no more. So let's say they turn 18, they're still living with you and they're still on the substances. What would you do in that case?
Just what I told you. I would love them and give them the help that they need.
But can you be more specific? Because if you can't force them to go to rehab anymore, what can you do?
Are you trying to equate kicking a kid out of your house to eternal hell?
In a way, and I could explain myself.
Yeah,
But
Benny
yeah, that's pretty
Boy,
much what I was trying to get to.
I took a long way around the bend. Benny Boy, thank you so much for becoming a member of the Kraken crew over on YouTube. Big W. No, I wouldn't kick my child out of my house, even if they did have a lifelong addiction.
I'm sorry, I left the app. Okay, cool. So very interesting. I personally, considering it, I think I would. I mean, at that point, you're kind of being like you're being toxic around my other children, and I mean, I can't have that around my household, especially considering what would my other children think if I just allow that in my house,
Oh,
you know?
you mean if one of my children is an active hazard to the other children?
And specifically with the substance abuse, yeah.
Well, I don't think the
Not
substance.
not an active hazard, but they're just, they're on substances, and you could obviously see that they're under the influence, and obviously, you know, what when you're under the influence of or dealing with that kind of addiction, you know, you could tell it's somebody is very, you know, like not okay at that point, and for me, they would provide a very toxic environment for my other children. And at some point, you know, I have to say enough is enough. I lost you to the streets, so you know you have to. Yeah, you're gone. You can't be around this environment.
No, I wouldn't do that. Joyful, thank you so much for becoming a member of
Okay.
the Kraken crew on YouTube. Already been there, already done that. Nope, there's no need to kick them out of the house unless they're in active harm to the other children. And there are ways of keeping illicit substances out of your house. You don't have to kick them out of your house.
Okay.
And then is the metaphor that humans have to go to hell instead of heaven because us evil humans would be a bad influence and harm the good humans in heaven?
I think so, yeah.
That's not my argument.
Listen, if God wants to kick me out of his house, he can do it. I don't care. But the question is, why is he kicking you out of the house and then sending you to be tortured?
Well, simply because that's, you know, the only other alternative in this religion.
Why is it the only alternative? Isn't God all powerful? Why did God create only one alternative? He's the one that created the alternative. Could he not have created 10 or 15 alternatives?
The alternatives are here on Earth. You know, we have.
So could he not create another one where he puts us non-believers that are just non-believers? Why do we need to go to hell?
A great question. I'm not God. I can't answer that. You know, so it's.
Right.
I'll definitely. Let me write that down. It's a very
The
good
heaven
question
and the
for you to
hell
look
is a false dichotomy. You're saying like, well, God couldn't let us into his presence, so then he had to send us to hell. But it's nonsense. He didn't even have to create hell to begin with. Hell doesn't even need to exist. Not a single human ever has to go to hell. He can just say, listen, if you don't believe in me, then you don't have to go to heaven, but you can go over here. Like, here's another earth. It's similar to the other one. Go do your own thing. Apart from me, I don't care.
Very interesting. Definitely something I'll look into. But okay, that kind of ties into something else that you said when I mentioned that hell, when I was trying to describe hell to you, I said that hell is pretty much you're separating yourself from God. It's that choice of, you know, of you being so far removed from God's grace that you are in that active suffering because, you know, I'm pretty sure you know that us Christians believe that God is all source of good and you know, happiness and joy and all that, etc., whatever. So the fact that you are actively kind of rejecting God, you are taken away from that. You are separating yourself from that eternal good, from that eternal pleasure. So you are in hell. And you told me that
I'm not rejecting God. I don't believe in the God. You can't reject things you don't believe in. Like if God was real, and then I was like, nah, I'll pass on that thing. That's rejecting God. Just not believing in the thing doesn't make it a rejection.
Interesting.
Like if somebody sent a letter to my house that said Sarah's inviting you to dinner, and I was like, that doesn't look like Sarah's handwriting. I don't believe that's actually from Sarah. I'm not rejecting Sarah's invite. I'm saying, listen, I don't think that's actually from her.
Okay. No,
to be fair, though, I'd go to dinner. Just, you know, make sure we're...
And I'm sorry, is Sarah the person above me?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm trying to learn here. I'm trying to, you know, be a good Christian, and I told you I wanted to get into apologetics.
Well, you're doing great.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm honestly, I'm just trying to learn here, so I do appreciate you taking that time to kind of help me on my journey. So
sure, it's important.
Okay, but yeah, when you told me that, I forgot who was it. Who was that person? That my concept of hell wasn't biblical. That it was from the one who did the layers of hell.
Dante?
I forgot. Dante, was it?
Yeah, I mean, Dante's Inferno is a much more
Yeah.
detailed depiction of hell. There's like 7 different layers, and depending on how bad you were, you're in particular layers and things like that. That's not really.
Was it, no, but you know how I describe hell, and is that's you actively separating yourself from all the goodness, which
Oh, the Great Divorce.
No, that's not what he said. A name. I'm sorry, I forgot. I
C.S.
apologize.
Lewis?
C.S. Lewis. Yes,
The
thank you.
Great Divorce.
It was on the
Yeah.
tip of my tongue. Yes.
Sarah got
I
it.
actually
That's the name of the book, is The Great Divorce.
okay. Oh, so you were right. I was just looking for the name. I'm sorry. Um, but I actually found kind of in the because I am Catholic, so I do believe, so I do subscribe to the Catechism. I found I don't know how to call it, a passage, I guess, in the Catechism that kind of describes hell in that way, and I had to write it down, but I just can't find it.
Oh yeah, the
Um,
Catechism gives a richer depiction of hell than the Bible does, for sure.
yeah, I'm sure you understand that, as Catholics, where the Bible is, not the only thing the Bible alone is not something we, subscribe to. It's, of course, the teachings of our church fathers and the traditions left by man, and of course,
Hmm.
the Vicar of Christ, the Pope himself, he kind of, when he speaks infallibly, yeah.
Right.
Okay. So that's kind of what I was getting to. Like, at some point, us being humans in the eyes of God, we are so lost in our sins and well, I'll use me as an example. I am so lost. I'm so lost in my fleshly desires to lie, to lust, to unalive, I guess, by hating my brother. Um, I am so lost into that eventually, I had my chance here on earth. So, eventually God has to say, enough's enough. You gotta go,
Go where?
separate yourself from me. The hell.
That's what I keep saying. Why is the only alternative hell?
I don't have an answer for that. When I do, I'll let you know.
Is
But that's
purgatory an option?
For some.
Purgatory. Purgatory. I think I explained that to you. Purgatory is not a third option. Purgatory is you're already guaranteed to go to heaven. Purgatory is just kind of like that purging of your earthly attachments
Right.
after you die.
Right, yeah. And even the Catholic school that I went to in high school said that even our priest, when our priest would die, would have to go to purgatory for at least a time period to have his sins purged, because even priests were not without sin.
Yeah, of course. Even the Pope goes to confession. So
Right.
yeah, and like I said, I believe that I told you this last time that I don't believe everybody who's not ex-religion is going to hell. There's always those exceptions where we don't even know, like the unborn babies or
Sure.
I guess toddlers who are not conscious yet,
But
so they can't make an active.
if there are exceptions, for example, do you think the Native Americans are all going to hell?
If they didn't hear about Jesus or God,
Okay. So
then
if that's the case, then the best thing we could do is tell nobody about this guy. Because if all you need to do is not know about Jesus, then God will have mercy on you, then I'm not telling anybody about Jesus. Let's hide him right underneath the bushel basket.
well, no, not necessarily, because when I tell people about Jesus, I tell people about his sacrifice, and kind of his message that he spread. Kind of how he challenges us to kind of go against our desires and to kind of submit, to God.
Yeah, but
And I believe that kind of helps us kind of give us more. For me personally, it definitely helps me every time I tell a lie. Now I have that, like, dude, I just told a lie. I have to, give that account to God when I
yeah, but you don't
go
need Jesus for
to.
that.
Yeah, of course, you do.
No, you don't.
What do you mean you don't need Jesus for that?
I feel bad when I tell lies. It's called being human, having empathy. I don't need Jesus to feel bad when I lie and hurt somebody. That's crazy.
Well, I said me. I personally, yes, I do.
Oh, you must be a terrible person then. I'm sorry about you.
Oh, you don't even know the half of it.
Listen,
I'm
if
trying to be better.
if
I'm
you
trying to be
need to
better.
believe in a sky carcass to not peel somebody's skin back, then by all means believe in the sky carcass. But I don't need that. But
It's not a carcass. He's alive.
I don't believe so. But to the point though, like, listen, if the Native Americans are in heaven right now because they never heard of Jesus, then what do we need Jesus for?
I never said they were. I'm not sure. I believe that there's a possibility that it can be, but I can't say definitively if they're not, they are or they're not.
My
You know what I
son,
mean?
my son is autistic. He has no
Mm-hmm.
verbal skills, but he definitely knows what it's like to sin and disobey. He knows what that is. He will never hear about Jesus, most likely. He'll never understand it. Is he going to heaven or hell?
Again, I can't say that. I can't say definitively.
Okay.
And I don't think there's an answer out there for us to kind of point to, for me to point to say yes or no.
The fact of the matter is,
I'll pray for him though. I'll
if
definitely pray
there's
for him.
any loopholes in the system, then that means that Jesus was never necessary to begin with, because God could have made an infinite number of loopholes for all of mankind to get to heaven.
Well, no, because Jesus, it was the loophole. I believe God did give us other loopholes.
Okay,
God
so
gave
if
us,
Jesus is one of multiple loopholes?
No, he's the loophole, the only loophole, the
Well,
ultimate loophole.
But why do we need him if we already have other loopholes?
Well, you don't have other loopholes. What do you mean?
Yeah,
I don't believe you have other loopholes.
you just said that the Native Americans are probably going to go to heaven. They never heard of Jesus. That's a
I
loophole.
didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. I
Okay,
said
well
that,
then you believe in a God that is unjust, that will send people to hell for having never even heard of Jesus.
No, I never said that either. I said that. I said that. Well, maybe I said it, and apologies if I did. But what I meant to say is that there isn't. I don't believe that personally. Well, the Catholic Church doesn't believe that hell is the place people go to if they haven't heard of Jesus, or if they can't have that consciousness to kind of I guess deny, reject God, whatever. Like, mentally ill people, things like that.
Where do they go?
I don't know. I can't tell you. I'm sorry. I can't tell you that. I don't know.
Wait, no, but is it like a secret place we've never heard of, or is the only option still heaven or hell?
Yeah, because I'll go there.
Your only options are heaven and hell.
So if they don't go to heaven, they go to hell.
Problem either way, then. Like,
how so?
So if you say the Native Americans can go to heaven because they never heard, that means that
it's a possibility.
That means it's possible to go to heaven without Jesus. But then if you say that the Native Americans can't go to heaven because they never accepted Jesus, then your God is unjust for sending them to hell. Either answer.
Right, and I don't believe that.
Yeah, you're in a double bind.
The latter.
Which one don't you believe?
The latter, the one you said, if just because the Native Americans never heard of Jesus, they're gonna go to hell. I don't.
So they go to heaven.
You have to go to heaven. If you think there's only two possibilities and they aren't going to hell, then by your own definition, the only place they can go is heaven.
Well, I mean, God will judge us based on what we do here on earth. So I guess they're gonna be judged based on what they do.
So they get judged on their works, on their actions, but if you're a Christian, you get to be judged on your beliefs?
No, that's Protestants. Us Catholics, we are justified by faith and works.
Right, but you can be justified on works alone?
No.
Okay, so then the Native Americans can't go to heaven.
I'm sorry, I kind of jumped on that. I'm sorry. You can be justified on works alone. Let me think about that real quick. Okay, I want to lean on yes, you can be justified on works alone, conditionally, I guess.
Then you
like
don't
I said, that specific example. No, if nobody's brought Jesus to you, or I guess if you are, well, yeah, if you don't have Jesus brought to you, in a way, yeah, I guess you can be justified by works alone.
And you don't need Jesus ever at all. There was no point in him coming if it's possible for you to just be justified on works alone.
Which to me makes more sense. Like if God is going to punish people for bad behavior, that at least makes sense. But punishing people for not believing something is kind of silly. Thank you, Bunny and the Bean, for the subscription. And thank you so much for the cat. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry it didn't tell me who sent the cat, but big W for the cat. I appreciate the cat.
So, okay. I'm sorry. I'm just writing notes down.
Right. So that's kind of the problem. Like if you assume that people can get to heaven without Jesus, then Jesus was never necessary. And if you assume that people can't get to heaven unless they have Jesus, then you believe in a God that will essentially punish people innocently.
Oh, for sure. I see it. But definitely I don't believe in the latter, what you said. But definitely the first thing, can you be justified by works alone? I definitely have to look into that.
Okay.
For sure.
Well, listen, David, I appreciate your time here. I'm going to move on and keep the ball rolling. But thanks for coming back and talking with us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Daryl. Was that your name?
Mm-hmm.
I'm Sarah.
Have a blessed day.
All right,
Thank
cheers.
you guys.
Have a great one.
Bye.
He was, I think, very nice to talk to when we talked the first time, if I recall.
Yeah, I don't remember him the first time, but I agree. He was very nice.
Yeah, I agree. All right, we got Peter coming in from the YouTubes. I don't know if you'll be able to hear him, Sarah.
Okay.
But we'll see.
Worry.
We'll see what happens.
I'll try to fix this crazy mess I just made.
All right, Peter, welcome in. Can you hear us?
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I have a question. I've got a guest on TikTok right now. Can you hear my guest?
No.
I didn't think so. So the guests can't hear each other, but you can all hear me. That's fine.
Yeah, doing my best to deconstruct, to use a phrase, coin a phrase, what the conversation's about from what you're saying, and I think I did pretty good. So that was all right.
I believe you. Okay, so are you still a believer or no?
So yeah, hey, Cascade Community Watch here.
Oh, Cascade, you're Peter.
Phones. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, so Peter is Cascade. I'll try to make that mental link.
That's okay. No worries.
So where are you at right now, Peter?
So here's what's up. So yeah, I'm a theist. I'm a Christian. My theology most closely aligns with covenant theology. And most importantly, I think for this discussion, I am staunchly preterist in my eschatology.
Oh boy.
And it is through my alignment with the preterist proposition that we today are living 2,000 years beyond the biblical end times, and that there is no future Antichrist, there is no future second coming of Jesus that is going to come fix everything, that has caused me to adopt a secular humanist worldview.
Sure.
And so I'm struggling to find any sort of compelling utility in abandoning my theology. When I applied the litmus test of, hey, how would it affect my worldview if I found out what I believe is wrong, is not true tomorrow? And I can honestly say it wouldn't affect it at all.
Right.
Struggling to find utility in saying, hey, abandoning my theology when I'm finding tremendous utility in engaging with my fellow evangelical Christians in this country specifically, who are fixated on this apocalyptic worldview that it's all got to get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse until Jesus comes and fixes it all. And I think that's the primary focus for me today that I need to help move these people away from. And I have the opportunity to move these people away without telling them they have to throw their baby Jesus out with the bathwater.
Yeah, and a lot of people do that. I actually know a lot of people that are still either in ministry or in academia that are basically agnostic. And they say, listen, I can use particular tools of interpretation to move the needle one way or another. I can actually have a real effect on what these people do and believe, and I can move them into a place where they're believing something that is, we'll say, more tolerable and loving. But that being the case, whether or not something has utility, is not something of a concern of mine. I'm concerned about whether or not the dang thing is true. And so,
fair enough.
I mean, it's possible that it might have utility, but it's also possible that at some point you have to admit that it's either true or it's not. But on preterism, I understand the allure of preterism, because then you don't have to make up for all of the second coming failed prophecies. But I think it opens the door to new problems. For example, the prophecies that never came true and never will come true now, like Isaiah chapter 11 and Micah chapter 4. Like when the lion will lie down with the wolf, and the child will play over the hole of the snake.
You mean the lion and the lamb? Excuse me.
It doesn't say lamb, actually.
The lion will lay down with the wolf?
No, it didn't say wolf. Sorry, I misquoted that. It says the wolf will lay down with the kid, I think.
With the kid.
Yeah.
Okay. We can agree that the lion and the lamb is a reasonable facsimile to that.
It's close enough.
So if we're talking about the Lion of Judah and the Lamb of God,
doesn't say that. Doesn't say lamb in the text.
Is there any text that says the lion will lay down with the lamb?
Nope. Not even one, actually. That's a Mandela effect.
I love that.
Isn't that wild? There's actually no text that talks about that.
I'm super keen on the Mandela effect.
It's a wild one. Yeah, it says here, the wolf will lie down with the lamb, and the leopard will lie down with the kid. There we go.
Oh, okay. Well, they talk about, you are going out as as lambs, and the wolves will, that's where my covenant theology comes in.
Well,
I am 100%.
Well, I know what you're wanting to do here. You're wanting to reinterpret the words as being metaphorical rather than literal, but
no, I'm using the scriptural precedent.
You're not. So just keep listening, because it literally says that the nursing child will play over the hole of the asp, and the weaned child will put his hand on the adder's den. They will not hurt or destroy on my holy mountain, for the earth will be full of the knowledge of the Lord as the water covers the sea. And then the parallel passage in Isaiah 2 and Micah chapter 4 literally states that nation will not pick up sword against nation, nor will they learn about war anymore.
In his holy mountain.
No. Nation will not pick up sword against nation.
That's what's the context of in his holy mountain?
Doesn't say that.
Not correct?
No. There's multiple nations. It says nation will not pick up sword against nation. I can bring it up in Micah chapter 4 real quick.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Because my understanding of that from the covenant theology perspective is that in that context, that yes, nations in his holy mountain will not rise up against each other.
Well, what it says, I got it on the screen, but you can't see it. But in Micah chapter 4, verse 3, it says, "He will judge between many peoples and shall arbitrate between strong nations far away. And they will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. And nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore." So even the nation's far away.
And, I have to confess, I don't have my Bible in front of me, and I maybe I'll call back next time when I do.
Sure.
But my understanding is that is within the people of the covenant.
Doesn't say that, though. Doesn't say anything about anybody of a covenant. It says that he's going to arbitrate between many nations far away, and they won't pick up sword against each other anymore.
And what is I'm sorry, which, please give me the chapter and verse of this.
Yeah, it's Micah chapter 4.
Micah chapter 4.
Mm-hmm.
And you believe this is an eschatological passage?
Yeah, in fact, it's concluded in chapter 5. In chapter 5, when it talks about the one who's going to rule in Israel, it says he will be the one of peace, meaning the one from chapter 4 that rules and reigns during the era of peace.
And who do you think that is?
Well, it's nobody, because none of these prophecies come true. They're all false prophecies. Jesus didn't bring any peace. He said he came to bring a sword.
Well, sure.
So he can't be the one of peace.
Well, I'm leaning. I lean toward the Israel only aspect of preterism. Are you familiar with IO?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not convinced that any of this has to do with anybody outside of the Hebrews.
But it says nations far away.
And nations is the Greek word what?
Oh, this is written in Hebrew. It probably says goyim.
And the Israel only position would be that those are the offspring of Abraham who have been assimilated into the other nations. That there's nothing in Scripture that relates to any as what we would call Gentile.
No, it just says he will judge between many people. Be Rav Am for many people, unless it's plural. But
all right.
Yeah, many people, and shall arbitrate between strong nations far away, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. It's pretty clear. He's saying that there's going to be world peace. And there's a bunch of passages of failed prophecies like this. For example, in Isaiah, God literally says that he's no longer going to be angry with Israel anymore. It's going to be like the days of Noah when he sent the rainbow. Let me pull it up. There's a bunch of failed prophecies. I've got a bunch of them documented, but. Let's see now. Oh yeah, we could also talk about Isaiah 56, where he says that the foreigners are going to join themselves to Yahweh and bring offerings and sacrifices to the temple. But Isaiah 54 says, after the Babylonian captivity, in overflowing wrath for a moment, I hid my face from you. But with everlasting love, I will have compassion on you, says the Lord, your Redeemer. Just like in the days of Noah to me, just as I swore that the waters of Noah would never again go over the earth, so I have sworn that I will not be angry with you and will not rebuke you. And that's how we know that this obviously was written prior to the invasion of Alexander, because the Greeks made this prophecy false. I've got a list of failed Old Testament prophecies, some of them eschatological and some of them not, if you want me to send them to you. You still with us? I think we lost him. He's gone. Sorry, guys. He gone. I don't know what happened. He must have lost connection, or we'll see. Delilah's Scissors. Again, every time I see the name Delilah's Scissors, I love the name. Best screen name. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Delilah's Scissors says, thanks for all you do, Justin. Loving the new format, lives, and topics. Thank you, Delilah's Scissors, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate the support. All right. We've got one Christian coming back through. You guys already know who it is. His name is Sage. Last time he had a Phil Bro crash out session. Should we take him again? All right, we'll take him again, but he's going to actually have to follow the format. We'll see what happens. Welcome back, Sage.
Hey, how's it going? Good to be here.
Sage, I won't ask you the typical questions because I already know you're 18 at least, and I know you're a Christian. So what we're doing here tonight is...
Yeah, I was watching. I get it.
Okay.
We can pull a verse up.
Cool. All right. Oh, shoot. One already fell out. I didn't even have to turn it. Must be divine providence of Doug.
Let's go.
All right. We've got 1 Corinthians 11, 7 through 12. Let's grab it real quick. Then I'll put it on the screen. Paul says, for a man ought not to have his head veiled, since she is, a man ought not to have his head veiled, since he is the image and reflection of God, but woman is the reflection of man. Indeed, man is not made from woman, but woman from man. Neither was man created for the sake of woman, but woman for the sake of man. For this reason, a woman ought to have authority over her head because of the angels. Nevertheless, in the Lord, woman is not independent of man, or man independent of woman, for just as a woman came from man, so man comes through woman, but all things come from God. Okay, first things first, do you think women should have to cover their heads?
Today, I think it's probably just going to be cultural. Just depends on where you are.
Why?
I'm not sure what you mean why.
Did Paul say that this is cultural?
I don't think it explicitly says it's cultural. I think it's just something that you would exegete from the text.
Oh, you just have
and
to
parse out.
assume?
I wouldn't say assume. So something important to know about me is that I'm not like Protestant, so I'm not like a Bible alone. So I believe that like Holy Tradition is like the normative authority on the interpretation of Scripture and which laws apply to Christians today, especially the Gentile ones. So like the Holy Tradition in the church I'm a part of, the Orthodox Church, is that like in the Orthodox Church, like women are encouraged to cover their heads, but it's not like you're not going to get kicked out if you don't.
Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm. In fact, even in modern times, it was encouraged in Protestant churches. Probably didn't really go away until the 50s. After the 50s,
like
things started to change. Yeah.
Yeah, my wife's from Pennsylvania, so we're like she grew up around Amish people who still do that.
Yeah. Okay. So I know that you believe that there's a church authority outside of the Bible that can justify this. Can you tell me what that authority is? Like, who says that this is cultural, you don't have to do it?
It would just be like the consensus of the Orthodox Church. It's just like what people basically agree on.
Can you like give me an author, or like a quotation from somebody?
Yeah, I can. Just give me a second.
That's right, Gothic. The answer is what men agree on, not what women agree on.
Who needs to hear from women, right?
Listen, you were made for man, all right?
I better take this. I better cover my head. Yes.
We were made in the image of God. You were made in the image of man, so you must submit.
Good luck.
Denise is asking if anyone's seen Joel. I did see Joel just a couple minutes ago. Joel came through here asking if anyone has seen Mezzo. Are you guys like punking us? What's happening right now? Did you lose track of Joel and Mezzo? Might have to put out an APB for Joel and Mezzo, guys. I'm just salty says, why does God have nipples? Funny thing is, why do men have nipples? Because like, if God is designing people so that their bodies have like a purpose, it's weird to me that men have nipples at all. And why is it that men can lactate? Sarah, you know this. You know men can lactate with the right amount of estrogen.
Uh-huh. They sure can. It's almost as if, like, we start the same.
Yeah.
Like, we're actually not that different, and you just have a particular hormone at a particular time or a particular Time in development where your genetics begin to matter.
Yeah, it literally says. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the Bible again. I mean, bodybuilders. So bodybuilders, because of their hormone profiles getting out of whack, sometimes will begin to lactate. It's like very common, and you'll see like these big, giant, beefy bodybuilders lactating.
So, oh, that's crazy. I totally tuned out, and then as soon as my hearing attention turned towards the conversation, that was a crazy sentence to jump in on.
Yeah, that would catch you off guard.
Literally, all I heard was bodybuilders lactating.
Yep.
Okay, so what I searched around, so I go to a Greek Orthodox church, so it's different depending on the jurisdiction, right? So like the church authority is like split up by nationality in a lot of ways. So Russian and Orthodox churches, head covering for women is required. Greek churches, it's optional. You have mixed practices in American parishes. But that's pretty much so you would just we would just observe. I don't have like a specific quote, like in my back pocket, but that's what we observe right now. I mean, that's what they determine for the jurisdictions.
Okay, so there's no actual like textual witness from the church fathers that said anything about it?
There may be. Let me try. But what they say, I mean, what I can say with confidence is that they don't make like a dogmatic teaching on it that's like for all time in all cases.
Fair enough. I'll take your word on it because I don't think it's important for our conversation. I just wanted to see if you were going to be able to, if you're going to actually drum up a source from the church fathers, which seems like the answer is no. Okay, so it says in verse 9.
Jerome, I mean, I can if you want. I just don't know what purpose it serves. But like Jerome, for instance, noted that Christian women in Egypt and Syria wore both cap and veil. There were like canon laws given at different times. So there's like an apostolic constitution where explicitly it mandated for that dispensation that women would wear headbands. I mean,
does it say dispensation? Because I've read quite a bit of the early church fathers and never heard them talking about dispensations.
No, so that's how canon laws work. So canon laws are not for all time.
Okay. All right. So in verse 9 it says,
just like, I mean, that's what any scholar would even say. I mean, that's just not, you don't read canon law as if it's like inspired scripture that's meant to be taken for all time.
Okay, so what the church says is authoritative, except it's not authoritative because it can change. So it's authoritative until it gets changed?
It would be authoritative for that dispensation.
Okay, and how long do you know when a dispensation is?
I mean, they would have. I mean, people have. There's local councils. I mean, there's any level of council. There's local ones. It's a synodal conciliar model. So there's local council, there's regional council, there's national councils, there's ecumenical councils. I mean, there's
I know how the structure works. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay,
so that's how it's governed.
People decide for themselves then.
No, you're still bound. You're still bound by whatever the holy tradition is.
Well, you can't point to anything in the tradition that says you either do or don't. You're just pointing to what modern people are doing. So modern people are just deciding this is something we're going to do, and some people are saying this is something we're not going to do. That's it.
Well, if you're going to a Ukrainian Orthodox church, it's mandated, and they have like head coverings ready for you at the door. But if you're in an American church, it depends. I mean, it's cultural. It's mixed.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they've just decided this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
I'm certain that the early church fathers talked about it, but we don't have time to get into it tonight. So verse 9 says, verse 8, indeed, man was not made from woman, but woman from man. Neither was man created for the sake of woman, but woman for the sake of man, which is echoing what he says in his letters to Timothy and also what it says in Genesis, where it says that man will rule over his woman. Do you think that men were created to rule over women?
Where does it say that men are going to rule over women?
No, a man will rule over his woman. I'm not saying that all men will rule over all women here.
Okay, so it's like descriptive.
That's Genesis 3, yeah, and it's in verse 16, and it says here, to the woman he said, I will make your pangs in childbirth exceedingly great. In pain you shall bring forth children. Yet your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. Genesis 3:16.
Mm-hmm. What's the
do you think
objection?
Do you think husband should rule over women?
I think it'd be important to note like what rule means, and in any context where it would be like a forceful, unloving like dictatorship. I mean, that would obviously be a result of the fall.
I didn't say anything about forceful, unloving. I mean, obviously, it means that when the man says something's going to happen, when a man says the thing is the thing, that means it's the thing. He's in charge.
Yeah, no, I think husbands are supposed to rule over their household.
Okay, so you think husband should rule over the wife?
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, so like with the context being right, ruling the way that Christ says to, which is that you would lay down your life, for your wife and love your wife. So it's like it's a self-sacrificial, loving type of rule.
Oh,
it's definitely not something to be like envied or sought after. I mean, it's burdensome.
Would you be okay then with your wife ruling over you, since it's not an envious position to be in?
No, because that's not my worldview. Dictates that my role as a husband is to lead and rule and to sacrifice myself for my family.
What position is a more beneficial position? The position where you're in charge, or the position where you're subject to the person in charge?
I think they both have their pros and cons.
What's the benefit of having to do what your husband tells you?
That you don't have to suffer the burden of like providing or
I didn't say anything about providing.
Yeah, well, that is the burden of being the husband, right? So whatever burden a husband has to bear, that would be the benefit of not being the husband.
Didn't say anything about providing. Didn't say anything about money.
Okay, so I misunderstood.
We're talking about who's in charge. Providing has nothing to do with it. In modern times, in the first world, both people work anyways. So providing is a useless data point.
In modern times, both people work?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But I don't think that that's the ideal. I don't think that's like the natural order of things.
Oh, so you don't think women should be allowed to work if they're married?
No. Women should totally work. And women are, there's, Proverbs 31 woman, like she was a businesswoman. I mean, that's great. I'm for that.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, so women should work then?
I think women can work. Yeah, 100%. They might be really good at it.
Okay, so women should work.
I'm not against women working.
Okay, so then it's not a burden to go to work.
No, I'm saying for the weight of providing for the household, that goes on the man's shoulders, and women can help and contribute to that, but it is ultimately the man's duty to protect his family to the point of death and to protect.
We're not talking about protect. You keep changing subjects. We're not talking about protection. We weren't even talking about providing.
So
we're talking about.
I think it's because maybe the disconnect is that I'm taking a holistic view.
The disconnect is that you're not listening to me. So the disconnect is we're talking about who is in charge. Okay? I'm not saying that it's beneficial to work or to not work. We're talking about who is in charge and why is it best that women should have to listen to their husbands. Why is it that women can't be in charge? And a Wild Willie text, thank you for the $10 super chat, and thank you for being a member. Wild Willie says, funny story relating to that. About a year ago, I learned men and women have the same number of ribs, as before I had believed the story of my church that had spread without ever checking it. That we had different number of ribs because of the Adam and Eve story. And so the question is, whether or not, do you think that women are even equipped to lead? I assume he's still talking.
I didn't realize that you muted me.
Right.
Yeah, I think that women are meant to lead. I think they're supposed to rule over the earth and subdue it. I think there's precedent for that in Genesis.
Are they equipped to lead in the household though?
Yeah, lead the children.
Why can't they lead the husband?
Because that's the role that's been set aside for them.
Are they capable of doing it?
are they capable of doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, like could a husband be wrong and a wife be right? Sure.
No, is it possible that a woman in a marriage could be a better leader than a man?
Certainly, yeah. I think I see those kinds of marriages all the time.
Then would it be wrong for the women to lead?
Yeah, I mean, it would be wrong for the woman to like supersede the husband's authority for sure.
So the most beneficial arrangement
With the caveat of
I don't know why he keeps talking.
The husband is because I want to add an asterisk to what I'm saying. I'm saying obviously like an abusive husband or something like this. Like we're not talking about fringe cases. We're just talking about like the normative family, right? So
talk about
like
normative families.
Husband, yeah.
Okay, so
I just think people like in their minds jump to like the most extreme case when we're having these conversations.
I haven't said anything about abuse. Okay,
I'm sorry. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna keep it together.
Sarah, you're not allowed to talk here. Apparently, I don't know if you knew that. You need to keep silent. But listen, you'll be saved through childbearing.
Oh my God.
It's okay. So, in the event that there is a relationship where the woman is clearly a better leader and the man is not a good leader, would it be wrong then for them to have the woman leading? And you're leaning towards no. You shouldn't do that.
I'm kind of distracted.
Sage, I don't know why you keep talking while I'm talking. So, in the event that there is a woman who is a better leader than her husband, then clearly the most beneficial arrangement would be for the woman to be in charge. That's the most beneficial arrangement for the family. Now, can you explain to me
when am I allowed
why? What I'd like for you to do is to stop interrupting me when I'm talking, which is why I muted you twice now.
I'm not trying to be rude. It's just I wanted to hear. All I was trying to say earlier is I wanted to hear your other guest's perspective. I genuinely wanted to hear it.
Yeah, and she told you. So
I didn't hear what she said at all.
Sage, I don't know why you keep running from this. It's very easy. So in the situation,
I'm not running from anything.
That
I'm open to
there
hearing
is
the
a
woman's
marriage
perspective.
in
You're
which
like pinning me down to misogynist. I'm saying I want to hear the woman's perspective, but you won't let her talk.
Not even close. You can pivot all you want to I'm the misogynist now, but that clearly won't work as you've already admitted the opposite. So I'll go back to the same question. In the event that there is a marriage where a woman is clearly better at leading and a man is not good at leading, would it be wrong for the woman to lead?
I think this is such a broad question. I would say in like general cases, again, in a normative marriage, it would be better for the man to lead. And again, but in a normative marriage, the man is actually being a good leader.
I asked you a specific question. In this marriage,
if a woman is a better leader, I don't know. No.
No. So you would put them in the less beneficial position. That's what you want them to be in a position where they're weaker rather than stronger. Sarah, I think you might have something to add to this.
Yeah, I want to hear Sarah.
Sage really wants to hear Sarah, and I got to tell you, Sage, you're not going to like it because she's way smarter than you and me both.
That's fine. She can be smarter than me. I don't know why you're pinning me as like this weird, like misogynist figure.
Because we all know who you are.
Let me explain why this is a problem. The reason why it's a problem and why it is misogynistic is because in this normative, healthy situation that you're proposing, in which the man is the authority and the woman has to submit to the man, that woman is at entirely an enormous disadvantage, even in the kindest of marriages. Okay, that woman is now underneath. She is not an equal to this other adult in the relationship. And so instead of a relationship built on love and trust, you have entered authority into that relationship. And that is a completely different arrangement than an arrangement of equals who have mutually decided that they love each other. And the data support that having a 50-50 equality-based relationship is absolutely healthier, leads to better marriages, leads to people being happier. You don't need someone to be in charge. You are in a relationship in which the two of you should discuss together and come to decisions. No one has to be in charge over the other. And that always puts women at a disadvantage if you are going to say that they don't have power anymore, that the man is the one with the power. Particularly now, if you're going to get into a situation where you are not going to say that women either they can't work or they can't be the breadwinner, right? So now the man has the power and he has the financial access. What happens if, I don't know, he passes away, if he has an affair, right? And now this woman is not even financially able to take care of herself because of the financial position that she has been put in. And the bottom line is, even if you say, well, the husband is supposed to love the wife the way God loves the church, that's also like saying slavery is okay if slave owners are good to their slaves, right? There's still a power dynamic. You don't need that power dynamic. It is entirely unnecessary. And at the end, my last point is that in these situations, when you have those very traditional gender roles, women end up doing far more work, far more organization, far more labor, and end up actually running the household. And yet we are giving all this praise and authority to this man for being the leader when he doesn't even know when the kids' birthdays are or what size shoes they wear. So it is not a beneficial or ideal situation.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I would agree with you, like, especially in your last point. I would say that husband's not doing his job. I mean, the husband's supposed to love his kids and know when their birthdays are. Like, so we're all going to agree on that.
Sure.
Do you think that it would be impossible to maintain the same value as a human if there were different like roles and with like in the complex of having like different like gender roles? Like, you can't have the man and the woman be of the same value if they have different roles.
Not when it comes to authority or hierarchy. So if you want to say, hey, I'm going to do the dishes and you take out the trash, great, no problem. But if your roles are including hierarchy and authority, then no, they can't have a set person in charge and a set person underneath and say that they're equal.
You can't say that they're equal in value?
No, not if one person's in charge of the other.
Okay, so the reductio to that, though, is that then your children have less value than the parent because the parent has authority over the child.
You are not in a marriage with your children.
I know, but but on your own grounds, you're saying that if there is wherever a hierarchy exists,
No,
there is
that
a
is not what I
disparity in
said.
value. Yes, it is. That's what you
In
just,
a
okay, so what am I
marriage-
misrepresenting?
In a marriage, you can't have a hierarchy. Then one gender, if you are assigning gender roles, and one gender always has a higher authority than the other gender, then they are not equal.
Okay, so hierarchy within gender, there's a disparity in value, but hierarchy between a child and a parent, there's no disparity in value. Why is that?
Because their prefrontal cortex isn't developed.
Why is that the bar? But that's just like, that just seems like an ad hoc, like
It's not ad hoc.
metric.
They lack the cognitive abilities of adults.
Right, and yet somehow that child's life has the same value as the parent's life, even though they don't have a developed prefrontal cortex.
No, I never said they were less valuable.
And I know, so that's what I'm saying. So obviously it's not impossible that there would be a disparity in hierarchy and yet not a disparity in value.
Right, but the difference is that your wife has a fully formed functional brain and your child doesn't. Your child needs direction. Your child needs you to teach them how to live. Your wife doesn't need that. Sarah doesn't need me or anyone to tell her to do anything.
Yeah, I guess all I was just establishing with that, I'm not even disputing that. All I was establishing was that it is possible, at least theoretically, for us to have a different hierarchy and yet have that person maintain their human value.
Yeah, for children
So
that
at least that's possible.
that are not developed yet. They need the hierarchy for their development. Your wife doesn't need her brain to come into development. She's a fully formed, functioning adult, usually doing twice as much as her husband.
Okay, yeah, so that's fine, but I'm saying that yeah, we've established that the possibility is actually there. So I guess
That's
my question was
apologist's
like,
favorite word is possibility. So what would be
no,
wrong?
I'm just saying like, so we've backtracked from, we started with
so
it is
what-
impossible for there be, I'm just pointing out because we started off with, well, it's impossible for there to be an equal value where there's a hierarchy. And now we know that that's actually not always the case.
It's the case in adults.
That wasn't the claim to
Okay.
begin with, Sage. Listen.
That was the claim. Now we
That
backtracked
wasn't the
and made it
claim.
exclusive
Oh
to
my
adults.
God.
That's fine. Now it's exclusive to adults. That's fine. So how is that the case? Like, we're saying there's this huge disadvantage. Like what is the like? I don't understand the disadvantage.
Do you want?
So if you
Sorry,
don't
go ahead, sir.
understand the disadvantage between men have all the power in your ideal system and women don't, would you happily trade places with women?
Sometimes I get okay, this is gonna sound so weird, but sometimes I do wish I was a woman. Just kidding.
Captain
no,
for
sometimes-
Christ.
Yeah, right. No, sometimes I sort of like envy the way that my wife doesn't have like as much like responsibility or things like on her shoulders, and that she has like her husband. I'm not like what is it called? I'm not like gassing myself up, but I'm just saying like sometimes I envy the way my wife or my mom or my mother-in-law has like a man providing for her, and she can flourish and focus on. Now maybe I just have access to like a healthy version of this dynamic, and so that's just like a privilege that I have. But I've seen the way that the women in my life like directly benefit from this family dynamic.
Is that their perspective or what you are witnessing? Like, do they tell you how easy their life is, or are you just saying, gosh, I have so much responsibility, it must be nice to be them?
No, I've heard my mom like praise my father, and I've heard my wife, like, whatever. Obviously she's biased, but like she would say, at least to me, maybe she's behind my back and just complaining about how much of a dictator I am. But at least to my face, I mean, she seems to be happy. She's like appreciative and thankful that I like go to work as much as I do and do the things that I do for our family.
That's different though. I'm saying, does she feel like, gosh, this is so easy for me. I'm so lucky to have such an easy time.
Did I use the word easy earlier? Or...
No, I'm asking because
okay.
You're saying like that's what you think these women's experience is they don't have these burdens that you have. Do they really feel unburdened?
Yeah, I mean, I can't like read their minds, but I mean, it seems so to me.
You could
Yeah,
ask.
it's the women in my life. Yeah, I think I will.
Okay, because I don't know if you have children or not yet. Do you have children?
Not yet. Can't wait.
Okay, so that's going to change a lot of things, and that is going to triple your wife's workload.
Yeah.
And so ask her now.
I would
and
hope
then
that it triples my workload too.
Well, statistically, it doesn't.
It won't.
Particularly if you have these traditional gender roles. Traditionally and statistically, in your situation, the man says, I am providing and protecting by going to work. The home is the woman's duty. Look at how good she is at keeping care of our home.
Yeah, I think that's I don't think that should be the case.
Okay, so you
Yeah, I
think
think the husband and
that
wife should share the burden.
men and women should do exactly the same amount of housework?
I don't approach at least for me specifically, I don't approach my marriage like a tick for tat, like, I'll vacuum, you do the dishes. I think we both just kind of like generally clean up the house when we see something dirty. I do chores. I don't know. I probably don't do as much as my wife, but I'm also working like a 60-hour-a-week job. So it's just different.
Okay.
Yeah. But I try to be cognizant of helping my wife with her chores, especially because my wife is like chronically ill, and she was even before I met her. So she isn't super capable of doing like any of the things that we're talking about. So I have to pitch in quite a bit to be able to keep the house like so that she can flourish in a clean house. I have to like clean a lot.
Right. So using words like pitch in and help her are still kind of communicating that you view taking care of the house, that's her job, and you're going to help her out when you can.
Yeah, I think like my job is, I have a primary responsibility of fulfilling my, roles at work so that I can bring an income into the family. We're a single income household. Her primary to-do list is actually not the house. It's just her getting healthy. But yeah, like secondarily would be to do the house. And then my secondary thing is the house. And that's my marriage dynamic. I can't say that's the case for everybody.
Well, as you all, grow and in your relationship, please keep checking on how she's feeling with her workload, because children are going to change that dynamic dramatically. And, if she is struggling with her health, I'm glad that you are doing more and more around the house. I think that's really important. But I think that goes to show that you don't need these gender roles. The ideal situation is where the two of you decide what makes the most sense for you. And if that falls into those traditional gender roles, fine, but that you mutually think that this is what is best for both of you and you're equally making that decision. I just don't see the need or the benefit for either one of you to have authority or power over the other. That I've just never heard a good reason to have that.
Yeah, I think the good reason that I've observed in my marriage is that there are sometimes things where we just fundamentally, no matter how much we talk about it or reason with one another, we're just not coming to a conclusion. And sometimes like the opportunity cost of just not making any move is greater than the buck just stopping somewhere and just moving forward together and like having some ultimate decision maker. That being said, I'm learning that I'm not naive to the fact that my wife is intelligent and she has perspectives that I don't, and so we do discuss things because she'll see angles that I don't see. So I'm it's like, as cringe as it sounds, like I'm inviting her into decisions and asking for her counsel on certain things. And we are making decisions together. It's just as like not like politically correct or like whatever. It's not going to sound good in a modern context.
Well, regardless of what words you're using, I mean, what that sounds like is if there is ever, if you all ever come to an impasse, you win.
Yeah.
Like, if there's ever an impasse, you get to make the decision. And that's always for the duration of your marriage. And so how do you think that feels to her, in that if she can't convince you, you're always going to get your way. You're always going to get the thing that you think is best. How do you think that's going to affect her through the duration of your marriage?
Well, the way that this is practically worked out in my marriage is that, being that whatever, quote unquote, the buck stops with me. Like we've been at an impasse and I actively made a decision, that was not the camp that I was in and was at kind of my own detriment, to the things that I desire, prioritize, maybe that she wasn't prioritizing. Like we just decided recently, we were at this impasse about living in California. And I've ultimately decided to go live where she wanted to live. It's in rural Pennsylvania. It's not my first choice. That was ultimately my choice to make. And I made the choice that was sort of to my detriment, to my preferences. So it's not, I feel like and I'm not saying I'm the exemplar of a healthy marriage, but I think that if the husband is fulfilling his role of prioritizing the flourishing and well-being of his wife. The buck stopping doesn't automatically mean that he wins and gets his way all the time. Sometimes, like, you just prioritize your wife over yourself. I mean, I think that's I think that's the biblical model for marriage, at least, like explicitly shown in the New Testament.
Well, if you want your wife to flourish, why can't she be the decider? Or why can't you come to a decision together that you both agree to?
Because my paradigm, my Christian worldview dictates that my wife would not flourish in like leading me and having that like having the husband's role.
Right. I guess what I'm asking is, I understand that's your worldview, but look at the evidence. Look at what actually happens, and see, is it actually impossible for a woman to flourish in a 50-50 marriage with no one person in authority? And is that truly what's best for your wife, to have someone rule over her? And who told you that? Did a man tell you that, or did a woman tell you that?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, look, I don't think it's impossible for a woman to flourish in, I don't know, 50-50. I would prod at what metric we're even saying 50-50 in, but sure, in a woman having some equal decision-making power or identical role to the husband, in some of the marriages, can wives flourish? Sure, I'm not doubting that. When we're in the realm of like normative, like for the sake of brevity and simplicity, we're talking about like a normative marriage. So I don't think that's normatively the case that a woman would flourish having an identical role to the husband. I think a distinction in roles is what makes a family unit more healthy.
Well, the data disagree with you. So, I don't know where you're getting that information. But if you want to look at researchers, psychologists, marriage and family experts, women do not do the best in what you're describing as a traditional role situation. I'm not sure what normative means to you, but when work is shared equally and decision-making is shared equally, that is when both partners do the best.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would want to see the data. I mean,
Okay, I'll send you
yeah,
data. I have no problem doing that.
yeah, just message it to me. I'll read it.
Okay.
Yeah. iReactor, thank you for the $6.66 super chat. iReactor says, put his wife on. Where's Mrs. Ray?
She might be sleeping. That'd be kind of fun.
Fair enough. It's late. She should be asleep. It's like 11:44 where you're at.
Well, yeah. Well, we're in California, so it's 8:44.
Oh, you're not in PA right now. Gotcha.
No, not right now. No, but we're looking to move in like 6 to 9 months or something.
Well, you'll love the pies, and the cheese is fabulous.
The shoe fly pie. I haven't had one of those yet. I probably should have one.
You'll enjoy it. I promised.
Cool. Are we done with this verse, or did you have any other questions concerning it?
Well, do you understand that when one person has authority over the other, then that's a potential loss of autonomy?
Loss of autonomy in what respect?
Well, if they disagree about something that needs to be done or what can't be done, then the person that does not have the authority loses the autonomy to do the thing or to not do the thing.
Yeah, I think in any commitment in your life, you're going to lose autonomy, right? So when you decide to be a parent, you lose autonomy. I think the husband loses autonomy in his marriage.
Does he?
Yeah, sure, in a different way. But yeah, the husband's options are more limited when he becomes married. Like, I mean, the most blaringly obvious one is that he can't marry somebody else.
That's not what autonomy means.
No.
Okay, so we're talking about two different definitions of autonomy. So how do you define autonomy?
Autonomy is the ability to make the decisions that you want to make without it being infringed upon. So if your wife says, or if any wife says, hey, I'm going to go out with the girls on Friday night, and you're like, "Man, I don't want you to," on account of there's going to be a guy there that's going to look at you the wrong way. That's
Okay.
I'm not saying you would do that. I'm saying that this is a scenario that happens. And in
Sure.
this scenario, the woman loses the autonomy. She loses her ability to make decisions because she has to be beholden to the husband.
Yeah, I think that would be whack.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is that's the scenario that's being set up here, is because of the power structure, because of the dynamic, the woman loses the autonomy to make decisions for herself, because ultimately at the end of the day, it's the man, if he puts his foot down and says no, that's where the foot is. It's down.
Yeah, I would take issue with that husband.
You just said that's what you do, though.
That's what I heard.
It was your decision.
I don't tell my woman she can't, go out with her friends or do whatever. That's not.
No, but like the moving thing, right? You said you all came to an impasse about where you were going to move, and you, the husband, were the decider. Oh, did we lose him?
He teacup. I'm not sure what happened. While we'll wait for him, Bridget, thank you so much for the $2 over Venmo. Bridget says the roles can be different but equal. You clown. How do you male dominance work out for you? Next guest. I may not understand your full message, Bridget. David, thank you for the $2 Euro chat. David says no more Andrew Tate for that guy. Listen, he's not Andrew Tate. He's not Andrew Tate.
That's so funny.
That was cold.
I hate Andrew Tate. In case, yeah, that's a good one though. Not a fan of Andrew Tate.
But
in case that wasn't clear.
But we listen. We've dug into you pretty good. But we want you to help you understand that like when one person has the decision making capability in a marriage, it by definition means that one person loses some capacity to make decisions, and then they lack autonomy.
They lose how is that different than the definition that I was going with for autonomy then? Because I'm saying the husband also loses options, but you're just saying it's not the same. I get it. I mean, because you're saying there's different roles. I mean, we're obviously that's all this conversation's about, right? So
it's not about the options, it's about the ability to make the choice. So it's not that you have fewer options, but if you are in charge, you still get to make the choice. So it's not just that you're limiting your wife's options, you're removing her ability to make decisions.
Yeah, I don't think it's like morally. I think this is going to be just, I guess, one of the things where like our paradigms for morality is just different, because I don't think that there's a moral, I don't think that there is like a moral value to authority and power and hierarchy. So I don't see.
I'm not sure we are saying that it's immoral. I mean, we're all subjectivists here. What I'm suggesting is that it's a non-beneficial situation. There's a more beneficial situation that could be. God's design is not optimal. It's not beneficial.
Beneficial what, in like a pragmatic sense?
Yeah, it's borne out by the data that it's much more optimal for the people married to make joint decisions, not for one person to have authority over the other.
Yeah, man, you're making me like want to go down a Phil Bro route, but
Well, you ain't got time for that. It's
I'll spare you.
It's already 10 minutes till closing time.
Okay. I don't know how like I don't know why the beneficial or non-beneficial even like really matters on like a subjective morality point of view. Like what are you even actually communicating when you say that, if you believe in like subjective moral?
Because it's not a moral judgment. I don't know why you keep bringing up morals. Did I say it was immoral?
You're applying. It's like there's this weird
Do you think,
veneer of like it not being. I don't see how this isn't a moral statement that you're making when you're talking about beneficial or non-beneficial in a pragmatic sense. because I assume like your criteria for the how pragmatic something is going to be like, I don't know, you tell me. I don't want to assume, but I just don't see how on your view you're able to substantiate this.
Substantiate what? That there's a more beneficial situation that doesn't include the subservience of women?
Yeah, but what is like, what does it even actually mean to be beneficial? Because presumably this is like avoiding harm, avoiding discomfort. Like, what does that even mean?
Yeah, it usually comes down to avoiding harm, right? So the most beneficial thing is typically tied to the flourishing of both parties, and obviously avoiding non-flourishing.
Right. So on subjective, I mean, you know where I'm going to take this, right? Like on subjective morality, why should we avoid harm?
Oh, easy, because that's the whole moral framework for subjective morals. But again, that's all we have. Like if you suggest that somehow there's something else, like objective morals, then the onus would be on you to demonstrate that objective morals exist, and we both know you can't do it. That doesn't mean that we're not allowed to have subjective moralistic opinions.
So you're just saying, I mean, I don't know. I don't see how that's not a circle. Like you just basically said, because I truly, and I'm not trying to strawman you, I'm truly trying to understand your point of view here. We should avoid harm because that's simply what subjective morality dictates, is that we should avoid harm. You're just kind of begging the question, are you not?
No, I didn't say that at all. I said that's my moral framework. My personal moral framework is the reduction of harm. That doesn't mean that reduction of harm is every subjective moralist framework. That's my moralist framework, though.
Okay, and so what is going to be your what's going to give your subjective framework precedent over somebody says that we should maximize harm?
It doesn't.
And that's their subjective.
It doesn't. I never said that. But you're
So
welcome
then
to try
no ground
it.
to criticize them.
You're welcome to try it and find out what happens. You'll find yourself in jail pretty quick.
No, I don't. I obviously don't think. I obviously don't agree with that.
Do I need objective morality to know that doing harm to others isn't beneficial?
In order to be justified in believing so, yes.
No,
So
that's
we
not
can
my
both
question.
agree-
I don't talk about justification. I said, do I need
Can
to
we
appeal
practically
to
kind of
objective morals
agree on some
to know
things?
that
Sure.
doing harm to other people isn't beneficial?
Yeah, can we happen to stumble upon some of the same, like, and agree on some moral statements? Like, of course, that's not even what I'm talking about.
Right.
Like, I don't think that an atheist is incapable of being moral, obviously.
There we go. Yeah. So
But I'm just
my
saying-
opinions.
that's not my criticism. My criticism that I'm bringing to the table is that you're not justified in believing so. So you don't actually have like a good
I
reason
am.
for it. It's just circular.
No, it's not circular. So I'm justified in believing it because I have two eyes and I can see that certain behaviors have good outcomes and other behaviors don't have good outcomes. So
I know
it's
but
not
according
hard
to you don't actually have
Sage,
any
I don't know
privileged
why you
position
keep
to
talking
tell-
in the middle of my sentence. So I can see,
apologize.
using my own empirical senses, that some behaviors just have negative outcomes. And when behaviors have negative outcomes, I would say, hey, you know what? Maybe that's not the best behavior. Maybe there's a different behavior. Or maybe this behavior is so unbeneficial that we should stop people from doing it.
Okay, so you hold to empiricism. I mean, this is going to be a whole chain. I just don't like. Do you think that it? Okay, let's maybe do this. I know we don't have much time, but do you see why it's important to justify our beliefs?
Yeah, because if you can't justify it, then there's no reason to believe it.
Okay, and so you think that?
But do you know what
using my eyeball? Hold on.
Do you know what
Now you're cutting
justify
me off.
means?
Hold on, because now you're cutting me off. Hold on. So, and then earlier you were saying I'm justified in reducing harm because I'm seeing with my
I didn't say
eyeballs that there's a negative. Then what did you say? I missed. I'm really not trying to misrepresent you. I mean, I'm happy to be wrong.
So
It seemed like
my
okay,
moral framework is the reduction of harm. It's similar to the Sam Harris model. It's just the moral framework for most secular humanists.
Sorry, hello.
Mhm.
Sorry, I missed that. Okay, Sam Harris model.
Yep, my moral framework is reduction of harm. That's my personal moral framework. That doesn't mean that every non-believer has the same framework as I do. And it doesn't mean that my opinion on particular behaviors is always right. I could be wrong and somebody else can be right. That's why we make laws that are collectively determined. And sometimes even collectively determined laws aren't good. Sometimes we realize it later that it was a bad decision.
Yeah, sure. So, but you're saying that, but what is the actual justification for you having this standard that we should reduce harm?
Oh, I just told you, it's my own personal subjective moral framework. It's the one that I developed. It's the one that I think works best.
So, but like you don't see the problem in that you've just robbed yourself of the ability to actually criticize like somebody else's subjective moral framework. Like
No,
if
I
you
haven't.
even begin to criticize, yeah, but if you even begin to criticize anybody else's subjective worldview, you're refuting your own statement from earlier that both of your guys' subjective worldviews have the same value.
No, that doesn't negate what I said at all. Your subjective view has equal value as my subjective worldview. It's not hard.
Right.
Everybody
but
gets
you'd
a
be,
say. Everybody has an opinion.
yeah, but then you'd be contradicting yourself to criticize them
No, I
because they have the
wouldn't.
same value.
I would be saying, I think that you are wrong. And these are the reasons why I think you are wrong. We do it every day. I do it at work all the time. I'm an engineer by trade. Sometimes we talk about new machine ideas.
Oh my God, that explains a lot.
We talk about new
I'm just
machine
kidding.
ideas and we say, you know what, I think this is the best way to design the machine. And another engineer says, no, I don't actually agree with you. I think this is the best way to design the machine. Nobody's being a hypocrite by looking at somebody else's opinion and saying, you know what, I like my opinion better. That's just the nature of things. I think his reception's cracking on us.
I'm gonna have to go to bed.
Yeah, I know. Listen, it's 2 till midnight. I got to go to bed as well. So, Sarah, thank you so much for being with us.
We can pick it up another
Thanks for
time.
having
Thanks for chatting, Sarah. I appreciate both of you guys. I think it was a good conversation. We can pick it up another time.
Yeah, Sage, I appreciate you coming in, man.
Mhm.
All right, cheers. Guys, before you leave, make sure, by the power of Doug, I compel you, that you're following Sarah's YouTube channel. We got to get her over 500 ASAP. We're 487 people here. I need at least 487 people right now clicking on Sarah's profile and following her YouTube channel. We really need to make it happen. We got to get her up over 500 people. Pretty soon she's going to be doing some additional content, hopefully streaming live over there. So we want to get some people over there and build that YouTube community. Because remember, here soon, TikTok could be gone. Could be gone. So we got to make preparations now. Don't find out in January, like, oh, I didn't know this was going to happen. It could happen, guys. It could happen. So make your preparations. But thank you so much, guys, for being here. I think we had a lot of fun with this topic. We'll definitely be bringing it out, or this theme. So thank you so much for being here, guys. We really appreciate you. Thank you for all the gifts and the super chats and all the likes and all the shares. And Kay, thank you for the super chat. Kay says, but why does he believe even if the wife is more capable, does he still think she shouldn't lead? I agree. If the wife is just simply more capable, let her lead. Let her lead. And Adam, thank you so much for the $60.66 super chat. Adam says, if morality were objective, how would we be able to discuss immoral things? For example, if murder were objectively immoral, who would be doing the murdering? One cannot accidentally ignore the objective phenomenon of gravitation and go floating off. Yeah, I agree, Adam. The discussion of objective morals is silly because at that point, you say nobody now has an opinion. What is moral is just objectively moral. At that point, then we have to ask ourselves, okay, if we have these objective morals, where can I find them and what are they? And then they'll point to the Bible. And then we'll read them the Bible, and they will run far and fast away from it. Sage got off light because we were talking about New Testament passages this time. But he'll come back, I'm sure, about when we talk about slavery. But Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. I think you cooked them.
Well, thank you for having me, and sorry to kind of run with it.
No, I loved it. I loved it. Listen, if you got something on your mind, I want you to say it, okay?
Okay.
All right, cheers, guys. We'll see you soon. Have a great one.